Friendship Village. And the side door. It is as if Friendship Village were to say, there is no help for it. A telephone line, antique oak chairs, kitchen cabinets, a new doctor, and the like are upon us. But we shall be medieval directly and our improvements. Really, we are so now, if you know how to look. And are we not so? We are one long street, rambling from sun to sun, inheriting traits of the parent country roads which we unite. And we are cross streets, members of the same family, properly imitative, proving our ancestorship in a primeval genius for trees, or bursting out in inexplicable weaknesses of courthouse, engine house, town hall, and telephone office. Ultimately, our stock dwindles out in a slaughter yard and a few detached houses of milkmen. The cemetery is delicately put behind us under a hill. There is nothing medieval in all this, one would say, but then see how we wear our rue. When one of us telephones, she will scrupulously ask for the number, not the name, for it says so at the top of every page. Give me one and she will put it, with an impersonality as fine as if she were calling for 4 figures. And Central will answer, well, I just saw Mies Holcomb go cross the street. I will call you, if you want, when she comes back. Or, I do not think you better ring the Hellmans just now. They were awake most all night with one o' Mies Hellman's attacks. Or, Dr. June's invited to Mies Sykes's for tea. Shall I give him to you there? The telephone is modern enough. But in our use of it, is there not a flavor as of an elder time, to be caught by them of many years from now? And already we may catch this flavor, as our Britain great-great lady grandmothers, and more, may have been conscious of the old fashion of sitting in bowers. If only they were conscious like that. To be sure of it would be to touch their hands in the margins of the ballad books. Or we telephone to the livery barn and boarding stable for the little blacks, celebrated for their self-control in encounters with the Proudfit's motor car. The stable boy answers that the little blacks are at the funeral, and after he has gone off to ask his employer what is in, then the employer, who in his unofficial moments is our neighbor, our church choir bass, our landlord even, comes and tells us that, after all, we may have the little blacks, and he himself brings them round at once. The same little blacks that we meant all along. And when, quite naturally, we wonder at the boy's version, we learn, oh, why the blacks was standin' just across the street, waitin' at the church door, hitched to the hearse. I took him out and put in the bays. I says to myself, the corp will not care. Some way the Proudfit's car and the stable telephone must themselves have slipped from modernity to old fashion before that incident shall quite come into its own. So it is with certain of our domestic ways. For example, Mies Postmaster Psychos in Friendship Village, every woman assumes for given name the employment of her husband has some fine modern china and much solid silver in extremely good taste, so much indeed that she is wont to confess to having cleaned 40 or 60 or 7 to 5 pieces of solid silver have I cleaned this morning. You can say what you want to. Nice things are a real care. Yesterday this is the proper conjunction. Mies Sykes is currently reported to rise in the night preceding the days of her house cleaning, and to take her carpets out in the backyard, and there softly to sweep and sweep them so that, at their official cleaning next day, the neighbors may witness how little dirt is whipped out on the line. Ought she not to have old-fashioned silver and eggshell china and dropleaf mahogany to fit the practice, instead of daisy and wildrose patterns in solid, and art curtains, and mission chairs, and a witty-named refrigerator, and a gas range? We have the latest funeral equipment, black broadcloth-covered supports, a coffin carriage for youping down the aisles, natural palms to order, and the pulleys to let them down slow. And yet our individual funeral capacity has been such that we can tell what every woman who has died in friendship for years has done without. Mies Grocer Stew, her of all folks, had done without new-style flat irons. Mies Worth had used the bread pan to wash dishes in. Mies Jeweler Sprague, the first Mies Sprague had only 6 bread and butter knives, her that could get wholesale too, and we have little maidservants who answer our bells in caps and trays, so to say. But this savor of gestureship is authentic, for any one of them is likely to do as of late did Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss's maid. Answer, at dinner with guests, that there were no more mashed potatoes, or else there will not be any left to warm up for your breakfasts. And though we have our daily newspaper, receiving Associated Press service, yet, as Mies Amanda Toplady observed, it is only very lately that they have mentioned in the daily the birth of a child, or anything that had anything of a tang to it. We put new wine in old bottles, but also we use new bottles to hold our old wine. For, consider the name of our main street. Is this Main or Clark or Cook or Grand Street, according to the register of the main streets of towns? Instead, for its half-mile of village life, the plank road, macadamized and arc-lighted, is called Daphne Street. Daphne Street, I love to wonder why. Did our dear Dr. June's father name it when he set the 500 elms and oaks which glorify us? Or did Daphne herself take this way on the day of her flight, so that when they came to draft the town, they recognized that it was Daphne Street, and so were spared the trouble of naming it? Or did the future anonymously toss us back the suggestion, thrifty of some day of her own when she might remember us and say, Daphne Street? Already some of us smile with a secret nod at something when we direct a stranger. You will find the telegraph and cable office 2 blocks down, on Daphne Street. The Commercial Traveler's House, the Abigail Arnold Home Bakery, the post office and armory are in the same block on Daphne Street, or the electric light office is at the corner of Dunn and Daphne. It is not wonderful that Daphne herself, foreseeing these things, did not stay, but lifted her laurels somewhat nearer Tempe, although there are those of us who like to fancy that she is here all the time in our Daphne Street magic. The fire bell, the tulip beds, and the twilight bonfires. For how else, in all reason, has the name persisted? Of late a new doctor has appeared, one may say, has abounded. A surgeon who, such is his zeal, will almost perform an operation over the telephone and, we have come somewhat cynically to believe, would prefer doing so to not operating at all. As Calliope Marsh puts it, he is great on operations, that little doctor. Let him go into any house, and some the family, seems though, has to be operated on, usually inside 12 hours. It will get so that as soon as he strikes the front porch, they will commence sterilizing water. I dunno, but some will go and put on the tea kettle if they even see him drive past. Why within 12 hours? We wonder when we hear the edict. Why never 14 hours, or 6? How does it happen that no matter at what stage of the malady the new doctor is called, the patient always has to be operated on within 12 hours? Is it that everybody has a bunch and goes about not knowing it until he appears? Or is he a kind of bassnight for bunches, and do they come out on us at the sight of him? There are those of us who almost hesitate to take his hand, fearing that he will fix us with his eye, point somewhere about, and tell us within 12 hours if you want your life your own. But in spite of his skill and his modernity, in our midst there persist those who, in a scientific night, would die rather than risk our advantages. Thus the new shoulders the old, and our transition is still swift enough to be a spectacle, as was its earlier phase which gave over our Middle West to cabins and plow horses, with a tendency away from wigwams and bob whites. And in this local warfare between old and new, a chief figure is Calliope Marsh, who just said that about the new doctor. She is a little rosy, wrinkled creature officialitho, no other than officially pertaining to 60 years. Mender of lace, seller of extracts, and music teacher, but of the three she thinks of the last as her true vocation. I come honestly by that, she says. You know, my father before me was real musical. I was baptized Calliope because a circus with one come through the town the date I was born. And with her, too, the grafting of tomorrow upon yesterday is unconscious, or only momentarily conscious, as when she phrased it. Land, I like new as well as anybody. But I want it should be put in the old kind, gentle, like an iddy in your mind, and not sudden, like a bullet in your brain. In her acceptance of innovations, Calliope symbolizes the fine friendship tendency to scientific procedure, to the penetration of the unknown through the known, the explication of mystery by natural law. And when to the bright-figured paper and pictures of her little sitting room she had added a print of the Mona Lisa, she observed, she sort lifts me up, like something I have thought of myself. But I do not see any sense in raisin' a question about what her smile means. I told the agent so. Whenever I set for my photograph, I says to him, I always have that same silly smile on my face. With us all the friendship idea prevails. We accept what progress sends, but we regard it in our own fashion. Our improvements, like our entertainments, our funerals, our holidays, and our very loves, are but friendship village exponents of the modern spirit. Perhaps, in a tenderer significance than she meant, Calliope characterized us when she said, this town is more like a back door than a front door. Given it full credit, anyhow, it's no more'n a side door with no vines. For indeed, we are a kind of middle door to experience, minus the fuss of official arriving, and, too, without the old odors of the kitchen savory beds, but having, instead, a serene side door existence, partaking of both electric bells and of neighbors with shawls pinned over their heads. Only at one point Calliope was wrong. There are vines, with tendrils and flowers and many birds. Roman 2. The debut. Mrs. Ricker, washins, scrubbin', work by the day or hour, as the sign of her own lettering announced, had come into a little fortune by the death of her first husband, Al Kitten, early divorced and late repentant. Just before my arrival in friendship, she had bought a respectable frame house in the heart of the village. For a village will have a heart instead of having a boulevard. And with her daughter Emerald, she had set up a modest establishment with ingrain carpets and parlor pieces, and a bit of grass in front. Thus Emerald Kittenwe, in our simple, penultimate way, called it Kittenbecame a kind of heiress. She had been christened Emma Ella, but her mother, of her love of order, had tidied the name to Emerald, and friendship had adopted the form, perhaps as having about it something pleasing and jewel-like. Though Emerald was in the 30s at the time of her inheritance, she was still pretty, shy, conformable, and yet there was no disguising that she was nearly a spinster when, as soon as the White House was settled, Mrs. Ricker issued invitations to her daughter's coming-out party. You are invite. Stua. Come out recep. Next Wednesday night at Igt. At her home. Emma Ella Kitten. Mrs. Ricker and Kitten. Pa? The invitation said, and the pa was divine to imply please answer. It's Kitten's money and it's his daughter. I he'd to have him in it somehow, Mrs. Ricker explained her double signature. You see, she added, up till now I ain't never been situate so's a Merle could come out. I have always wanted to give her things too, but seems like when I have tried, everything shook its fist at me. It ain't too late. Emerald looks just like she did 15 years ago, do not she? It was at once observed that if Emerald shared her mother's enthusiasm for the project, she did not betray it. But then no one knew much about Emerald save that she was engaged, and had been so for some years, to Big Abe Daniel, the Methodist tenor, a circumstance wholly unconsidered in the scheme of her debut. Quite simply and with happy pride, Mrs. Ricker and Kitten issued her invitations to every one in the village who had ever employed her. And the village was divided against itself. How can we, Mies Postmaster Sykes demanded, I ask you? There's things to omit and there's things to observe. We should be the laughing stock. The laughing stock, variously echoed her followers. On the other hand, land, o' course we will all go. Mies Amanda Toplady comfortably settled it, and take Emerald a debut present, civilized, the dear child. And to that many of us gladly assented, Timothy, big Amanda's little husband, going so far as to add. I do the psychices feels the post office like it was that much oats. A day later Timothy's opinion seemed, he thought, to be verified. Mies Postmaster Sykes issued written invites to an evening party, hot supper, and like that, as Friendship communicated it, to be given on the very night of Emerald's debut. Friendship was shaken. Never in the history of the village had two social affairs been set for the same hour. Indeed, more than one hostess had postponed an impending tea party, or thimble party, or afternoon coffee, or 5 o'clock supper on hearing that another was planned for the same day. And now, when there were those of us anxious to do something nice for hardworking little Mrs. Ricker, the Sykeses had deliberately sought the forbidden ground, and society dare not deny Mies Sykes, for besides being who she was, she's the leader in friendship if they is a leader, we said, emphatically implying that there was none. She kept two maids, little young thing and a real hired girl, entertained above the most, put out. Her sewing and war we kept in the back of our minds, a bar pin, solid, with 4 solitaires in it. And, oh, Calliope Marsh admitted to me later, Mies Sykes is really a great society woman. They is not anybody's funeral that she do not get to ride to the cemetery. Mrs. Ricker and Kitten accepted the situation with fine philosophy. Of course, she said, the whole town can dance to the Sykeses fiddlin' if they want. But it's a pretty pass if they do let anybody step in before me that's washed for 'em and cleaned their houses years on end. My own course was pleasantly simple. Mrs. Ricker and Kitten had included me on her list, accredited, no doubt, because a few weeks earlier she had helped me to settle my belongings in Old Moxon House, and since then had twice swept for me, and was to come in a day or two to do so again. As I had instantly accepted her invitation, I had no choice when Mies Sykes's written invite came, even though when it arrived Mies Sykes herself was calling on me. Well said, she observed, when she saw a neighbor's little girl, her temporary servitor, coming up my walk with the invitations in a paper bag to be kept clean. I meant to get my call made on you before your invite got here. I hope you will overlook taking us both together. I have meant to call on you before, but I declare it looked like a mountain to me to get started out. Do not you find your calls a real chore? But Mies Sykes's visit was, she confessed, errand as well as call. The Friendship Married Ladies Cemetery Improvement Sodality, she told me, as she rose to go, is to our wits' end to get up a new entertainment. We want to give something, and we want it should be real new and spicy. But of course it has to be pretty quiet, owing to the casa dead, so it bars us from home till in evenings or festivals or like that. And the minute I saw the inside o' your house it come to me. Of course you know your house is different from friendship. If I would been shot out of a gun into it, I would not have sensed I was in friendship at all. You have got nice things, all carved and hard to dust. The old Moxons used to do a lot o' entertainin', and everybody remembers it, and the house has been shut quite some time. Well, now you have been asked to join the sodality, and if you was to announce an evening benefit for it, here in your home, the whole town'd come out to it hot foot. We are Owen Zittelhoff on F. Cadoz's coffin yet, and I should not wonder in that one evening would pay him all off and, same time, get you real well acquainted. Do not you think it's a nice idea? As I had come to friendship chiefly to get away from everywhere, I thought that I had never heard such a bad plan. But inasmuch as I was obliged to refuse outright one invitation of my visitors, about the other I weakly temporized and promised to let her know. And she went away, deploring my hasty acceptance of Mrs. Ricker and Kitten, although how could you tell? She strove to excuse me. A person coming to a strange town, so, of course, they accept all their invitations good faith. And then her signing her name that way might mislead you. It gives a real sensation of a hyphen. But still, the spelling after all you would ought. She looked at me with tardy suspicion. Some geniuses cannot spell very well, you know. I defended my discrimination. That's so, she admitted brightly. I see you are literary. The next morning the other principal, Mrs. Ricker and Kitten, arrived to keep her engagement with me. She was a little woman, suggesting wire, which gave and sprang when she moved, and paper, which crackled when she laughed. Her speech was all independence, confidence, self-possession, but in her silences I have seldom seen so wistful a face as hers. In response to my question, "Oh," Mrs. Ricker and Kitten said brightly, "everything's goin' fine. I s'pose the town's still decidin' between us, but up to now I ain't had but one regrets that cannot comethats me stew." She wrote it was on account o' domestic affliction, and I had not heard what, so I went right down. Seems nobody had deej ain't much of any family, anyway. But she would wrote her letter out of a letter book, and the only one she could find regrettin' an invite give domestic affliction for the reason. She said she did not know a letter like that he to be true, and I do not know as it does, either. She stood silent for a moment, searching my face. "Look at her," she said. "They's something I thought of. Meb you have heard of it bane done in the city somewheres. Do you s'pose folks'd be willin' to send emerals and my funeral flowers to the common out party instead?" Funeral, I doubted. Grave flowers, she explained. You know, they are a perfect waste so far as the general dead is concerned. And land knows the family do not sense him much more. Anyway, Emeril and I ain't got any family. And if folks be willin' to send us what flowers they would send us if we died now, then they would do us some good. We will never want 'em more'n we do now, dead or alive. Least I will not. Emeril, she do not seem to care. But do you think it would be all right if I was to mention it out around? My desire to have this happen, I did my best not to confuse with a disinterested opinion. But indeed Mrs. Ricker and Kitten was seldom in need of an opinion, as was proved that night by the appearance of this notice in the Friendship Daily. All that would give flowers when dead please send same anyhow, and not expected to send same if we do die afterwards. Mrs. Ricker and Kitten. All of Friendship Society, which intended to accept Mies Sykes's invitation, hastened, with relieved eagerness, to follow with flowers, its regrets to the Kamen out recep. For every one was genuinely attached to the little laundress, and interested in her welfare up to the point of sacrificing social interests in the eyes of the Psychices. Friendship Gardens were rich with autumn, cosmos and salvia and opulent asters, and on the morning of the two parties, this store of sweetness was rifled for the debutante. By noon Mrs. Ricker and Kitten was saying in awe, nobody in Friendship ever had this many flowers, dead or alive or rich. And although some of us grieved that Mies Postmaster Sykes had shown what she named her goodwill by ordering from the town a pillow of white carnations, but with no wording, Mrs. Ricker and Kitten received even this suggestive token with simple-hearted delight. "It will look lovely on the lamp shelf," she observed. "I have often planned how nice my parlor'd trim up for a funeral." In the preparation for the two events, the one unconcerned and unconsulted appeared to be the debutante herself. We never said Emeral's party. We all said Mies Ricker's party. We knew that Mrs. Ricker and Kitten was putting painstaking care on Emeral's coming-out dress, which was to be a surprise, but otherwise Emeril was seldom even mentioned in connection with her debut. And whenever we saw her, it was as Friendship had seen her for 2 years, walking quietly with Abe Daniel, her betrothed. "It's doin' things kind o' backwards," Calliope Marsh said, engaged first and common out in society afterwards. but I don't know as it's any more backwards than right into the cemetery feet first. What's what all depends on what you agree on for what. If it ain't your soul you mean about, she added cryptically. The top ladies and others of us who united to uphold Emeril, and especially to uphold Emeril's mother, could not but realize that the majority of Friendship Society had regretted to decline the debut party, and had been pleased to accept the hospitality of the postmaster Psychices. I dare say that this may have been partly why, in the usual self-indulgence of challenge, I put on my prettiest frock for the party, and prepared to set out somewhat early, hoping for the amusement of sharing in the finishing touches. But as I was leaving my house, Calliope Marsh arrived, buttoned tightly in her best gray Henrietta, her cheeks hot with some intense excitement. Well, she said without preface, they have done it. Emeril Kitten's married. She's just married Abe at the parsonage to get out O'Bain Debud. They have gone to take the train now. No one could fail to see what this would mean to Mrs. Ricker and Kitten. And, rather than the newly married Emeril, it was she who absorbed our speculation. Mies Ricker just slimpsed, Calliope told me. I says to her, look here, Mies Ricker, do not you go jivin' in. Your kitchen's a sight with the good things your hand think that, I told her. Think how you mortgaged your very funeral for tonight and brace yourself up, and she says, awful pitiful, I cannot, Calliope, she says. Tea seems like this slips the pins right out. They ain't nothin' to debble with now anyway, she told me. How can I? Oh, poor Mrs. Ricker, I exclaimed. Calliope looked at me intently. Well, she said, that's what I runnin' about. You are a stranger just fresh come here. You ain't met folks much yet. And Mies Sykes, she's just crazy to get a hold o' you in your house for the sodality. And the only thing I could think of for Mies Ricker, well, would you stand up with Mies Ricker tonight and shake all their hands? And sort o' leave her debut for you, you might say. I think that I loved Calliope for this even before she understood my assent, but she added something which puzzled me. If I was you, she observed, I would do something else tonight, too. You could do either, I could do it for you. You do not expect to let Mies Sykes have the sodality here, do you? I might have had it here, I said impulsively, if she had not done this to poor little Mrs. Ricker. Would you give me the leave to say that? Calliope asked demurely. I had no objection in the world to anyone knowing my opinion of Mies Postmaster Sykes's proceeding, one of her preposterousnesses, Calliope called it, and I said so, and set off for Mrs. Ricker's, while Calliope herself flew somewhere else on some last mission. And Mies Sykes ought to be showed, she called to me over shoulder. That woman's got a sinful pride. She would wear fur in August to prove she could afford to have moths. The Ricker parlor was a garden which sloped gently, as a garden should, for the house was old and the parlor floor sagged toward the entrance so that the front of the organ was propped on wooden blocks. The room was bedizened with flowers, in dishes, tins, and gallon jars, so that it seemed some way an alien thing, like a prune horse. On the lamp shelf was the huge white carnation pillow, across which the hostess had inscribed welcome in stems. Within 10 minutes of the appointed hour, all those who had been pleased to accept were in the rooms, and Mrs. Ricker and Kitten and I, standing among the funeral flowers, received the guests while Calliope, hovering at the door, gave the key with, ain't you heard? Emeril's a bride instead of a debutant. Ain't it a real joke? Married tonight and we are here to celebrate. Throw off your things. Then she hopelessly involved them in a presentation to me, and between us we contrived to elide Mrs. Ricker and Kitten from all save her perfunctory office, until her voice and lips ceased their trembling. Poor little hostess, in her starched lawn which had seemed to her adequate for her unpretentious role of mother. All her humor and independence and self-possession had left her, and in their stead, on what was to have been her great night, had settled only the immemorial wistfulness. Although I did not then foresee it, the guests that evening were destined to point me to many meanings, like sketches in the notebook of a patient pen. I am fond of remembering them as I saw them first. The top ladies, that great Mies Amanda, ponderous, majestic, and suggesting black grosgrain, her beaming way of wholehearted approval not quite masking the critical housewife glances which she continually cast. And little Timothy, her husband, who, in company, went quite out of his head and could think of nothing to say save Blister and Benson. What I think is this. Ain't everything movin' off nice? Dear Dr. June, pastor emeritus of Friendship, since he was so identified with all the village interests that not many could tell from what church he had retired. At each of the 3 Friendship churches he rented a pew, and contributed impartially to their beneficences, and, seems to me the Lord would have, he sometimes apologized for this. Photographer Jimmy Sturgis, who stood about with one eye shut and who drove the bus, took charge of the mailbags, conducted a photograph gallery, and painted portraits. The dead from photos, a specialty, was tacked on the risers of the stairs leading to his studio. And Mies photographer Sturgis, who was an invalid and very, very seldom got out, Not, I was to learn, an invalid because of ill health but by nature. She was an invalid as other people are blonde or brunette, and no more to be said about it. Miss Liddy Ember, the village seamstress, and her beautiful sister Ellen, who was not quite right, and whom Miss Liddy took about and treated like a child until the times when Ellen come herself again. And then she quite overshadowed in personality little busy Miss Liddy. Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss and Appleby Holcomb and the other Holcombs. Mies Dr. Hellman, the Geckerjecks, who kept the drugstore and scented the world with musk and essences. Musk on one handkerchief and some kind o' flower scent on your other one, Mies Geckerjack was wont to say, then you can suit everybody, say who will. These and the others Mrs. Ricker and Kitten and I received, standing before the white carnation pillow. And I, who had come to friendship to get away from everywhere, found myself the one to whom they did honor, as they were to have honored Emerl. When the hour for supper came, Mrs. Ricker and Kitten excused herself because she must see to gettin' it on to the plates, and Mies Toplady, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, Calliope, and I handed. We had all lent silver and dishessendeed, save at Mies Sykes's and of course at the Proudfits of Proudfit Estate. There is rarely a friendship party at which the pantries of the guests are not represented, an arrangement seeming almost to hold in anticipation certain social and political ideals. If the telephone yields us an invitation from those whom we know best, we always answer, "Thank you, I will. What do you want me to send over? Is there such a matter of course Federation on any boulevard?" And after the guests had been served and the talk had been resumed, we four who had handed sat down, with Mrs. Ricker and Kitten, at meat, at a corner of the kitchen table. Everything tastes like so much chips to me when I have company. Anyhow, the hostess said sadly, but tonight it's got the regular salt pork taste. When I am nervous or got delegates or common down with anything, I always taste salt pork. Well, everything's all of a whirl to me, Calliope confessed, and I should think your brains, Mies Ricker, be fair rarin' round in your head. Who did not eat what? Mrs. Ricker and Kitten asked listlessly. I meant to keep track when the plates come out, but I did not. Did they all take a hold real good? They wa'n't any mincin' tic, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss assured her. Everything you had was lovely, and everybody made way with all they got. We might have kept indefinitely on at these fascinating comparisons, but some unaccountable stir and bustle and rise of talk in the other rooms persuaded our attention. Can they be goin' home? Cried that great Mies Amanda Toplady. If they are, I will go bail Timothy Toplady started it. And I bet they have broke the finger bowl, Mrs. Ricker and Kitten prophesied darkly. And then we all went in to see what had happened, but it was what none of us could possibly have forecast. Crowding in the parlor, overflowing into the sitting room, still entering from the porch, were Postmaster and Mies Postmaster Sykes and all their guests. It was quite as if wishes had gathered head and spirited them there. I remember the white little face of Mrs. Ricker and Kitten, luminously gratified to the point of triumph, and Mies Sykes's brisk and cordial no reason why we should not go to 2 receptions in an evening, like they do in the city, Mies Ricker, is they? And the aplomb of the hostesses self-respecting, corrective and Kitten. Count of Albane so thoughtful in death. And then to my amazement, Mies Postmaster Sykes turned to me and held out both hands. I am so glad, she said, almost in the rhythm of certain exhausts, that you have decided to have sodality at your house. You must just let me take a hold of it for you and run it. And I am going to propose your name the very next meeting we have, cannot I? I walked home with Calliope when we had left Mrs. Ricker and Kitten, tired but triumphant. Land, the hostess said, now it's turned out so nice, I donno, but I am real pleased Emerl's married. I would hate to think o' borrowin' all them things over again for a weddin'. And in the dark street Calliope said to me, you see what I done, I guess. I told you Mies Sykes was reglar arms about usin' your house. I think the real reason is she wants to get upstairs in it. You know how some are. So I marched myself up there before the party, and I told her you was not goin' to have sodality soul, because you thought she would been so mean to Mies Ricker. And I give her to understand sharp off she would better do what she did do, if she wanted you in the sodality at all. And Essie, I don't know what she will think o' you anyway, not knowin' enough to go to 2 companies in one even in, like the city, even if one is your own. She see reason. You know, Mies Sykes and I are kind o' connections, but you can make even your relations see sense if you go at 'em right. I donno, Calliope ended doubtfully, but I done wrong. And yet I feel good friends with my backbone too, like I would done right. And it was so that having come to Friendship Village to get away from everywhere, I yet found myself abruptly launched in its society, committed to its sodality, and, best of all, friends with Calliope Marsh. Romans 3. Nobody sick, nobody poor. 2 days before Thanksgiving, the air was already filled with white turkey feathers, and I stood at a window and watched until the loneliness of my still house seemed like something pointing a mocking finger at me. When I could bear it no longer, I went out in the snow, and through the soft drifts, I fought my way up the plank road toward the village. I had almost passed the little bundled figure before I recognized Calliope. She was walking in the middle of the road, as in friendship we all walk in winter, and neither of us had umbrellas. I think that I distrust people who put up umbrellas on a country road in a fall of friendly flakes. Instead of inquiring perfunctorily how I did, she greeted me with a fragment of what she had been thinking, which is always as if one were to open a door of his mind to you, instead of signing you greeting from a closed window. I just been tellin' myself, she looked up to say without preface, that if I could see one more good old-fashioned Thanksgiving, life'd sort o' smooth out. And land knows it needs some smoothin' out for me. With this I remember that it was as if my own loneliness spoke for me. At my reply, Calliope looked at me quickly as if I, too, had opened a door. Sometimes Thanksgiving is some like seein' the sun shine when you are feelin' real rainy yourself, she said thoughtfully. She held out her blue-mittened hand and let the flakes fall on it in stars and coronets. I wonder, she asked evenly, if you would help me get up a Thanksgiving dinner for a few poor sick folks here in Friendship. In order to keep my self-respect, I recall that I was as ungracious as possible. I think I said that the day meant so little to me that I was willing to do anything to avoid spending it alone. A statement which seems to me now not to bristle with logic. That's nice of you, Calliope replied genially. Then she hesitated, looking down Daphne Street, which the plank road had become, toward certain white houses. There were the homes of Mies Mayor Uppers, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, and the Liberty Sisters, all substantial dignified houses, typical of the simple prosperity of the countryside. The only trouble, she added simply, is that in Friendship I do not know of a soul real sick, nor a soul what you might call poor. At this I laughed, unwillingly enough. Dear Calliope, here indeed was a drawback to her project. Honestly, she said reflectively, Friendship cannot seem to do anything like any other town. When the new minister come here, he give out he was goin' to do settlement work. And his second week in the place, he come to me with a reglar hangdog look. What kind of a town is this? He says to me, disgusted. They ain't nobody sick in it and they ain't nobody poor? I guess he could have got along without the poor, most of us can. But we mostly like to have a few sick to carry the flowers off our house plants too, and now and then a tumbler o' gel. And yet I have known weeks at a time when they was not a soul real flat down sick in Friendship. It's so now. And that's hard when you are young and enthusiastic like the minister. But where are you going to find your guests then, Calliope? I asked curiously. Well, she said brightly, I was just plannin' as you come up with me. And I says to myself, God give me to live in a little bit of a place where we have all got enough to get along on, and Thanksgiving finds us all in health. It looks like he would afflicted us by letting us have nobody to do for. And then it come to me that if we was to get up the dinner, with all the misery and hunger they is in the world, God in his goodness would let some of it come our way to be fed. In the wilderness a cedar, you know as Liddy Ember and I was always tellin' each other when we kept shop together. And so today I said to myself, I would go to work and get up the dinner and trust there would be eaters for it. Why, Calliope, I said Calliope. I ain't got much to do with myself, she added apologetically. The most I have got in my cellar, I guess, is a gallon jar o' watermelon pickles. I could give that. You do not think it sounds irreverent connecting God with a big dinner, so? She asked anxiously. And at my reply, well then, she said briskly, let's step in and see a few folks that might be able to tell us of somebody to do for. Let's ask Mies Mayor Uppers and Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, and the Liberty Girls. Because I was lonely and idle, and because I dreaded inexpressibly going back to my still house, I went with her. Her ways were a kind of entertainment, and I remember that I believed my leisure to be infinite. We turned first toward the big shuttered house of Mies Mayor Uppers, to whom, although her husband had been a year ago removed from office, discredited, and had not since been seen in Friendship, we yet gave her old proud title, as if she had been former Lady Mayoress. For the present mayor, Authority Hubblethwaite, was, as Calliope said, unconnect. I watched Mies Uppers in some curiosity, while Calliope explained that she was planning a dinner for the poor and sick, the lame and the sick that's comfortable enough off to eat, and could she suggest some poor and sick to ask? Mies Uppers was like a vinegar cruet of mine, slim and tall, with a little grotesquely puckered face for a stopper, as if the whole known world were sour. I am sure, she said humbly, it's a nice idea. But I declare, I am put to it to suggest. We ain't got nobody sick nor nobody poor in friendship, you know. Do not you know of anybody kind o' hard up? Or somebody that, if they ain't down sick, feels sort o' spindlin'? Calliope asked anxiously. Me's uppers thought, rocking a little and running a pin in and out of a fold of her skirt. No, she said at length, I do not know a soul. I think the church'd give a good deal if a real poor family'd come here to do for. Since the Cadozes went, we ain't known which way to look for poor. Me's Ricker get her fortune so puts her beyond the wolf. And Peleg bemews, you cannot get him to take anything. No, I do not know of anybody real decently poor. And nobody's sick, Calliope pressed her wistfully. Well, there's Mies Crawford, admitted Mies Uppers. She had a spell o' lumbago 2 weeks ago, but I see her pass the house today. Mies Brady was laid up with toothache too, but the Daily last night said she would had it out. And Mies Dr. Hellman did have one o' her stomach attacks this week, and Elzabella got out her dyin' dishes and her dyin' linen from the stillroom. You know how Mies Doctor always brings out her nice things when she's sick. Sot if she should die and the neighbors come in, it would all be shipshape. But she got better this time and helped put him back. I declare it's hard to get up anything in the charity line here. Calliope sat smiling a little, and I knew that it was because of her secret certainty that some o' the hunger would come her way, to be fed. I cannot help thinkin', she said quietly, that we will find somebody. And I tell you what, if we do, can I count on you to help some? Me's Mayor Uppers flushed with quick pleasure. Me, Calliope? She said. And I remembered that they had told me how the Friendship Married Ladies Cemetery Improvement Sodality had been unable to tempt Me's Uppers to a single meeting since the mayor ran away. Oh, but I could not though, she said wistfully. No need to go to the table if you do not want, Calliope told her. Just bake up something for us and bring it over. Make a couple o' your cherry peas. Did you get hold of any cherries to put up this year? Well, a couple o' your cherry pies and a batch o' your nice drop sponge cakes, she directed. Could you? Me's Mayor Uppers looked up with a kind of light in her eyes. Why, yes, she said, I could, I guess. I will bake 'em Thanksgiving mornin'. I was wonderin' how I would put in the day. When we stepped out in the snow again, Calliope's face was shining. Sometimes now, when my faith is weak in any good thing, I remember her look that November morning. But all that I thought then was how I was being entertained that lonely day. The dear Liberty sisters were next, Lucy and Viney and Libby Liberty. We went to the side door. There were houses in Friendship whose front doors we tacitly understood that we were never expected to use, and we found the sisters down cellar, with shawls over their heads, feeding their hens through the cellar window, opening on the glassed-in coop under the porch. In Friendship, it is a point of etiquette for a morning caller never to interrupt the employment of a hostess. So we obeyed the summons of the Liberty sisters to come right down, and we sat on a firkin and an inverted tub while Calliope told her plan, and the hens fought for delectable morsels. My grief, said Libby Liberty tartly, where you goin' to get your sick and poor? Me's Viney, balancing on the window ledge to reach for eggs, looked back at us. Friendship's so comfortable that way, she said, I do not see how you can get up much of anything. And little Miss Lucy, kneeling on the floor of the cellar to measure more feed, said without looking up. You know, since Mother died, we ain't never done anything for holidays. No cannot seem to want to think about Thanksgiving or Christmas or like that. They all turned their grave-lined faces toward us. We want to let the holidays just slip by without noticin', Miss Viney told us. Seems like it hurts less that way. Libby Liberty smiled wanly. Do not you know, she said, when you hold your hand still in hot water, you do not feel how hot the water really is. But when you move around in it some, it begins to burn you. Well, when we let Thanksgiving and Christmas alone, it ain't so bad. But when we start to move around in M. Her voice faltered and stopped. We miss Mother terrible, Miss Lucy said simply. Calliope put her blue mitten to her mouth, but her eyes she might not hide, and they were soft with sympathy. I know, she said. I remember the first Christmas after my mother died I ached like the toothache all over me, and I could not bear to open my presents. Nor the next year I could not either. I could not open my presents with any heart. But Calliope hesitated. That second year, she said, I found something I could do. I saw I could fix up little things for other folks and take some comfort in it, like Mother would have. She was silent for a moment, looking thoughtfully at the three lonely figures in the dark cellar of their house. Your mother, she said abruptly, stuffed the turkey for a year ago the last harvest home. Yes, they said. Look here, said Calliope. if I can get some poor folks together, or even one poor folk or hungry, will you three come over to my house and stuff the turkey? The way I cannot help thinking the way your mother would have if she would been here. And then, Calliope went on briskly, could you bring some fresh eggs and make a pan o' custard over to my house? And Meb 1 you would stir up a sunshine cake. You must know how to make your mother's sunshine cake. There was another silence in the cellar when Calliope had done, and for a minute I wondered if, after all, she had not failed, and if the bleeding of the three hearts might be so staunched. It was not self-reliant Libby Liberty who spoke first. It was gentle Miss Lucy. I guess, she said, I could, if we all do it. I know Mother would have. Yes, Miss Viney nodded, Mother would have. Libby Liberty stood for a moment with compressed lips. It seems like not payin' respect to Mother, she began, and then shook her head. It ain't that, she said. It's only missin' her when we begin to step around the kitchen, backin' up for a holiday. I know, Calliope said again. That's why I said for you to come over in my kitchen. You come over there and stir up the sunshine cake, too, and bake it in my oven so's we can have it et hot. Will you do that? And after a little time they consented. If Calliope found any sick or poor, they would do that. We ain't get many iddies for guests, Calliope said, as we reached the street, but we are gettin' helpers anyway. And some dinner, too. Then we went to the house of Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliskeld, so, of course, to distinguish her from the other Holcombs. Do not you be shocked at her, Calliope warned me, as we closed Mies Holcomb's gate behind us. She's dreadful different and bitter since Abigail was married last month. She's got hold o' some kind of a Persian book in a decorated cover from the city, and now she says your soul is like when you look in a looking glass that there ain't really nothin' there, and that the world's some wind and the rest water, and they ain't no God only your own breath. Oh, poor Mies Holcomb, said Calliope. I guess she ain't real balanced, but we ought to go to see her. We always consult Mies Holcomb about everything. Poor Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss. I can see her now in her comfortable dining room, where she sat cleaning her old silver, her thin, veined hands as fragile as her grandmother's spoons. Of course, you do not know, she said, when Calliope had unfolded her plans, how useless it all seems to me. What's the use I keep sayin' to myself nowadays? What's the use? You put so much pains on something, and then it goes off and leaves you. Mebit dies and everything's all wasted. There ain't anything to tie to. It's like lookin' in a glass all the while. It's seemin', it ain't bane. We ain't certain o' nothin' but our breath, and when that goes, what have you got? What's the use o' plannin' Thanksgivin' for anybody? Well, if you are hungry, it's kind o' nice to get fed up, said Calliope crisply. Do not you know a soul that's hungry, Mame Bliss? She shook her head. No, she said, I do not, nor nobody sick in body. Nobody's sick in body, Calliope repeated absently. Soul-sick and soul-hungry you cannot feed up, Mies Holcomb added. I donno, said Calliope thoughtfully, I donno but you can. No, Mies Holcomb went on, your soul's like yourself in the glass, they ain't anything there. I donno, Calliope said again. Some mornin's when I wake up with the sun shinin' in, I can feel my soul in me just as plain. Mies Holcomb sighed. Life looks dreadful footless to me, she said. Well, said Calliope, sometimes life is some like hearin' firecrackers go off when you do not feel up to shootin' 'em yourself. When I am like that, I always think if I would go out and buy a bunch or two, and get somebody to give me a match, I could see more sense to things. Look here, Mame Bliss, if I get hold o' any folks to give the dinner for, will you help me some? Yes, Mies Holcomb assented half-heartedly, I will help you. I ain't nobody much in family, now Abigail's done what she has. They's only Appleby, and he will not be home Thanksgivin' this year, so I ain't nothin' else to do. That's the itty, said Calliope, heartily. If everything's foolish, it's just as foolish doin' nothin' as doin' somethin'. Will you bring over a kettleful o' boiled potatoes to my house Thanksgivin' noon, and mash 'em and whip 'em in my kitchen? I will have the milk to put in. Yow you do not cook as much as some, do you, Mame? Did Calliope ask her that purposely? I am almost sure that she 999. Mies Holcomb's neck stiffened a little. I guess I can cook a thing or two beside mashed potatoes, she said, and thought for a minute. How would you like a pan o' scalloped oysters and some baked macaroni with plenty o' cheese? She demanded. Sounds like it would go down awful easy, admitted Calliope, smiling. It's just what we need to carry the dinner off full sail, she added earnestly. Well, I ain't nothin' else to do and I will make 'em, Mies Holcomb promised. Only it beats me who you can find to do for. If you do not get anybody, let me know before I order the oysters. Calliope stood up, her little wrinkled face aglow, and I wondered at her confidence. You just go ahead and order your oysters, she said. That dinner's goin' to come off Thanksgiving noon at 12 o'clock, and you be there to help feed the hungry, mame." When we were on the street again, Calliope looked at me with her way of shy eagerness. "Could you have the dinner up to your house," she asked me, "if I do every bit o' the work?" "Why, Calliope," I said, amazed at her persistence, "have it there, of course, but you have not any guests yet." She nodded at me through the falling flakes. "You say you ain't got much to be thankful for," she said, "so I thought meb you would put in the time that way. Do not you worry about folks to eat the dinner. I will tell Mies Holcomb and the others to come to your house and I will get the food and the folks. Do not you worry, and I will bring my watermelon pickles and a bowl o' cream for Mies Holcomb's potatoes, and I will furnish the turk a big one. The rest of us'll get the dinner in your kitchen Thanksgiving mornin'." "My," she said, "seems though life's smoothin' out fur me already. Good be it's most noon." She hurried up Daphne Street in the snow, and I turned toward my lonely house. But I remember that I was planning how I would make my table pretty, and how I would add a delicacy or two from the city for this strange holiday feast. And I found myself hurrying to look over certain long-disused linen and silver, and to see whether my Clotho gold rose might be counted on to bloom by Thursday noon. Roman 4. Covers for 7. "We will set the table for 7 folks," said Calliope, "at my house on Thanksgiving morning." 7, I echoed, "but where in the world did you ever find 7, Calliope?" "I found 'em," she answered. "I knew I could find hungry folks to do for if I tried, and I found 'em. You will see, I shan't say another word. They will be here by 12 sharp." Did the turkey come? Yes, the turkey had come, and almost as she spoke the dear Liberty Sisters arrived to dress and stuff it, and to make ready the pan of custard, and to stir up the sunshine cake. I could guess how the pleasant bustle in my kitchen would hurt them by its holiday air, and I carried them off to see my Clotho gold rose which had opened in the night, to the very crimson heart of it. And I told them of the 7 guests whom, after all, Calliope had actually contrived to marshal to her dinner. And in the midst of our almost gay speculation on this, they went at their share of the task. The 3 moved about their offices gravely at first, Libby Liberty keeping her back to us as she worked, Miss Viney scrupulously intent on the delicate clatter of the egg beater, Miss Lucy with eyes downcast on the sage she rolled. I noted how Calliope made little excuses to pass near each of them, with now a touch of the hand, and now a pat on a shoulder, and all the while she talked briskly of ways and means and recipes. And should there be onions in the dressing, or should there not be? We took a vote on this, and were about to chop the onions in when Mies Holcomb's little maid arrived at my kitchen door with a bowl of oysters which Mies Holcomb had left from the scallop. And would not we like 'em in the stuffin'? Roast turkey stuffed with oysters. I saw Libby Liberty's eyes brighten so delightedly that I brought out a jar of seedless raisins and another of preserved cherries to add to the custard, and then a bag of sweet almonds to be blanched and split for the cake o' sunshine. Surely, one of us said, the 7 guests could be preparing for their Thanksgiving dinner with no more zest than we were putting into that dinner for their sakes. 7 guests, we said over and again. Calliope, how did you do it, when everybody says there's nobody in friendship that's either sick or poor? "Nobody sick, nobody poor?" Calliope exclaimed, piling a dish with watermelon pickles. "Land, you might think that was the town motto. Well, the town do not know everything. Do not you ask me so many questions." Before 11 o'clock, Mies Mayor Uppers tapped at my back door, with 2 deep-dish cherry pies in a basket, and a row of her delicate, feathery sponge cakes, and a jar of pineapple and peaplant preserves to chink in. She drew a deep breath and stood looking about the kitchen. "Throw off your things and help, Mies Uppers," Calliope admonished her, one hand on the cellar door. "I am just goin' down for some sweet potatoes Mies Holcomb sent over this morning, and you might get 'em ready if you will. We ain't going to let you off now, spite of what you have done for us." So Mies Mayor Uppers hung up her shawl and washed the sweet potatoes. And my kitchen was fragrant with spices and flavorings and an odorous oven, and there was no end of savory business to be at. I found myself glad of the interest of these others in the day, and glad of the stirring in my lonely house. Even if their bustle could not lessen my own loneliness, it was pleasant, I said to myself, to see them quicken with interest, and the whole affair entertained my infinite leisure. After all, I was not required to be thankful. I merely loaned my house, cozy in its glittering drifts of turkey feathers, and the day was no more and no less to me than before, though I own that I did feel more than an amused interest in Calliope's guests, whom, in friendship had she found to do for. I detected myself speculating with real interest as in the dining room, with one and another to help me, I made ready my table. My prettiest dishes in silver, the clotho gold rose, and my yellow-shaded candles made little auxiliary welcomes. Whoever Calliope's guests were, we would do them honor and give them the best we had. And in the midst of all came from the city the box with my gift of hothouse fruit and a rosebud for every plate. Calliope, I cried as I went back to the kitchen. Calliope, it's nearly 12 now. Tell us who the guests are, or we will not finish dinner. Calliope laughed and shook her head and opened the door for Mies Holcomb. That was Mame Bliss, who entered, followed by her little maid, both laden with good things. I prepared for 7, Mies Holcomb said. That was the word you sent Mebut, where you got your 7 sick and poor in friendship beats me. I will stay and help for a while, but to me, it all seems like so much monkey work. We worked with a will that last half-hour, and the spirit of the kitchen came upon them all. I watched them, amused and pleased at Mies Mayor Uppers's flushed anxiety over the sweet potatoes, at Libby Liberty furiously basting the turkey, and at Miss Lucy exclaiming with delight as she unwrapped the rosebuds from their moss. But I think that Mies Holcomb pleased me most, for with the utensils of housewifery in her hands, she seemed utterly to have forgotten that there is no use in anything at all. This was not wonderful in the presence of such a feathery cream of mashed potatoes and such aromatic coffee as she made. There was something to tie to. Those were real, at any rate, and beyond all seeming. Just before 12, Calliope caught off her apron and pulled down her sleeves. Now she said, I am going to welcome the guests. I can I? She begged me. Everything's all ready but putting on. I will not need to come out here again. When I ring the bell on the sideboard, dish it up and bring it in. All toads or turkey ahead and vegetables follow in. Mies Holcomb, you help him, will not you? And then you can leave if you want. Talk about an old-fashioned Thanksgiving. My. Who has she got? Libby Liberty burst out, basting the turkey. I declare, I am nervous as a witch, I am so curious. And then the clock struck 12, and a minute after we heard Calliope tinkle a silvery summons on the call bell. I remember that it was Mies Holcomb herself, though, whom nothing mattered, who rather lost her head as we served our feast, and who was about putting in dishes both her oysters and her macaroni, instead of carrying in the fair, brown, smoking baked pans. But at last we were ready, Mies Holcomb at our head with the turkey, the others following with both hands filled, and I with the coffee pot. As they gave the signal to start, something it may have been the mystery before us, or the good things about us, or the mere look of the Thanksgiving snow on the windowsill seemed to catch at the hearts of them all, and they laughed a little, almost joyously, those 5 for whom joy had seemed done, and I found myself laughing too. So we 6 filed into the dining room to serve whomever Calliope had found to do for. I wonder that I had not guessed before. There stood Calliope at the foot of the table, with its lighted candles and its clotho gold rose, and the other 6 chairs were quite vacant. Sit down, Calliope cried to us with tears and laughter in her voice. Sit down, all 6 of you. Do not you see? Did not you know? Ain't we soul-sick and soul-hungry, all of us? And I tell you, this is going to do our souls good in our stomachs, too. Nobody dropped anything, even in the flood of our amazement. We managed to get our savory burden on the table, and some way we found ourselves in the chair's eye at the head of my table where Calliope led me. And we all talked at once, exclaiming and questioning, with sudden thanksgiving in our hearts that in the world such things may be. I was hungry and sick, Calliope was telling, for an old-fashioned Thanksgiving or anything that would smooth life out some. But I says to myself, it looks like God had afflicted us by not giving us anybody to do for. And then I started out to find some poor and some sick in each one. Oh, you knows what I found. And I asked myself before I got home that day, why not them and me? There's lots o' kinds o' things to do on Thanksgiving Day. Are you ever going to forgive me? I think that we all answered at once. But what we all meant was what Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss said, as she sat flushed and smiling behind the coffee cups. I declare, I feel something like I ain't felt since I do not know when. And Calliope nodded at her. I guess that's your soul, Mame Bliss, she said. You can always feel it if you go to work and act as if you got one. I will take my coffee clear. Avi. The shadow of good things to come. The friendship accommodation reaches the village from the city at 6 o'clock at night, and we call the train the Dick Dasher, because Dick Dasher is its engineer. We come out on the Dick Dasher and we go in on the through, but the through is a kind of institution, like marriage, while the Dick Dasher is a thing more intimate, like one's wedding. It was one winter night on the latter that I hardly heeded what I overheard. The Lord will provide, Delia, Dr. June was saying. I ain't sure, came a piping answer, as they is any lord, and do not you tell anybody 'bout seein' me on this train. I am goin' on through west. Thy footfall is a silver thing. West. I said over to the beat of the wheels, but the words that I said over were more insistent than the words that I heard. I was watching the eyes of a motorcar carrying threads of streaming light, moving near the track, swifter than the train. It belonged, as I divined, to the Proudfits of friendship, and it was carrying Madame Proudfit and her daughter Clementina, after a day of shopping and visiting in the town. And when I saw them returning home in this airy fashion, as if they were the soul and I and the stuffy Dick Dasher were the body, I renewed a certain distaste for them. Since in their lives these Proudfits seemed goblin-like, with no interest in any save their own picturesque flittings. But while I shrugged at myself for judging them, and held firmly to my own opinion, as one will do, I was conscious all the time of the grey minister in the aisle of the rocking coach, holding clasped in both hands his big carpet-bag without handles. Over it I saw him looking down in grieved consternation at the little woman huddled in the rush seat. "No, Lord," he said, "no, Lord. Why, Delia Moore, you might as well say there ain't no life in your own bones." "So they is not," she answered him grimly. "They keep on agon just to spite me." Delia Moore, the wheels beat out, and it was as if I had heard the name often. Already I had noticed the woman. She had a kind of youth, like that of Calliope, who had journeyed in town on the through that morning, and who had somewhat mysteriously asked me not to say that she had gone away. But Calliope's persistent youthfulness gives her a claim upon one, while on this woman whom Dr. June perplexedly regarded, her stifled youth imposed a forlorn aloofness, made the more pathetic by her prettiness. No one but the doctor himself was preparing to leave the train at Friendship. He balanced in the aisle alone, while the few occupants of the car sat without speaking, men dozing, children padding on the panes, a woman twisting her thin hair tight and high. Dr. June looked at those nearest to be sure of their tired self-absorption. But as for me, who sat very near, I think he had long ago decided that I kept my own thoughts and no others, since sometimes I had forgotten to give him back a greeting. So it was in a fancied security which I was loath to be violating, that he opened his great carpet-bag and took out a book to lay on the girl's knee. "Open it," he commanded her. I saw the contour of her face tightened by her swiftly set lips as she complied. "Point your finger," he went on peremptorily. She must have obeyed, for in a kind of unwilling eagerness she bent over the page, and the doctor stooped, and together in the blurring light of the kerosene lamp in the roof of the coach they made out something. The law having a shadow of good things to come, and not the very image of the things I unwillingly caught, and yet not wholly unwillingly either. And though I watched, as if much depended upon it, the great motor car of the Proudfits vanishing before us into the dark, I could not forbear to glance at the doctor, who was nodding, his kind face quickening. But the girl lifted her eyes and laughed with deliberate skepticism. "I do not take any stock," she said, and within me it was as if something answered to her bitterness. "No, meb not," Dr. June commented with perfect cheerfulness. "Some folks take fresh air, and some folks like to stay shut up tight. But the shadow of good things to come, I would take that much stock if I was you, Delia." As he laid the book back in his bag, the train was jolting across the switches beside the gas house, and the lights of Friendship were all about the track. "Why do not you get off?" he reiterated, in his tone a descending scale of simple hospitality. "Come to our house and stop a spell. Come for tea," he added. "I happen to know we are going to have hot griddle cakes and sausage gravy." She shook her head sharply and in silence. Dr. June stood for a moment, meditatively looking down at her. "There's a friend of yours at our house today, for all day," he observed. "I ain't any friends," replied the girl, obstinately, "without you mean used to be. And I do not know if I had then either." "Yes, yes, you have, Delia," said Dr. June, kindly. "He was asking about you last time he was here, kind of indirect." "Who?" she demanded, but it was as if something within her wrung the question from her against her will. "Abel Halsey," Dr. June told her, "Abel Halsey. Remember him." Instead of answering, she looked out the window at the Friendship Depot platform, and, "Ain't he a big minister in the city?" I barely heard her ask. "No," said Dr. June, "dear me, no. Abel's still gypsying it off in the hills. I expect he's out there by the depot with the buses now, come to meet me in his buggy. Better let him take us all home to griddle cakes, Delia?" He pressed her wistfully. "I could not," she said briefly. And, as he put out his hands silently, "Do not you let anybody note you saw me," she charged him again. When he was gone, and the train was slackening in the station, she moved close to the window. If I had been lonely, I must have caught a certain cheer in the look of the station, and in the magnificent, cosmic leisure of the idlers. In photographer Jimmy Sturgis, in his leather coat, with one eye shut, stamping a foot and waiting for the mailbag. in Old Tilly, known up and down the world for her waffles, and perpetually peering out between shelves of plants and wax fruit set across the window of the eating house. In Peleg Bemuse, woodcutter, stumping about the platform on his wooden leg, wearing modestly the prestige he had won by his fluta playing, and by his advantage of New York experiencia janitor in the Far East, he was, Timothy Toplady had once told me. In Timothy Toplady himself, who always meets the trains, but for no reason, unless to say an amazed and reproachful blisterin Benson. Not a soul wants off here. And in Abel Halsey, that itinerant preacher, of whom Dr. June had spoken. Abel was a man of grace, Bible-taught, passioning for service, but within him his gentle soul burned to travel. And his white horse, Major Mary, and his road wagon and his route to the door of many a country church were the sole satisfactions of his wanderlust. And next to these was his delight to be at a railway station when any train arrived, savoring the moment of some silent familiarity with distance. I delighted in them all, and that night, as I looked, I wondered how it would seem to me if I were returning to it after many years, and I could imagine how my heart would ache. As the train moved on, the girl whom Dr. June had called Delia Moore turned her head, manifestly to follow for a little way each vanishing light and figure. And as the conductor came through the car and she spoke to him, I saw that she was in a tingle of excitement. "You sure," she asked, "that you stopped to the canal draw?" Said the conductor, and when he comprehended, every time, he said, every time, "You be ready when she whistles." He hesitated, manifestly in some curiosity. "They ain't a house in a mile from there, though," he told her. "I know that," she gave back crisply. When I heard her speaking of the canal draw, I found myself wondering, for a woman is not above wonder. There, where the trains stopped just perceptibly, I myself was wont to leave them for the sake of the mile walk on the quiet highroad to my house. That, too, though it chanced to be night, for I am not afraid. But I wondered the more because other women do fear, and also because mine was the only house between the canal draw and Friendship Village, and manifestly, the shortest way to reach the village would have been to alight at the station. But I held my peace, for the affairs of others should be to those others an efficient disguise, and moreover, the greater part of one's wonder is wont to come to naught. Yet, as I seemed to follow this woman out upon the snow, and the train kept impersonally on across the meadows, I could not but see that her bags were many and looked heavy, and twice she set them down to rearrange. I think a ghost of the road could have done no less than ask to help her. And I did this with an abruptness of which I am unwilling master, though indeed I had no need to assume impatience, for I saw that my quiet walk was spoiled. When I spoke to her, she started and shrank away. But there was an austerity in the lonely white road and in the country silence which must have chilled a woman like her, and her bags were many and seemed heavy. "Much obliged to you," she said indistinctly. "I would just as lieve you should take the basket if you want." So I lifted the basket and trudged beside her, hoping very much that she would not talk. For though for my own comfort I would walk far to avoid treading on a nest, or a worm, or a magenta flower, and I loathe magenta, yet I am often blameful enough to wound through the sheerest bungling those who talk to me when I would rather be silent. The night was one clinging to the way of autumn, and as yet with no winter hinting. The air was mild and dry, and the sky was starry. I am not ashamed that on a quiet highroad on a starry night I love to be silent, and even to forget concerns of my own which seem pressing in the publicity of the sun. But I am ashamed, I own, to have been called to myself that night by a little choking breath of haste. "I cannot go so fast," my companion said humbly. "You might just set the basket down anywheres. I can." But I think that she can hardly have heard my apology, for she stood where she had halted, staring away from me. We were opposite the cemetery lying in its fence of field stone and whitewashed rails. "Oh, my soul," I heard her say, "I would forgot the graveyard, or I could not never a come this way." At that she went on, her feet quickening, as I thought, without her will, and she kept her face turned to me, so that it should be away from that whitewashed fence. And now because of the wound she had shown me, I walked a little apart in the middle of the road for my attempt at sympathy. So we came to the summit of the hill, and there the dark suddenly yielded up the distance. The lamps of the village began to signal, lights dotted the fields and gathered in a cosy blur in the valley, and half a mile to westward the headlight that marked the big Toplady barn and the little Toplady house shone out as if someone over there were saying something. "You live here in Friendship?" the girl demanded abruptly. I could show her my house a little way before us. "Ever go inside the graveyard?" she asked. "Sometimes I do go there," and at that answer she walked nearer to me and spoke eagerly. Ere all the tombstones standin' up straight, do you know, she said, have any o' their headstones fell down on 'em? This I could answer too, definitely enough. For Friendship Cemetery, by the vigilance of the Married Ladies Cemetery Improvement Sodality, is kept in no less scrupulous order than the Friendship Parlors. Well, that's a relief, she said. I could not get it out o' my head. Then, because she seemed of those on whom silence lays a cert imaginary demand, my mother and father and sisters buried there, she explained. They are in there. They all died when I was gone. And I got the notion that their headstones had tipped over onto M. Or Aunt Corny Moore's, maybe. Aunt Corny Moore. I knew that name, for they had told me about her in Friendship, so that her name, and that of the old Moxons, in whose former house I lived, and many others were like folk whom one passes often and remembers. I had been told how Aunt Corny Moore had made her own shroud from her crocheted parlor curtains, lest these fall to a later wife of her octogenarian husband, and how as she lay in her coffin, the curtain's shell-stitch parrot come right across her chest. This woman beside me had called her Aunt Corny Moore. And then I remembered the name which Dr. June had spoken on the train, and the wheels had measured. Delia Moore, I said, involuntarily, and regretted it as soon as I had spoken. But indeed, it was as if some legend woman of the place walked suddenly beside me, like the quick. Who in Friendship had not heard the name, and who, save one who keeps her own thoughts and forgets to give back greeting, would not on the instant have remembered it. Delia Moore's stepsister, Jenny Crapwell, had been betrothed to a carpenter of Friendship, and he was at work on their house when, a month before the wedding day, Delia and that young carpenter had run away. Who in Friendship could not tell that story? But before I had made an end of murmuring something, I might have known they had not done talkin' yet, Delia Moore said bitterly. They say it was like that when Calliope Marsh's beau run off with somebody else, for 10 years the town et it for cake. Well, they ain't any of 'em goin' to get a look at me. I do not give anybody the chance to show me the cold shoulder. You can tell 'em I was here if you want. They can scare the children with it. I will not tell, I said. She looked at me. Well, I cannot help it if you do, she returned. I am glad enough to speak to somebody, gettin' back so. It's 14 year, and I was fair bodisick to see the place again. At this she asked about Friendship folk, and I answered as best I might, though of what she inquired I knew little, and what I did know was footless enough for human comfort. As to the Topladies, for example, I had no knowledge of that one who had earned his money in bricks and had later married a foreigner. But I knew Mies Amanda, that she had hands dimpled like a baby giant's, and that she carried a blue parasol all winter to keep the sun from her eyes. I could not tell whether Liddy Ember had been able to afford skilled treatment for her poor, queer, pretty little sister. But I knew that Ellen Ember, with her crown of bright hair, went about Friendship Street singing aloud, and leaping up to catch at the low branches of the curb elms, and that she was as picturesque as a beautiful grotesque on a page of sober text. I had not learned where the old Moxons had moved, but I knew of them that they had left me a huge fireplace in every room of my house. I could have repeated little about Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, save that her black weekday cloak was lined with wine broadcloth, and that she wore it wrong side outward for best. And of whether Abigail Arnold's children had turned out well or ill, I was profoundly ignorant. But I remembered that she had caused a loaf of bread to be carved on the monument of her husband, the home baker, and so on. But these were not matters of which I could talk to the hungry woman beside me. Then, to my amazement, when I mentioned the Proudfits, those great and rich Proudfits whose motor had raced by our train, Delia Moore would have none of them. I do want to hear about M, she said. I know about M. I used to play with Miss Clementina and Miss Linda when we were little things. I used to live with the Proudfits then and go to school. They were good to me time and time again. They have told me their home was mine, too. But no, it would not be the same. I know M. They always were cruel, proud, and cruel pious. Me's Proudfit, she used to set up goodness and worship it like a little god. This judgment startled me, and yet to its import I secretly assented. For though I barely had their acquaintance, Madame Proudfit and her daughter Clementina were thorns to me too, so that I had had no pleasure in giving them back their greetings. Perhaps it was that they alone in Friendship sounded for me a note of other dace, but whatever it was, they were thorns to me, and I remember how, once more, something within me seemed to answer to this woman's bitterness. None the less, since of the Proudfits I could give her some fragment of account, I did so, to forge for Delia Moore what link I might between her present and her past. And it was knowledge which all Friendship shared. You knew, I said, that Miss Linda does not come here now, because she married against the wish of her family. Delia Moore looked up at me. But though I saw that now she softened somewhat, I had no relish for giving to her anything of the sad romance of beautiful Linda Proudfit, as they said, and the poor young clerk of nobody knew where, who, a dozen years before, had fled away together into the storm. Then there is Calliope Marsh, I ventured, to turn my thought not less than hers. But Delia Moore did not answer, and at this I was puzzled, for I think that Calliope has lived in friendship since the beginning, when she and Liddy Ember were partners in their little modiste shop. You will recall Calliope? I pressed the matter. And at that, yes. Oh, yes, she said, and would say no more. And because Calliope had forbidden me, I did not mention that I had seen her on the train that morning, and that she was absent from friendship, but it grieved me that this stranger should be indifferent to anything about her. I would have passed my own gate because the basket was heavy and because I knew that the girl was crying. But she remembered how I had shown her my house, and there she detained me and caught at her basket, in haste to be gone. So I, who feel upon me a weak necessity to do a bidding, watched her go down the still road. Yet I could not let her go away quite like that, and before I had meant to do so I called to her. Delia Moore, I sighed as familiarly as if she had been some other expression of myself. I saw her stop, but I did not go forward. I lifted my voice a little, for by the distance between us I was less ill at ease than I am in the usual personalities of comfort. I heard that on the train, I said then awkwardly, and I was the more awkward that I was not persuaded of any reason in my words, that about the shadow of good things to come. Maybe it meant something. Delia Moore's thin, high-pitched voice came back to me, expressing all my unvoiced doubt. "'Tisn't like," she said, "I never take any stock." Then I looked at my dark house in a kind of consternation, lest it had heard me trying to give comfort. For within those walls, I had sometimes spoken almost as this woman spoke. But it occurred to me that even the drowned should throw immaterial ropes to any who struggle in dark waters. It will not be necessary, I hope, to say that I followed Delia Moore that night from no faintest wish to know what might happen to her. For I have a weak desire for peace of mind, and I would rather have forgotten her story. I followed because the quiet highroad was so profoundly lonely, and the country silence is ambiguous, and I cannot bear to think of a woman abroad alone in the dark. I cannot bear to think of myself abroad alone in the dark, though I go quite without fear. But certain other women have fear, and this one was crying. I kept well behind her, and as soon as she reached the village, I meant to lose sight of her and return, for a village is guardian enough. But when we had passed the bleak meadow of the slaughterhouse and the wide, wet-smelling wood yard, and had reached the first cottage on Daphne Street, I was startled to see her unlatch that cottage gate and enter the yard, and I was suddenly sadly apprehensive, for the cottage was the home of Calliope, who that morning had left the village and had asked me to say nothing about it. What if this poor creature had fled to Calliope for sanctuary, only to find locked doors? So I waited in the shadow of a warehouse like a bandit, and I raged at the thought of having possibly to harbor this stranger among the books of my quiet home. Then suddenly I saw a light shining brightly in Calliope Marsh's cottage, and someone wearing a hat came swiftly and drew down a shade. On the instant the matter was clear to me, who have a genius for certain ways of a busybody. Calliope must have known that this poor girl was coming. Calliope's warning to me to keep silence must have been a way of protection to her. And here to Calliope's cottage Delia Moore had come creeping, whom all friendship would hold in righteous distaste. But I alone of all friendship knew that she was here, fair Bodisick, to see the place again. I turned back to the highroad, pretending great wrath that I should be so keen over the doings of any, and that my walk should have been spoiled because of her. But there are times when wrath is difficult. And do what I would, there came some singing in my blood, and like a busybody, I found myself standing still in the road fashioning a plan. Romans 6. Is dog? It was as if time and the hour were my allies, for at once I was aware of a cutter driven smartly from the village, and I recognized the Toplady's sorrel. At my signal, the cutter drew up beside me, and it held Timothy Toplady on his way home from the station. I asked him what o'clock it was, and when he had found a match to light his huge silver watch. "Blister and Benson," he said ruefully, "it's 6:30, and me late with the chores again. I am hauled and sawed if it hain't always 6:30. They do not seem to be no times in between." "Mr. Toplady," I said boldly, "let us get up a surprise party on Calliope Marshall and Mrs. Toplady and me." I had learned that he was loath to oppose a suggestion, and that he always preferred to agree, but I had not hoped for enthusiasm. "That's the idea," said Timothy heartily. "I do admire a surprise. But what I think is this," he added, "when will we have it?" "Tonight," I proposed boldly. "Hugh," Timothy whistled, "sudden for generale? Suits me. Better drive out home with me and break it to Amanda," he cried. I smiled as I sat beside him, noting that his enthusiasm was very like relief. For if anyone was present, he well knew that his masterful Amanda would say nothing of his tardiness. And so it was, for as we entered the kitchen, she entirely overlooked her husband in her amazement at seeing me. Forevermore, that great Amanda said, turning from her stove of savory skillets. Ain't you the stranger? Timothy says only today, speakin' o' you, she ain't been here for a week, week. Essie, it's goin' on too. I'm a great hand to keep track. Throw off your things. At that I began to feel her influence. Me's Toplady is so huge and capable that her mere presence will modify my judgments, and instantly I fell wondering if I was not, after all, come on a fool's errand. She is like Athena. For I can think about Athena well enough, but if I were really to stand before her, I am certain that the project in which I implored her help would be sunk in my sudden sense of Olympus. Not the less, I made my somewhat remarkable proposal with some show of assurance, and I should have counted on Me's Toplady's sympathy, which ripens at less than a sigh. In friendship, you but mention a possible charity, visit, or new church carpet, and the enthusiasm will react on the possibility, and the thing be done. It is the spirit of the West, the pioneer blood in the veins of her children, expressing itself since there are of late no forests to conquer, in terms of love of any initiative. We love a project as an older world would approve the civilizing reasons for that project. Mies Amanda plunged into the processes of the party much as she would have felled a tree. It warmed my heart to hear her. We would ought to have a hot supper. What victuals'll we take? She said. Land, yes, oysters, o' course, and we will all chip in and take plenty enough crackers. We might as well carry dishes from here, so's to be sure and have what we want to use. At Me's Dr. Hellman's surprise we run way short o' spoons, and Elder Woodruff finally went out in the hall and drank his broth, and hid his bowl in the entry. Me's Hellman found it and knew it by the nick. That reminds me whole we ask. Mrs. Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss, said I, promptly, and Abigail Arnold, and Dr. June, and Abel Halsey. And the Proudfits, Mies Amanda went on. Suppose, said I with high courage, that we do not ask the Proudfits at all. Mies Amanda threw up her giant hands. Not ask the Proudfits, she said. Why, my land a-livin', the minister hardly has church in the church without the Proudfits get an invite. Calliope mends their fine lace for them, I reminded her, feeling guilty. They would not care to come, Mrs. Amanda, would they? But of course I was remembering Delia Moore's, but now I know M. They worship goodness like a little god. And that night I was not minded to have them about, for it might befall that it would be necessary to understand other things as well. Miss Linda would 'a' cared to, said Mies Amanda thoughtfully, but I don't myself about Mies Proudfit and Miss Clementina for sure. So bold an innovation as the Proudfit's omission, however, moved Timothy Toplady to doubt. They might not come, he said, frowning and looking sidewise, but what I think is this, will they like Bain left out? His masterful Amanda instantly took the other side. Land Timothy, she said, you be one. I have heard her say that to him again and again, and always in a tone so skillfully admiring that he looked almost gratified. And we mentioned the Proudfits no more. So Calliope Marsh's surprise party came about. When supper was over, the table was left setting, while pickles and cookies and conserve were packed in baskets, and presently the Topladies and I were stealing about the village inviting to festivity. I love to remember how swiftly Daphne Street took on an air of the untoward. Kitchens were left dark, unaccustomed lights flashed in upper chambers, some went scurrying for oysters before the post office store should be closed, and some spread the news, eager to share in the holiday importance. I love to remember our certainty, so reasonably established, that they would all join us as infallibly as children will join in jollity. No one refused, no one hesitated, and when, at 8 o'clock, the Topladies and I reached the rendezvous in the engine house entry, everyone was there before us save only, of course, the Proudfits. Where's the Proudfits? Ain't we goin' to wait for the Proudfits? Asked more than one, and someone had seen the Proudfit motor come flashing through the town from the plank road empty, at all of which I kept a guilty silence, and I had by then not a little guilt to bear, since I was becoming every moment more doubtful of my undertaking. For at heart these people are the kindly of earth, and yet they are prone, as Delia Moore had said of the Proudfits, to worship goodness like a little god, nor do they commonly broaden their allegiance without distinguished precedent. And how were we to secure this? Everyone was their little gray Dr. June, flitting about as quietly as a moth, and all those of whom Delia Moore had asked me. Mies Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss, wearing her cloak wine broadcloth side out to honor the occasion. Abigail Arnold, with a huge basket of gingerbread and jumbles from her home bakery. Photographer Jimmy Sturgis, and even Mies Sturgis, in a faint aroma of caraway which she nibbled incessantly. Liddy Ember and poor Ellen, wearing her magnificent hair like a coronet, and standing wistfully about with her hand, palm outward, persistently covering her mouth. And Abel Halsey, who was to leave at midnight for a lonely cross-country ride into the hills. And as they stood, gossiping and eager, the women bird observant of one another's toilettes, I own myself to have felt like an alien among them, remembering how I alone knew that Calliope Marsh was not even in the village. Very softly, we lifted the latch of Calliope's gate and trooped in her little dark yard. Blisterin Benson, Timothy Toplady whispered, "Ef the house hain't pocket dark, front and back, what ef she's when in the country?" SHH whispered his great Amanda masterfully, "It's the shades down, I am nervous as a witch. My land, if the front door ain't open a foot." Though there are no locked doors in friendship, I had feared that Calliope's cottage door would now be barred, and that Delia Moore would answer no formal summons. At sight of the unguarded entrance, I had a sick fear that she had in some way heard of our coming and fled away, leaving the door ajar in her haste. But when we had footed softly across the porch and peered in the dark passage, we saw at its farther end a crack of light. "Might as well step right down to the dinin' room that's where she sets," Mies Amanda said in her whisper, which is gigantic too. The passage smelled of the oilcloth on the floor and of a rubber waterproof which I brushed. And I shrank back beside the waterproof and let the others go on. For, after all, to that woman within I was a stranger, and these were her friends of old time. So it was Mies Amanda who opened the dining room door. I could see that the room was cheery with a red-shaded hanging lamp, and shelves of plants, and a glowing fire in the great range. A table was covered with red cotton and laid with dishes. Also, there was the fragrance of toast, so that one wished to enter. And in a rocking chair sat Delia Moore. She stared up in a kind of terror at the open door, and then turned shrinkingly to someone who sat beside her. But at that one beside her, I looked and looked again, for her rich fur cloak had fallen where she had let it fall. And there, sitting with Delia Moore's hand in hers, was that great Madame Proudfoot of the Proudfoot estate. "For the land," Mies Amanda said, "for the land." But she was not looking at Madame Proudfoot. And hardly seeing her, as I could guess, that great Mies Amanda went forward, holding out her arms. "Delia Moore," she cried, "Delia Moore." I saw Abel Halsey's pale, luminous face as he pushed past Timothy and strode within and crossed to her. And I remember Abigail Arnold and Mies Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss, and how they followed Abel with little sharp cries, which must have been a kind of music. And with them went Ellen Ember, as if secretly she were wiser than we knew. And while the others blocked the passage or crowded into the room, according to the nature which was theirs, someone came from the cellarway and paused, smiling, on the threshold. And it was Miss Clementina Proudfoot, with eggs in her hands. "Wait," I heard Delia's sharp, piping voice then, "wait." She rose, one thin little hand pressed tensely along her cheek, but the other hand Madame Proudfoot held in both her own as she, too, rose beside her. And with them Abel stood, facing the rest. "Oh, Abel Halsey," Delia said, "and Mame Blissner, you, Abigail, do not you, any of you, come in yet. I got something to tell you." "But shake hands first, Delia," cried Abel Halsey, and Delia looked up at him, in her face a sudden, incredulous thankfulness which flushed it, brow and cheek, and won it to a way of beauty. But she did not give him her hand. And before she could speak again, Miss Clementina put down the eggs, and with some little stir of silk, she took a step or two steps toward us. "Ah," she said, "let us not wait for anything, it has been so long since we have met. Delia has just told mother and me all about these years, and you do not know how splendid we think she has been, and how brave in great trouble. Come in, everybody, and let's make her welcome home." Madame Proudfoot said nothing, but she nodded and smiled at Delia Moore, and it seemed to me that in the Proudfoot's way with Delia, their beautiful Linda had won a kind of presence with them after all. And in the moment's hush, the toast, propped on a fork before the coals in the range, suddenly blazed up in blue flame at the crust. "Somebody save the toast," cried Clementina and smiled very brightly. They needed no more. Timothy Toplady sprang at the toast, and already Abel Halsey and Dr. June were shaking Delia's hand. And Mies Amanda, throwing her shawl back over her shoulders from its pin at her throat, enveloped Delia in her giant arms. And the others came pushing forward, on their faces the smiles which, however they had faltered in the passage seeking a precedent, I make bold to guess bodied forth the gentle, hesitant spirit which informed them. As for me, I waited without, even after the others had entered. And as I lingered, the outer door was pushed open to admit some late comer who whisked down the passage and stood in the dining room doorway. It was Calliope. "Delia Moore," she cried, "did not I tell you how it would be if you would only let him know? And me's Proudfoot, you hear? I've been worried to death on account o' forgettin' to take home your cream lace waist I mended. Madame Proudfit's voice lowered the high key of the others talking in chorus. We drove over to get it, Calliope, she said, and here we found our Delia Moore. At 11 o'clock that night, as I sat writing a letter in which the spirit of what had come to pass must have breathed as a spirit will breathe, Calliope Marsh tapped at my door, and she had a little basket. Here, she said, I brought you this. It's some o' everything we hede and I'm obliged for my esprise, she added, squeezing my hand in the darkness. I surmised first thing most when Delia described you. No, land no, Delia do not suspicion you got it up. She do not think of it bane anybody but just God and I donos twas. And that's what Abel thinks want Abel splendid. You know about Abel and Delia? You know he used to wanted taught that is, he was a no, well no. Of course you would not know. Well, Delia do not suspicion yow but she said I should tell you something. You tell her, she says to me. You tell her I say I guess I take stock now, she says, tell her that. I guess I take stock now. At this my heart leaped up so that I hardly know what I said in answer. Delia's out here now, Calliope called from the dark steps. The Proudfits brought us. Delia's goin' home with him to stay. Thus I saw the eyes of the Proudfits motor, with the threads of streaming light, about to go skimming from my gate. And in that kindly security was Delia Moore. Calliope, I cried after her because I could not help it, tell Delia Moore I take stock, too. Romans 7. The Big Wind. Of Abel Halsey, that young itinerant preacher, I learned more on a December day when autumn seemed to have come back to find whether she had left anything. Calliope and I were resting from a racing walk up the hillside, where the squat brick leading Church of Friendship overlooks the valley pastures and the village. Calliope walks like a girl, and with our haste and the keen air, her wrinkled cheeks were as rosy as youth. Do not it seem like some days do not belong to any month, but just whim along, doin' as they please? Calliope said. Months that might be snowin' and blowin' the expression off our face have days when they sort o' show summer hid inside, secret and holy. That's the way with lots o' things, ain't it? That's the way, she added thoughtfully, Abel feels about the Lord, I guess. Abel Halsey, you know. They had told me how Abel, long ordained a minister of God, had steadfastly refused to be installed a pastor of any church. He was a devout man, but the love of far places was upon him, and he lived what friendship called agypsian off in the hills, now to visit a sick man, now to preach in a country schoolhouse, now to marry or bury or help with the thrashing. These lonely rides among the hills and his custom of watching a train come in or rush by out of the distance were his ways of voyaging. Perhaps, too, his little skill at the organ gave him, now and then, an hour resembling a journey. But in his first youth he had meant to go away in earnest far away, to the city or some other city. Also, though Calliope did not speak of it again, and I think that the others kept a loyal silence because of my strangerhood, I had known, since the homecoming of Delia Moore, that Abel Halsey had once had another dream. You was not here when the new church was built, Calliope said, looking up at the building proudly. That was the time I mean about Abel. You know, before it was built, we would heed church in the hall over the Geckerjeck's drugstore. And because it was his hall, Hiram Geckerjeck, he just about run the church, picked out the wallpaper, left the stair door open Sundays so's he could get the church heat, till the whole service smelt o' ether. And finally he did church announcements printed as a gift, but with a line about a patent medicine his set fine along at the bottom. He said that was no different than advertisin' the printin' offices that way, like they do. But it was that move made Abel Halcyham and Timothy Toplady and Appleby Holcomb and Postmaster Sykes, the three elders, set to build a church. And they done it too. And to them four I declare it seemed like the buildin' was a body waitin' for its soul to be born. From the minute the sod was scraped off they watched every stick that went into it. And by November it was all done and plastered and weighed in its pewson. It was agon to be dedicated with special dance music from off, and strange ministers, and Reverend Arthur Bliss from the city. I guess Abel and the elders he detacked printed invites to half the barns in the county. I recollect it was Wednesday, the one next before the dedication, and windy cold and wintry. I would been having a walk that day, and long about 5 o'clock, right about where we are, I would stood watchin' the sunset over the pump pasture there, till I was chilled through. The smoke was rollin' out o' the church chimney because they was dryin' the plaster, and I run in there to get my hands warm and see how the plaster was doin'. And inside was the three elders, walkin' round, layin' a finger on a sash or a post that kind o' odd, knowledgeable way men has with new buildin's. The ladies' aid had got the floor broom clean, and the lamp chandelier filled and ready, and the foreign pipe organ that the Proudfits had sent from Europe was in work in order, little looking glass over the keyboard and all. It seemed real homelike, with the two big stoves aggin, and the floor back of 'em piled up with the chunks Peleg Bemuse had sawed for nothin'. Everything was all redded up, waitin' for the pews. Timothy Toplady was puttin' out his middle finger stiff here and there on the plaster. "It's dry as a bone," he says, "but what I say is this, let's us leave a fire burn here all night, so's to be sure. I would hate like death to have the whole congregation catchin' cold and talkin' Hiram Geckerjeck's medicine." I recollect Appleby Holcomb, looked up sort o' dreamy. Appleby always goes round like he would swallowed his last night's sleep. "The house o' God," he says over. Ain't that curious? Nothin' about it to indicate it's the house o' God, but the Chapino mourns if 'twas a buildin' where the Holy Spirit never come near. And yet right here in this place, we will meb feel the big wind and speak with Pentecostal tongues. "T seems like," says Postmaster Sykes, thoughtful, "T seems like we would ought to have a little meetin' o' thanks here o' Sat'day night little informal praise meetin', or somethin'." Timothy shakes his head decided. "Silas Sykes, what you talkin'?" he says. "Why, the church ain't dedicated yet. A house o' God, cannot be used for no purpose whatsoever without it's been dedicated." "So it can't, so it cannot," says the postmaster, apologetic, knowin' he was in politics and that the brethren was watchin' him. Cat to mouse for slips. "I s'pose that's so," says Appleby, doubtful. "But he's one o' them that sort o' ducks under situations to see if they are alike on both sides, and if they ain't, he up and questions 'em." Timothy, though, he was different. Timothy was always goin' on about constituted authority, and to him the thing was the thing, even if it was another thing. "That's right," he insists, his lips disappearin' with certainty. "I s'pose we had not really ought even to come in here and stand round like we are." He looks sidelin' over towards me, warmin' my hands real secular by the church stove. And I felt like I would been spoke up for when somebody says from the door, "You better just bar out the carpenters o' this world, friends, and done with it." It was Abel Halsey, standin' in the entry, lookin' as handsome as the law allows. And I see he happened to be there because the through was about due. That's the one that do not stop here, and you can always get a good view of it from this slope. You know Abel never misses watchin' a fast train go long, if he can help himself. "What's the idea?" Abel says. "How can you pray at all in closets and places that ain't been dedicated? I should not think they would be holy enough, esse." "That," says the postmaster, "sure o' support ain't the question." "I thought it could not be," says Abel, amiable. "Well, what is the question? Whether prayer is prayer, no matter where you are prayin'." "Oh no," says Appleby Holcomb, soothin', "it ain't that." "I thought it could not be that," says Abel. "Is it whether the Lord is in dedicated spots and nowheres else?" "Abel Halsey," Timothy tarts up, "you needn't to be sacrilegious." "But," says Abel, "the question is, whether you are sacrilegious to deny a prayer meetin', or any other good use to the church or to any other place, dedicated or not." "Well, Timothy, I think you are." Timothy clears his throat and dabs at the palm of his hand with his other front finger. But before he could lay down eternal law, we sort o' heard. Almost before we knew we heard, folks hurryin' past out here on the frozen ground. And they was shoutin', like questions, and a shoutin' further off. We looked out, and I can remember how the whole slope up from the village there was black with folks. We run outside, and I know I kept close by Abel Halsey. And I got hold o' what had happened when somebody yelled an answer to his askin'. You probably heard all about that part. It was the day the through express went off the track down there in the cut beyond the pump pasture. We run with the rest of 'em, me keepin' close to Abel. I guess because he's got a way with him that makes you think he would know what to do no matter what. But when he was 2/3 o' the way across the pasture, he stops short and grabs at my sleeve. "Look here," he says, "you cannot go down there, you must not do it. We don't know what will be. You stay here," he says, "you set there under the cottonwood." You kind o' have to mind Abel. It's sort o' grained in that man to have folks disciple after him. I made him promise he would motion from the fence if he see I could help any, and then I see down under that big tree down there. I was tremblin' some, I know. It always seems like wrecks are somethin' that happen in other states and in the dark. But when one's on ground that you know like a book and was brought up on, when it's in the daylight, right by a pasture you have been acrossed always and where you have walked the ties, well, I s'pose it's the same feelin' as when a man you know cuts up a state's prison caper. Seems like he cannot of, because you knew him. Half the men o' friendship run by me, seems though. The whole town been rousted up while we was in the church talkin' heresy. And up on the high place on the road, there I see Zittelhoff's undertaking wagon, with the sunset showin' on its nickel rails. But not a woman run past me. Ain't it funny how it's men that go to danger of rail and fire and water, but when it's nothing but birth and dyin' natural, then it's for women to be there. When I would got about ready to fly away, wait and so, I see Abel at the fence. And he did not motion to me, but he swung over the top and come across the stubble, and I see he dee something in his arms. I run to meet him, and he run too, crooked, his feet turnin' over with him some in the hard ground. The sky made his face sort o' bright, and I see he would got a child in his arms. He did not give her to me. He stood her downside o' me little thing of 5 years old, or 6, with thick, straight hair and big scared eyes. Is she hurt, Abel? I says. No, she ain't hurt none, he answers me, and they's about 17 more of 'em, her age, and they ain't hurt either. Their coach was standin' up on its legs all right, but the man they was with, he's stone dead, hit on the head somehow. And Abel says I am goin' to throw 'em all over the fence to you. The little girl Jus kept still, and when we took her by each hand and run back toward the fence with her feet hardly touchin' the ground, she kept up without a word, like all to once she would found out this is a world where the upside down is considerable in use. And I waited with her, over there this side the cut, here and farther down rippin' off fence rails so's to let through what they he'd to carry. Time after time Abel come scramblin' up the sandbank, bringin' 2 once little girls they was, all about the age o' the first one, none of 'em with hats or cloaks on. And I took 'em in my arms and set 'em down, and took 'em in my arms and set 'em down, till I was fair movin' in a dream. They belonged, I see by their dress, to some kind of a home for the homeless, and I judged the man was talkin' somewheres, him that Abel said been killed. Some'd reach out their arms to me over the fancy and some was afraid and hung back, but some just cling to me and not want to be set down. I can remember them the best. Abel, when he come with the last ones, he off with his coat like I with my ulster, and as well as we could we wrapped 4 or 5 of 'em up on that was sickly, and one little delicate blonde, and a little lame girl, and the one the others called her Mitzithat come over the fence first. And by then half of 'em was beginnin' to cry some, and the wind was like so many knives. Where shall we take 'em to, Abel? I says beside myself. Take 'em, he says, take 'em into the church. Quick as you can, this wind is like death, stay with 'em till I come. Somehow or other I got across that pasture. When I look at the pump pasture now, in afternoon like this, or in spring with villets, or when a circus shows there, it do not seem to me it could have been the same place. I kept together the best I could, some of beggin' for Mr. Mitty, the man, I judged, that was dead. And finally we got up here in the road, and it was like the end o' pain to be able to fling open the church door and marshal through the entry into that great, big, warm room with the 2 fires roarin'. I got round the nearest stove and rubbed their little hands and tried not to scare to death with wantin' to love And all the while, bad as I felt for I was glad and glad that it was me that could be there with They was 20 when I come to count so's to keep track. 20 little girls with short, thick hair or soft, short curls, and everyone with something baby-like left to And when we sat on the floor round the stove, the coals shone through the big open draft into their faces, and they looked over their shoulders to the dark creepin' up the room, and they come closer round me and the close-up ones snuggled. Well, o' course that was at first, when they was some dazed, but as fast as their blue little hands was warm and pink again, 1 or 2 of 'em begun to whimper, natural and human, and up with their arm to their face, and then begun to cry right out, and some more joined in, and the rest pipes up, askin' for Mr. Mitty, and I thought, espiasin they all cried, and what if Abel Halsey stayed away hours? I dunno. I done my best too. Mebbits because I am used to children with my heart and not with my ways. Anyhow, most of 'em was cryin' prime when Abel finally got there. When he come in, I see Abel's face was white and dusty, and he had his other coat off and gone too, and his shirt sleeves was some tore. But he comes runnin' up to them, cryin' children, and I wished you could 'a seen his smile. Abel's smile was always kind o' like his soul growin' out of his face, real thrifty. Why, you little kiddies, cryin' when you are all nice and warm. Let's see now, he says grave. Anybody here know how to play drop the handkerchief? If you do, he tells 'em, stand up quick. They scrambled round like they was beetles and you would took up the stone. They was all up in a minute, and stopped cryin', too. With that he catches my handkerchief out o' my hand and flutters it over his head and runs to the middle o' the room. Come on, he says, hold o' hands every one o' you hold o' hands. I am goin' to drop the handkerchief and you would better hurry up. That was talk they knew. They was after him in a second and tears forgot, them poor little things, laughin' and hold o' hands, and dancin' in a chain and standin' in a ring. And when he DM like that, and still, Abel begun runnin' round to drop the handkerchief, and then he turns to me. Only 2 killed, thank God, he says as he run. The conductor and Middleton, he spells it, and motions to the children with the handkerchief so's I would know who Middleton was. And not a scrap o' paper on him, he goes on to tell what home he brought the children from or where he's goin' with them. Their mileage was punched to the city, but we do not know where they belong there, and the conductor bane gone too. The poor fellow that had M in charge never knew what hurt him. Hit from overhead, he was, and his skull crushed. It was so dark in the church by then we could hardly see, but the children could keep track o' the white handkerchief. He let it fall behind the little girl he would brought me first, Mitzi, and she catches it up and sort o' squeaks with the fun and runs after him. And while he doubles and turns, they have telegraphed ahead, he says, to 2 or 3 places in the city. But even if we hear right off, we cannot get 'em out o' Friendship tonight. They will have to stay here. The Commercial Travelers Hotel and the Depot House has both got all they can do for some of 'em hurt pretty bad. They could not either hotel take 'em in. Then he lets Mitzi catch him and he ups with her on his shoulder and run with her on his back, his face looking out o' her blue, striped skirts. We will have to house 'em right here in the church, he says. Here, says I, here in the church. You know Friendship, he says, hopping along. Not half a dozen houses could take in more'n 2 extry, even if we he'd the time to canvass. And we ain't the time. They want their supper right now, he spells it out, and lit out nimble when Mitzi dropped the handkerchief back o' the little blonde girl. Then he let the little blonde girl catch them, and he took her on his shoulders too, and they was both shoutin' so tee-hee-hee-dee to make little circles out to get where I could hear him. I have seen Zittelhoff, he told me. He was down there with his wagon. He will bring up enough little canvas cots from the store. And I thought Meb you would go down to the village and pick up some stuff they will need bedding and things, and get the women here with some supper. Come on now, he calls out to M, everybody in a procession and sing. He led M off with, King William was King James's son. And he sings back to me for the second line. Go now, go quick, I bet they are starved. So I got into my coat, trying to think where I should go to be sure o' not wastin' time talkin'. Lots o' folks in this world is willin', but mighty few can be quick. I knew right off, though, where I would find somebody to help. The Friendship Married Ladies Cemetery Improvement Sodality was meetin' that afternoon with me's top lady, and I could cut across their pasture calliope, nodded toward the little top lady house, and the big top lady barnin', that's what I done. And when I got near enough to the house to tell, I see by the light in the parlor that they was still there. And I know when I got into the room, full as I was o' news o' them little children and the wreck and the 2 killed and all them that was hurt there, was the sodality settlin', whether the lamb's wool comforter for the bazaar should be tied with pink for daintiness or brown for durability. Dainty, says I, when I got my breath. They's sides to life makes me want to pinch that word right out o' the dictionary same as I would a bug, I says. That was funny, too, Calliope added thoughtfully, because I like that word, speakin' o' food and ways to do things. But some folks get to live in the word same's if it was the law. I guess they thought I was crazy, she went on, but I was not long mackin' em understand. And I tell you, the way they took it made me love em all. If you want to love folks, just you get in some kind o' respectable trouble and friendship, and you will see so much lovableness that the trouble o' kind o' spindle out and leave nothin' but the love doin' business. My land, the sodality went at the situation head first, like it was something to get across before dark. And so it was. I remember me's photographer Sturgis, there, she says, most cryin'. If ever I take only a pint o' milk, I am sure as sure to want more before the day's out. None of us is on good terms with each other's milkman. Where we goin' to get the milk, she says, for them poor little things. Where, says me's top lady, you know how big and comfortable and settled she is where? Well, you needn't to think where. I expect the Jersey will not be milked till I go and milk her, she says, but she gives 6 quarts nights, right along now and sometimes 7. Now about the bread. Me's postmaster Sykes used to set sponge twice a week, and she offered 5 loaves out o' her 6 baked that day. Me's Holcomb had 2 loaves o' brown bread and a crock o' sour cream cookies, and Libby Liberty bursts out that they would got up their courage and killed and boiled 2 o' their chickens the day before and none o' the girls been able to touch a mouthful. Bane they would raise the hens from egg to axe. Libby said she would bring the whole kettle along, and it could be het on the church stove and made soup of. So it went on, down to even Liddy Ember, that was my partner and silly poor, and in about 4 minutes everything was provided for, beddin' and all. Me's top lady had flew upstairs, gettin' out the linen, and she was comin' down the front stairs with her arms full o' sheets and pillow slips when through the front door walks Timothy top lady, come in all excited and lookin' every which way. Seems he would barked his elbow in the rescue work and laid off for liniment. "Oh, Timothy," says his wife, "them poor little children. We have been planning it all out." "Who's goin' to take 'em in?" says Timothy, tryin' to roll up his overcoat sleeve for fear the sodality'd be put to the blush if he got to his elbow any other way. "They are all warm in the church," Me's toplady says. "We are goin' to leave 'em there. Zittelhoff's goin' to take up canvas cots. We are gettin' the bedding together," she told him. Timothy looked up, sort o' wild and glazed. "Canvas cots, essay in the house o' the Lord." "Why, Timothy," says his wife, helpless, "it's all warm there now, and we do not know what else. We thought we would carry up their supper to 'em." "Supper," says Timothy, "in the house o' the Lord." Then Me's toplady spunks up some. "Why, yes," she says, "I am goin' to milk the Jersey and take up the 2 pails." Timothy waves his barked arm in the air. "Never, essay, never. We elders'll never consent to that, not in this world." At that we all stood around sort o' pinned to the air. This had not occurred to nobody. But his wife was back at him, real crispy. "Timothy Toplady, says he, they use churches for hospitals and refuges," she says. "They do," says Timothy, solemn. "They do, in necessity, and war, and siege. But here's the whole o' Friendship Village to take these children in, and it's sacrilege to use the house o' God for any purpose whatever while it's waitin' its dedication. It's stealin', he says, from the Lord Most High." I never see anybody more head up. We all tried to tell him. Nobody in Friendship has a warm spare room in winter without it's the Proudfits, and they was in Europe in their house locked. Meb 6 of us, we counted up afterwards, could have took in 2 children to sleep in a cold room, or 1 child to sleep with someone o' the family. But as Abel said, where was the time to canvass round? And what could we do with the other little things? But Timothy would not listen to nothin'. "Amanda," essa in a married voice, "what I say is this. I forbid you to carry a drop o' Jersey milk or any other kind o' milk up to that church." With that, he was out the front door and liniment forgot. Mies Sykes spat at her hands. "He will find Silas Sykes in Appleby," she says to Mies Holcomb. "Quick, let's us get our hands on my bread and your cookies. Them poor little things way past their supper hour." "And none of 'em got mothers," says Mies Sturgis, "just left round with lockets on. ISBOs and wrecked and hungry." "And one O.M. lame," Mame Holcomb puts in, down on her knees tryin' to sort out her overshoes. The sodality never could tell its own overshoes. "Well, they scattered so quick it made you think o' mulberry leaves. Some years. In the first frostin' I was left alone with Me's toplady. 'Here,' she says to me then, all squintin' with firmness, 'you take along all the linen and comfortables you can lug. Timothy did not mention them, and leave the rest to me.' I went over that in my mind while I stumbled along back to the church, loaded down, but I could not make much out of it. I knew Timothy Toplady, that he was meek till he turned and then it was look out. And I knew, too, that Timothy could run Silas Sykes, the postmaster's political strength, like you have noticed, mackin' him kind o' wobbled in his own judgment of other things. I did not know how Appleby Holcombed bait might turn out to be one o' the things he would up in question, civilized, but I wa'n't sure. Anyhow, the cream cookies and the 2 loaves was not so vital as them 5 loaves o' bread. When I got back to the church, here it was all lit up. Abel had lit the chandelier on a secular scene. Bless it surely was secular, though, accordin' to my lights, it was some sacred too. 6 or 7 of the little things was buildin' a palace out o' the split wood, with the little lame girl for queen. The little blonde and the one that was real delicate lookin' had gone to sleep by the stove on Abel's overcoat. Mitzi, she run from somewheres and grabbed my hand. And Abel had the rest over by the other stove tellin' stories. I heard him say dragon, and blue velvet, and golden hair. I had not morn got inside the door before Zittelhoff's wagon come with the cots. And Mies Zittelhoff was with him, her arms full o' bedclothes she would gathered up around from folks. I never said a word to Abel about the trouble with Timothy. I dunno if Abel really heard us come in, he was so excited about his dragon. And Mies Zittelhoff and I began mackin' up the cots. On the first one I laid the 2 babies that was asleep on the floor. They never woke up. Their little cheeks was warm and pink, and one of 'em had some tears on it. When I see that, I clear forgot the church was not dedicated, and I thanked God they was there, safe and by a good fire, with somebody tendin' to 'em. The bedmakin and the storytellin' in the palace buildin' went on, and I kept gettin' exciter every minute. When the door opened, I could not tell which was in my mouth, my heart, or my tongue. But it was only Libby Liberty with the big iron kettle o' chicken broth and a basket o' cups and spoons. She see down the kettle on the stove and stirred up the fire under it, and it was no time before the whole church begun to smell savory as a kitchen. And then in walks Mies Holcomb with her brown bread and cream cookies. And we fair jumped up and down when Mies Sykes come breathin' in the door with them, 5 loaves o' wheat bread safe, and butter to match. Still, we was without milk. There was not a sign o' Mies Toplady. And any minute Timothy might get there with Sela's in tow. Mies Sykes was nervous as a witch over it, and it was her proposed we set the children up on the cots and begin feedin' 'em right away. I run down the room to tell Abel, and then I heedy to tell him why we would best hurry. Abel laughs a little when he heard about it. Dear old Timothy, he says, servin' his God accordin' to the dictates of his own notions. Wait a minute till I release the princess. When he said that, I was afraid he must be telling a worldly story with royalty in, and I begun to get troubled myself. But I heard him end it. So the princess found her kingdom because she learnt to love every living thing. She saved the lives of the hare and the goldfinch. And do not you ever let any living thing suffer 1 minute, and maybe you will find out some of the things the princess knew. And royalty or not, I felt all right about Abel's storytelling after that. Then we all brisked round and begun setting the children up on the cotstow or 3 to a cot, with one of us to wait on him. And both the little sleepy ones woke up, too. And when we sliced and spread the bread and dished the hot chicken broth and see how hungry they all seemed, I declare if one of us could feel wicked. The little things begun to talk some by then, and they chatted soft and looked up at us, and that little Mitzisht got so she would kiss me every time I would ask her. And I was perfectly shameless. I donno's the poor little thing got enough to eat. But sometimes when things go blue I like to think about that. I guess we was all the same. Our principal feelin' was how dear they was, and to hurry up before Timothy Toplady got there, and how we wished we he'd more milk. Then all of a sudden while we was flyin' round, I happened to go past the front door, and I heard a noise in the entry. I thought Timothy and Sela's, common with sheriffs and firearms, and I did not know what Sela's have in politics back of him. So, and I recollect I planned, wild and contradictory, first about callin' an instantaneous congregational meetin' to decide which was right, and then about telegraphin' to the city for constituted authority to do as we was doin', and then about Abel fightin' Timothy and Sela's both, if it come really necessary. I got hold o' Mies Sykes and Mame Holcomb and told M quiet. Somethin's the matter outside there, I says to M, kind o' warnin', and I thought you two'd ought to know it. And we all 3 come round by the entry door, careless, and listened. And the noise kept up, kind o' soft and obstinate, and we could not make it out. We would best go out there and see, says Mies Sykes, lo, the dear land knows what men will do. So we watched our chance and slipped outan, I guess. For all our high ways, we was all 3 wonderin' inside, was we really doin' right? You know your doubts come thick when there's a noise in the entry. But Mies Sykes acted as brave as 2, and it was her shut the door to behind us. And there, right by that stone just outside the entry o' the church, set Mies Timothy Toplady, milkin' her Jersey cow. We could just see her dim by the light o' the transom. She was on the second pail, and that was 2/3 full. She heedy her back toward us, and she did not hear us. She sat all wrapped up in a shawl, a basket o' cups side of her, and the Jersey stand in there, quiet and demure. And beyond, in the cut and movin' across the pump pasture, it was thick with lanterns. But before we 3'd heedy time to burst out like we wanted to, we sort o' scrooched back again. Because on the other side o' the cow we heard Timothy Toplady's voice. He would just got there, some breathless, and with him, we see, was Appleby. Amanda, says Timothy, what in the Dominion o' Canady air you doin'? I should not think you would know, says Mies Toplady short, you do not do enough of it. She heedy him there, Timothy always will go down to the Dick Dasher and shirk the chores. Amanda, says Timothy, you have disobeyed me flat-footed. No such thing, esses he, milkin' away like mad for fear he would use force. I ain't carried a drop o' milk here. I have drove it, she says. Timothy groaned. Milkin' in the church, he says. No, sir, says Amanda, back at him. I am outside on the sod, and you know it. And then my hopes sort o' riz, because I thought I heard Appleby Holcomb laugh soft sort of a half-and-half chuckle, like he would looked under the situation and see it was not alike on both sides. And the same time Mies Toplady, she changed her way, and Timothy, esses he, you hungry? I am nigh starved, says Timothy. It must be 8 o'clock, esse, but I ain't the heart to think o' that. No, esses he, so you ain't. Not with them poor babies in their hungerin' you be a nowheres to go. With that she got done milkin', and stood up and picked up her 2 pails. We could smell the sweet, warm milk from where we was. Timothy, esses he, the worst sacrilege that's done in this world is when folks turns their backs on any little bit of a chance that the Lord gives em to do good in, like he told em. Who was it, I would like to know, said, suffer little children? Who was it said, feed my lambs? No when or where about that, just do it. And no occasion to hem and haw about it, either. The least you can do for your share in this, as I see it, is to keep your silence and drive the cow back home. The oven's full o' baked sweet potatoes, and they must be just near and done. I see Timothy start to wave his arms, and I don't know what he would have said if it had not been settled for 999. For then, like it was right out o' the sky, the church organ begun to play soft. For a minute we all looked up, like the shepherds must have when the voices of the night told them the Spirit o' God was in the world, born in a little child. It was Abel. I knew right away it was Abel, and he was just gentlin' round soft on the keys, kind o' like he was askin' a blessin' and rockin' a cradle and doin' all the little nice things music can. And with that, Mies Sykes, she throws open the church door. I will never forget how it looked inside, all warm and lamplit, and with them little things bane fed and chatterin' soft. And up in the loft sat Abel, playin' away on the foreign organ before it would been dedicated. And then he begun singin' low, and there's something about Abel T you just have to listen, whatever he says or does. Even Timothy he d to listen, though I think he was some struck dumb, too, and that kept him controlled for a minute like it will. And Abel sung, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul." And at the first line, before we would really sensed what it was he said, every one o' them little children in the midst o' their supper slips off the edge o' the cots and kneeled down there on the bare floor, just like they would been told to. Oh, was not it wonderful? And yet it was not. We found out when folks come for 'em the next mornin', it was the children's prayer that they sung every day o' their lives at their good shepherd's orphans, home soft and out o' tune, and with all their little hearts. Just as they went ahead and sung it with Abel, clear to the end. I guess they did not know everybody do not kneel down all over the world when they hear the 23rd Psalm. Abel seen M in the little looking glass over the keyboard, and when he would got done, he sat there perfectly still with his head down. And Mies Sykes and Mies Holcomb and Appleby and I bowed our heads too, out there in the entry. And so, after a minute, did Timothy. I could not help peekin' to see. And then, when the children was all Arislin up, Mies Toplady she juice hands her 2 pails o' milk over to Timothy. "You take him in," she says to him, her eyes swimmin'. "I have come off without my handkerchief." Timothy looks round him, kind o' helpless, but Appleby stood there and pats him on the arm. Go in, brother," Appleby says gentle. "I guess the church has been dedicated. I feel like we would heard the big windin', I guess, Meb, the Pentecostal tongues." And Timothy's an awful tender-hearted man in spite o' Bane, so notional Timothy just went on in with the milk, without sayin' anything. And Appleby side of him. And we most shut the door on Silas Sykes, common tearin' up on account o' Timothy leavin' him urgent word to come, without explainin' why. And when Silas see the inside o' the church, all lit up in chicken supper for the children and the other 2 elders there with the milk, he just rubs his hands and beams like he see his second term. I donnos it would ever enter Silas Sykes's head there was anything wrong with anything, providin' somebody was not snappin' him up for it. I guess it's like that in politics. We took the milk around and baked sweet potatoes. Forgot, Timothy stood up by the stove, between Appleby and Silas, and watched usin' the Jersey must have picked her way home alone. And Abel, he just sat there to the organ, gentlin' round soft on the keys, so it made me think, oh God, movin' on the face o' the waters. And movin' on the face of everything else too, dedicated or not. It was like we would felt the big wind, same as Appleby said. And somethin' in it kind o' hid, secret and holy. Roman 8. The Grandma Ladies. 2 weeks before Christmas, friendship was thrown into a state of holiday delight. Mrs. Proudfit and her daughter, Miss Clementina, issued invitations to a reception to be given on Christmas Eve at Proudfit House, on Friendship Hill. The Proudfits, who had rarely entertained since Miss Linda went away, lived in Europe and New York and spent little time in the village. But for all that, they remained citizens in absence, and Friendship always wrote out invitations for them, whenever it gave companies. The invitations the postmaster duly forwarded to some Manhattan bank, though I think the village had a secret conviction that these were never received sent out wild to a bank in the city, so. However, now that old courtesies were to be so magnificently returned, everyone believed and felt a greater respect for the whole financial world. The invitations enclosed the card of Mrs. Nita Ordway, and the name sounded for me a note of other days when, before my coming to Friendship Village, we too had, in the town, belonged to one happy circle of friends. I thought at first Meb the card got shoved in the envelope by mistake, said Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss. I know once I got a Christmas book from a cousin o' mine in the city, and a strange man's card fell out o' the leaves. I sent the card right straight back to her, and Cousin Jane seemed real cut up, so I made up my mind I would lay low about this card. But I hear everybody's got 'em. I suppose it's a sign that it's some Mies Ordway's party too only not enough hers to get her name on the invite. Meb, she chipped in on the expenses. Give a third like enough. However that was, Friendship looked on the Christmas party as on some unexpected door about to open in its path, and it woke in the morning conscious of expectation before it could remember what to expect. Proudfit House, a Christmas party. It touched everyone as might some giant Santa Claus, for grown-ups, with a pack of heartsease on his back. When Mrs. Ordway arrived in the village, the excitement mounted. Mrs. Nita Ordway was the first exquisitely beautiful woman of the great world whom Friendship had ever seen beautiful like in the pictures of when noted folks was young. The village breathlessly summed her up. To be sure, when she and her little daughter, Viola, rode out in the Proudfit's motor, nobody in the street appeared to look at them. But Friendship knew when they rode, and when they walked, and what they wore, and when they returned. It was a happiness to me to see Mrs. Ordway again, and I sat often with her in the music room at Proudfit House and listened to her glorious voice in just the songs that I love. Sometimes she would send for her little Viola, so that I might sit with the child in my arms, for she was one of those rare children who will let you love them. I like be made some tension to, Viola sometimes said shyly. She was not afraid, and she would stay with me hour long, as if she loved to be loved. She was like a little purpose spirit, to let one pretend. A day or two after the invitations had been received, I was in my guest room going over my Christmas list. Just before Christmas, I delight in the look of a guest room, for then the bed is spread with a brave array of pretty things, and when one arranges and wraps them, the stitches of rose and blue on flowered fabrics, the flutter of crisp ribbons, and the breath of sachets make one glad. I was lingering at my task when I heard someone below, and I recognized her voice. Calliope, I called gladly from the stairs and bade her come up to me. Calliope is one of the women in whose presence one can wrap one's Christmas gifts. She came into the room, bringing a breath of winter, and she laid aside her tan ulster and her round straw hat, and straightway sat down on the rug by the open fire. Well said, she cried contentedly, a great fire upstairs. It's one of the things that never seems real to me, like a tower on a house. I would as soon think o' having a great fire up a tree and set there, as in my chamber. Anyway, when it comes winter, upstairs in Friendship is just a place where you go after something in the bureau drawer and come down again as quick as you can. I suppose you got an invite to the party. Yes, I said, and you will go, Calliope. But instead of answering me, my land, she said, think of it. A party like that, and not a low-necked waist in town, nor a swallowtail. And only 2 weeks to do anything in, and only Liddy Ember for dressmaker, and it takes her 2 weeks to make a dress. I guess me's postmaster Sykes has got her. They say she read her invite in the post office with one hand and snapped up that tobacco-brown net in the post office store window with the other, and out and up to Liddy's and hired her before she was up from the breakfast table. So she gets the town new dress. Mies Sykes is terrible quick-moved. What will you wear, Calliope? I asked. Me, I never wear anything but Henrietta's, she said. I think the plainer faced you are, the simpler you would ought to be dressed. I used to fix up terrible ruffled, but when I see I was reglar plain-faced, I stuck to Henrietta's, mostly gray. Calliope, I said resolutely, you do not mean you are not going to the Proudfit party. She clasped her hands and held them, palms outward, over her mouth, and her eyes twinkled above them. No, sir, she said, I cannot go. You will laugh at me, she defended. Do not you tell, she warned, and finally she told me. Day before yesterday, she said, I went into the city, and I come out on the trolley. And I don't know what possessed me, I ain't done it for months, but when we crossed the start of the plank road, I got off and went up and visited the old lady's home. You know I have always thought, she broke off, well, you know I ain't a real lot to do with, and I always had an idee that meb sometime, when I got older I might. I nodded, and she went on. Well, I walked around among 'em up their canary birds and plants and footstools and the whole thing fixed up so cheerful that it's pitiful. Red wallpaper and flowered curtains and such, all fair yellin' at you. We are cheerful, 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 till I like to run. And it come over me, bane so near Christmas and all, what would they do on Christmas? So I asked a woman in a navy blue dress, seein' she flipped around like she was the flag o' the place. The south corridor, she answers, them's the highest payin' Calliope threw in, chipped in and got up a tree, and there's gifts for all, says he. The west corridor them's the local city ones all has friends to take him away for the day. The east corridor thier from farther away and Midland Weltedole has boxes common to 'em from off. But the north corridor, says he, scowlin' some, is rather a trial to us. And I was waitin' for that. The North Corridor is all charity old ladies, paid for out o' the fund, and the president o' the home has just died, and the secretaries in the old country on a pleasure trip, and the boards in a row over the policy o' the home, and the Navablue matron d'ascent act, and altogether it looked like the North Corridor was goin' to get a regular midweek Wednesday instead of a Christmas. And I up and asked her to take me down to see M. It was easy to see what Calliope had done, I thought. She had promised to spend Christmas Eve over there in the North Corridor, reading aloud. They was 9 of 'em, she went on, nice old grandma ladies, with hands that looked like they would ought to have been tyin' little aprons and cuttin' out cookies and squeezin' somebody else's hand. There they set, with the wallpaper doin' its cheerfulest, loud as an insult, one of 'em with lots o' white hair. One of 'em singin' a little, some of 'em tryin' to sew or knit some. My land, said Calliope, when we think of 'em sittin' up and down the world with their arms all empty and Christmas comin' on ain't it a wonder well. I stayed round and talked to Em. She went on, while the Navablue lady whisked her starched skirts some. She seemed too busy tendin' to Em to give 'em much attention. And they looked real pleased when I talked to Em about their patchwork and knittin', and did they get the sun all day? And did not the canary sort o' shave something off the human eardrum, on his tip-top notes? And when I said that, Grandma Hollyher with lots o' white hair says, I donno but it does, she says, but I do not mind. I am so thankful to see something around that's little and young. That sort o' landed in my heart. It's just what I would been thinkin' about Em. Little young things, Essie, sort o' careless, make a lot o' racket, you know. At that old Mies Burney pipes up her that brought up her daughter's children and her son-in-law married again and turned her out. I used to think so, she says quiet. The noise o' the children used to bother me terrible. When they really got to goin' I used to think I could not stand it, my head hurt me so. But now, says he, I get to thinkin' sometimes I would not mind a horse fiddle if some of 'em played it. They are lots o' company, the little things, says old Mies nourished kep, mislayin' her teeth and the Navablue lady had took him away from her that day for to teach her, so I could not hardly understand what she said. Mine was named Ellen and Nancy, I made out. Some o' you remember my Sam? Mies Ailing speaks up then, and she begun windin' up her yarn and never noticed she was ravellin' out her mitten. He was an alderman, she was goin' on, but old Mies Winslow cuts in on her. It do not matter what he was when he was mangrown, says he. Mangrown can get along themselves. It's when they are little bits o' ones, she says. Little, says Grandma Holly. Is it little you mean? Well, my Amy's 2 little feet used to be swallowed up in my hand so, she says, shuttin' her hand over to show us. Well, so they went on. I give you my word I stood there sort o' grippin' up on my elbows. I would always known it was so like you do know things are so. But somehow when you come to feel they are so, that's another thing. And I was feelin' this in my throat bout as big as an orange. I would thought their hands looked like they would ought to be tyin' up little aprons, but I never thought the hands bane real lonesome to do the tyin', and thinkin' about it, too. And now I understood Em like I see Em for the first time, real face to face. Somehow, we ain't any too apt to look at people that way, said Calliope. You see how I mean it. Then comes the Navablue woman and says it's time for their hot milk, and they all looked up, kind o' hopeful. And I see that the Navablue one had got Em trained into the iddy that hot milk was an event. She did not like to have Em talk much about the past. She told me, when she see what we was speakin' of, because it generally made some of Em cry, and the iddy was to keep the spirit of the home bright and cheerful. So I see, Essie, dry. And there was Christmas comin' on, and nothin' to break the general cheerfulness but hot milk. Well, Calliope said, I suppose you will think I am terrible foolish, but I could not help what I done. I do not wonder at it, said I, warmly. You promised to spend Christmas Eve with them and read aloud to them, did not you, Calliope? No, Calliope cried. I did not do that. I should think they would be sick to death, Bane read aloud to. I should think they would be sick to death, Bane cheered up by their surroundings. No, I invited the whole 9 of 'em to come over and spend Christmas Eve with me. Calliope, I cried, but how? I know it, she exclaimed, I know it. But they are all well and hearty. The charity corridor ain't expected in the infirmary much. And Jimmy Sturgis is goin' to bring 'em over free in the closed bus aisle, fill it with hot bricks and hot flatirons and bedquilts. And my land, you would ought to see 'em when I ask 'em. I do not suppose they would had an invite out in years. The Navablue lady looked like I would nipped a mountain off her shoulders, too. And now, said Calliope, what on top o' this earth will I do with 'em when I get 'em here? What indeed? I left my task and sat by her on the rug before the fire, and we talked it over. But all the while we talked, I could see that she was keeping something back, some plan of which she was doubtful. I ain't no money to spend, you know, she said, and I will not let anybody else spend any for me for this. Folks has plans enough o' their own without mine. But I kept sayin' to myself, all the way home when my knees give down at the iddy of what I was goin' to do. Calliope, the Lord says, give. And he meant you to give, same's those that have got. He did not say, everybody give but Calliope, and she ain't got much, so she would ought to be let off. He said, give. And he did not mention all nice things, same's I would like to give, and most everybody does give. She nodded toward my bed, brave with its Christmas array. He did not mention jiven things at all. And so, said Calliope, I thought oh something else. She sat with brooding eyes on the fire, her hands clasped about her knees. The Lord Christ, said Calliope, did not have nothin' of his own. And yet he just give. And somehow I got the iddy, she finished, glancing up at me shyly, that meb Christmas ain't really all in your stocking foot after all. I ain't much to spend, and meb that sounds some like sour grapes. But it seems like a good many beautiful things is free to all, and that they's ways to do. Well, I have thought of a way. Calliope, I said, tell me what you have really planned for the old lady party. You have planned. Well, yes, she said, I have, but meb you will think it ain't anything. First I thought tea, and thin bread and butter sandwiches. It seems some like a party when you get your bread thin. And I have got apples in the house we could roast, and corn to pop over the kitchen fire. But then I come to a stop, for I ain't nothing else, and I have spent every cent I can spend already. But yet I did want to show 'em something lovely and different from what they see, so's it would seem as if somebody cared, and as if they would been in Christmas, too. And all of a sudden it come to me, why not invite in a few little children somebody's here in friendship? So's them old grandma ladies. She shook her head and turned away. I expect, she said, you think I am terrible foolish. But would not that be jiven, do not you think? Would that be anything? I have planned, as will fall to us all, many happy ways of keeping festival. But I think that never, even in days when I myself was happiest, have I so delighted in any event as in this of Calliope's proposing. And when at last she had gone, and the dusk had fallen, and I lighted candles and went back to my pleasant task, some way the stitches of pink and blue on flowered fabrics, the flutter of crisp ribbons, and the breath of the sachets were not greatly in my thoughts. And that which made me glad was a certain shining in the room, but this was not of candlelight or firelight or winter starlight. With the days the plans for the Proudfit party, or rather the plans of the Proudfit guests, went merrily forward. It was, they said, like in the old Moxon days, when the house in which I was now living had been the friendship fairyland. Some take their parties solemnly, some joyously, some feverishly, but friendship takes them vitally, as it takes a project or the breath of being. Like the rest of the world, the village sank Christmas in festivity. It could not see Christmas for the Christmas plans. Speculation was the delight of meetings, and every one conspired in terms of toilettes. Likely, said Mies Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss. Mies Banker Mason'll wear her black and white foulard. Them foulards are wonderful durable, you cannot muss 'em. She got hers when Grandma Mason first hurt her back, so's if anything happened she would be part mournin', and if anything did not, she would have a nice dress to wear out places. Ain't it real convenient, white stand-in for both companies in the tomb, so? And me's photographer Sturgis has the best of it, Bane and invalid, till a party comes up, said Libby Liberty. She gets plenty enough food sent in, and flowers, and such things, and she's got nails hung full o' what I call sympathy claws to wear durin' sympathy calls. But when it comes to a real what you might say dress-up dress, I guess she will have to be took worse with her side and stay in the house. Abigail Arnold contributed. Seems me's Dr. Hellman had a whole wine silk dress put away with her dyin' things. She always thought it sounded terrible fine to hear about the dead havin' dress pattern after dress pattern laid away that had not never been made up. So she would got together the one, but now she and Elze Bella are goin' to work and make it up. I guess Mies Hellman thinks her stomach is so much better T-Meb she will be spared till after the holidays when the sales begin. Even Liddy Ember had promised to go and to take Ellen, and Ellen went up and down the winter streets singing sane little songs about the party, save on days when she come herself again, and then she planned, as wildly as anybody, what she meant to wear. And Liddy, whose dream had always been to do Reglar City dressmakin, with helpers and plates and furnish the findins at the shop, and whose lot instead had been to cut and fit just the durable kind, was blithely at work night and day on me's Postmaster Sykes's tobacco-brown net. We understood that there were to be brown velvet butterflies stitched down the skirt, and if her Lady Washington geranium flowered in time, Mies Sykes was said to lay bread and milk nightly about the roots to encourage it. She was to wear the blossom in her hair. She will be getting herself talked about, wearing a wreath o' flowers on her head, so, said some. But then, Mies Sykes was recognized to be one that picks her own steps. Mies Sykes always dresses for company according to the way she gets her invite, Calliope observed. A telephone invite, she goes in something she would wear home afternoons. Word o' mouth at the front door, she wears what she wears on Sundays. Written invites, she rags out in her real best dress for parties. But engraved, Calliope mounted to her climax, a brand new dress and a wreath in her hair is the least she will stop at. But I think that, in the wish to do honor to so distinguished an occasion, the temper of Mies Sykes, and perhaps of Ellen Ember too, was the secret temper of all the village. Roman 9. Not as the world giveth. I dare say that excitement followed excitement when news of Calliope's party got abroad. But of this I knew little, for I spent those next days at the Proudfits with Nita Ordway and little Viola, and though I thought often of Calliope, I chanced not to see her again until the holidays were almost upon us. In the late afternoon, 2 days before Christmas, I dropped in at her cottage to learn how pleasantly the plans for her party matured. To my amazement, I found her all dejection. "Why, Calliope," I said, "cannot the grandma ladies come after all?" Yes, they could come, they were coming. "You are never sorry you asked them?" I pressed her. No, oh no, she was glad she had asked them. "Something is wrong, though," I said sadly, thinking what a blessed thing it is to be so joyous a spirit that one's dejections are bound to be taken seriously. "Well," said Calliope, "then, it's the children. No, it ain't, it's friendship. The town's about as broad as a broom straw and most as deep. Anything different scares em like something wore out dot too. Friendship's got an idee that Christmas begins in a stocking and ends off in a candle. It thinks the rest o' the days are reglar, self-respecting days, but it looks on Christmas like an extry thing, thrown in to please em. It acts as if the rest o' the year was plain cake and the holidays was the frostin' to be et, and everybody grabbed the best themselves, give or take. Calliope, I creed for this was as if the moon had objected to the heavens. "Oh, I know I would ought not to," she said sadly. "But do not folks act as if time was give to em to run around wild with as best suits em? 300 and leavin' days a year to use for themselves, and Sundays and Christmas and Thanksgivin to give away looks to me a real fair division. But no, some folks act like Sundays and holidays was not only the frostin', but the nuts and candy and ice cream thinks they're ice cream, to eat and pass to their own, and scrape the freezer." And then came the heart of the matter. "Seems," said Calliope, "there's that children's Christmas tree at the new minister's on Christmas Eve. But that ain't till 7:30, and I done my best to have some the children stop in here on their way, for my little party. And with one set lungs their ma's says no, they would get mussed for the tree if they do. I offered to have em bring their white dresses pinned in papers, and we would dress em here. I think the grandma lades like that. But their ma's says no, pinned in papers take the starch out in their hair'd get all over their heads. And some the mothers says indignant, old ladies from the poorhouse and the home well, I should think not. Children is very easy to take things. If you would he young your own, you would think more Calliope, they says witherin'." Her little wrinkled hands were trembling at the enormity. "I know," she added, "but I was foolish to try it. But I did want to get a hold something beautiful for them old ladies to see. And my mind, they ain't much so really lovely as little young children, together in a room." "But Calliope," I said in distress, "is not there even one child you can get?" "No, sir," she said, "not a one. I've been everywhere. You know they ain't any poor in friendship. We are all comfortable enough off to be over particular." "But would not you think," I said, "at Christmas time?" "Yes, you would," Calliope said, "you would. You would think Christmas to make everything kind softened up and different. Every time I look at the holly myself, I feel like I would just shook hands with somebody cordial." None the less for Calliope had drunk deep of the wine of doing, and she never gave up any project. At 4 o'clock on the day before Christmas, I saw the closed bus, driven by Jimmy Sturgis Fair, briskly, past my house on its way to the start of the plank road, to the old lady's home. Within, I knew, were quilts and hot stones of Calliope's providing, and Jimmy had hung the bus windows with cedar, and 2 little flags fluttered from the door. It all had a merry holiday air as Jimmy shook the lines and drew on swiftly through the snow to those wistful 9 guests, who at last were to be in Christmas, too. "If they cannot do nothing else," Calliope had said, "they can talk over old times, without hot milk interferin'. But I wish, and I wish seems though there would ought always to be a child around on Star o' Bethlehem night, do not it? I dined alone that Star of Bethlehem night, and to dine alone under Christmas candles is never a cheerful business. The Proudfit car was to come for me soon after 8, and at 8 I stood waiting at the window of my little living room, saying to myself that if I were to drop from the air to a deserted country road, I should be certain that it was Christmas Eve. You can tell Christmas Eve anywhere, like a sugar plum, with your eyes shut. It is not the lighted houses, or the close curtained windows behind which Christmas trees are fruiting, nor yet in friendship will it be the post office store or the home bakery windows, gay with Christmas trappings. But there is in the world a subdued note of joyful preparation, as if some spirit whom one never may see face to face had on this night a gift of perceptible life. And in spite of my loneliness, my heart upleaped to the note of a distant sleigh bell jingling an air of home. Going home, Christmas Eve and going home. Then, when the big Proudfit car came flashing to my door, I had a sweet surprise. For from it, through the snowy dark, came running a little fairy thing, and Viola Ordway danced to my door with her mother, muffled in furs. "We have been close in the house all day," Mrs. Ordway cried, "and now we have run away to get you. Come." As for me, I took Viola in my arms and lifted her to my hall table and caught off her cloak and hood. I can never resist doing this to a child. I love to see the little warm, plump body in its fine white linen emerge rosewise from the calyx cloak. And I love that shy first gesture, whatever it may be, of a child so emerging. The turning about, the freeing of soft hair from the neck, the smoothing down of the frock, the half-abashed upward look. Viola did more. She laid one hand on my cheek and held it so, looking at me quite gravely, as if that were some secret sign of brotherhood in the unknown, which she remembered and I, alas, had forgotten. But I perfectly remembered how to kiss her. If only I thought all the empty arms could know a Viola. If only all the empty arms up and down the world could know a Viola even just at Christmas time. If only. Over the top of Viola's head, I looked across at Nita Ordway, and a sudden joyous purpose lighted all the air about me's a joyous purpose will. Oh, if only, and then I heard myself pouring out a marvelous jumble of sound and senselessness. "Nita," I cried, "you are not a Friendship Village mother. You are not afraid. Viola is not going to the new minister's Christmas tree. Oh, do not you see? It's still early we have time. The grandma ladies must see Viola." I remember how Nita Ordway laughed, and her answer made me love her the more, as is the way of some answers. "I do not catch it, I do not," she said, "but it sounds delicious. All courage and old ladies and ample time for everything. If I said, of course, would that do?" Already I was tying Viola's hood, and next to taking off a child's hood, I love putting one on. Every one will have noticed how their mouths bud up for kissing. While we sped along the plank road toward Calliope's cottage, I poured out the story of who were at her house that night, and why, and all that had befallen. In a moment the great car, devouring its own path of light, set us down at Calliope's gate, and Calliope herself, trim in her gray Henrietta, her wrinkled face flushed and shining, came at our summons. And I pushed Viola in before us, little fairy thing in a fluff of white wraps and white furs. "Look, Calliope," I cried. Calliope looked down at her, and I think she can hardly have seen Mrs. Ordway and me at all. She smote her hands softly together. "Oh," she said, "if it is not, oh, a child for star, O Bethlehem night after all." She dropped to her knees before Viola, touching the little girl's hand almost shyly. There was in Calliope's face when she looked at any child a kind of nakedness of the woman's soul, and she, who was so deft, was curiously awkward in such a presence. "They are out there in the dinin' room," she whispered, "settin' round the cook stove. I saw they felt some better out there. Let's us leave her go out alone by herself, just the way she is." And that was what we 999. We said something to Viola softly about the poor grandma ladies, with no little girl to love, and then Calliope opened the door and let her through. We peeped for a moment at the lamplit crack. The dining room was warm and bright, its table covered with red cotton and set with teacups, shelves of plants blooming across the windows, cedar green on the walls. The odor of popcorn was in the air, and above an open griddle whole apples bobbed on strings tied to the stovepipe wing. And there, about the cooking range, with its cheery opened hearth, Calliope's Christmas guests were gathered. They were exquisitely neat and trim, in black and brown cloth dresses, with a brooch or a white apron, or a geranium from a window plant worn for festival. I recognized Grandma Holly with her soft white hair, and I thought I could tell which were Mies Ailing and Mies Burney and Mies Norris. And the faces of them all, the gentle, the grief-marked, even the querulous, were grown kindly with the knowledge that somebody had cared about their Christmas. The child went toward them as simply as if they had been friends. They looked at her with some murmuring of surprise, and at one another questioningly. Viola went straight to the knee of Grandma Holly, who was nearest. "At lady tied my hood too tight," she referred unflatteringly to me, "Please do it off." Grandma Holly looked down over her spectacles, and up at the other grandma ladies, and back to Viola. The others gathered nearer, hitching forward rocking chairs, rising to peer over shoulders breathlessly, with a manner of fearing to touch her. But because of the little uplifted face, waiting, Grandma Holly must needs untie the white hood and reveal all the shining of the child's hair. "Nen do my toad off," Viola gravely directed. At that Grandma Holly crooned some single indistinguishable syllable in her throat, and then off came the cloak. The little warm, plump body in its fine linen emerged, rosewise, and Viola smoothed down her frock and freed her hair from her neck and glanced up shyly. By the stir and flutter among them, I understood that they were feeling just as I feel when a little hood and cloak come off. Viola stood still for a minute. "I like be made some tension too," she suggested gently. And they understood. How they understood. Grandma Holly swept the little girl in her arms, and I know how the others closed about them with smiles and vague, unimportant words. Viola sat quietly and happily, like a little chimepurpose spirit to let them pretend, and it was with them all as if something long pent up went free. Calliope left the door and turned toward us. "Seems like my throat could not stand it," she said, and it seemed to me, as we three sat together in the dim little parlor, that Nita Ordway must cherish Viola for us, all for the grandma ladies and Calliope and me. Half an hour later, we three went out to the dining room. Viola ran to her mother when she entered. Nita took her in her arms and sat beside the stove, her cloak slipping from her shoulders, the soft peach tints of her gown shot through with shining lines, and the light caught in her collar of gems. "I did want to get a hold o' something beautiful for them old ladies to see," Calliope had said. "Oh," said Grandma Holly, and she laid her brown hand on Viola's hand, "ain't she dear and little and young?" "I wished she would talk some," begged old Mies Norris. "Ain't she good though, the little thing?" Mies Ailing said. "Look at how still she sets. Not wigglin' round same as some. It was just that way with Sam when he was small, set by the hour and leave me hold him." A little bent creature, whose name I never learned, sat patting Viola's skirt. "Seems like I would gone back years," we heard her say. Grandma Holly held up one half-closed hand. "Like that," she told them. "My Amy's feet was so little I could hold 'em like that, and I see hers is the same way. She's wonderful like Amy was her age." I cannot recall half the sweet, trivial things that they said, but I remember how they told us stories of their own babies, and we laughed with them over treasured sayings of long-ago lips, or grieved with them over silences, or rejoiced at glad things that had been. Regardless of the Proudfit party, we let them talk as they would and remember. Then of her own accord, Nita Ordway hummed some haunting air, and sang one of the songs that we all loved, the Grandma Ladies and Calliope and one. It was a sleepy song, whose words I have forgotten, but it was in a kind of universal tongue which I think that no one can possibly mistake. And out of the lullaby came all the little spirits, freed in babyhood or mangrown, and stood at the knees of the Grandma Ladies, so that I was afraid that they could not bear it. When the song was done, Viola suddenly sat up very straight. "I got a litty box," she announced, "and I had a parasol. And once a boy div me a new nail. And once I didn't feel very well, but now I am. And once—" Their laughter was like a caress. Before it was done, we heard a stamping without, and there was Jimmy Sturgis, with a spray of holly in his old felt hat and the closed bus at the door. We helped Calliope to get their wraps and to fill the bus with hot stones from the oven and with many quilts, and we made ready a basket of popcorn and apples, and of the cedar hung around the little room. They stood about us to say goodbye, or to tell us some last bit of the news of their long-past youth dear, wrinkled faces framed in broad lines of bonnet or hood, and smiling, every one. "This gray shawl I got on me is the very one I used to wrap Amy in to carry her through the cold hall," said Grandma Holly. "My land to live in. Seems as if I would been with her tonight over again." Their way of thanks lay among stumbling words and vague repetitions, but there was a kind of glory in their grateful faces, and one always remembers that. "Merry Christmas, Grandma ladies," Viola cried shrilly at the bus door, and within they laughed like mothers as they answered. And Jimmy Sturgis cracked his whip and the sleigh bells jingled. Nita Ordway and Viola, and I stood for a moment with Calliope at her gate. "Come," we begged her, "now go with us. We are all late together. There is no reason why you should not go with us to the Christmas party." But Calliope shook her head. "I am ever so much obliged to you," she said, "but oh, I could not. I have he too really a Christmas to come down to a party anywheres." When Nita and Viola and I reached Proudfit House, the guests were all assembled, but we knew that Mrs. Proudfit and Miss Clementina would be the first to forgive us when they understood. The big colonial home was bright with scarlet-shaded candles and holly-hung walls. There was mistletoe on the sconces, and in the great hall there were tuneful strings. On the landing of the stairs stood Mrs. Proudfit and Miss Clementina, charmingly pretty in their delicate frocks, and wholly gay and gracious. They seem lively like in pictures where folks do not make a loud sound Attican, said Friendship. I suppose it's something you learn in the city. And Friendship wore its loyalty like a mantle. 12 years had passed, and yet one and another said under breath and sighed, if only Miss Linda could have been here too. All Friendship Village was there, save Abel Halsey, who was at the Good Shepherd's home Christmas tree in the city, and perhaps one would say Delia Moore, who had begged to be allowed to help in the kitchen and be there that way. Even Peleg Bemuse was in his place in the orchestra, sitting with closed eyes, playing his flute, and keeping audible time with his wooden leg, quite as he did when he played his flute at night on Friendship streets. And there was Me's postmaster Sykes, in the tobacco-brown net, with butterflies stitched down the skirt, and the Lady Washington geranium in her hair end. Forever near her went little Miss Liddy Ember with an almost passionate creative pride in the gown of her hand, so that she would murmur her patron an occasional warning, Mies Sykes, throw back your shoulders, you have to bring out the real set o' the Basque. Or, do not forget you want to give a little hitch to the back when you stand up, Mies Sykes. And to one and another Liddy said proudly, I declare if I did not get that skirt with the butterflies just like a magazine cover. And there, too, was Ellen Ember, wearing a white book muslin and a rosy nubia that had been her mother's. And Ellen's face was uplifted, and of pale distinction under the bronze glory of her hair, but all that evening she smiled and sang and wondered in utter absence of the spirit. Oh, poor Miss Liddy said, I do so want Ellen to come herself before supper. She will not remember a thing she eats, and she do not have much that's tasty and good. It will be just like she missed the whole thing, in spite of all the chore o' common. And there were Mies Dr. Hellman in her new wine silk, Mies Banker Mason in the black and white foulard designed to grace a festival or to respect a tomb, Mies Sturgis in a pewter dress that was a surprise to everyone, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss and Appleby and the other Holcombs, Abigail Arnold, the Geckerjecks, Mies Toplady and Timothy, even Mies Mayor Uppersnow one was forgotten. And save poor Ellen everyone was aglow with the sweet satisfaction of having sent abroad a brave array of pretty things, with stitches of rose and blue on flowered fabrics, with the flutter of ribbons and the breath of sachets, and with many a gift of substance to those less generously endowed. To them all the delight of the season was in the gifts of their hands and in the night's merrymaking, and in the joy of keeping holiday. Here, as Calliope had said, Christmas, begun in a stocking, was ending in a candle. And yet it was Star of Bethlehem night, the night of him who did not mention jiven things at all. Next. Lonesome I. Calliope and I were talking over the Proudfit party, as I had grown to like to talk over most things with her, when I said something of two of the guests whom I did not remember before to have seen. A little man of shy gravity and an extremely pretty girl who, if she looked at anyone but him, did so quite undetected. That's Eb Goodnight, Calliope replied, him of the newborn spine. Was not it like the Proudfits to ask them? And, at my question, some folks, Calliope said, has got spines and some folks has not. But what I say is, nobody can tell which is which. Because now and then the soft spine kind just hardens up all in a minute same as steel. So when I meet a stranger that sort o sops along through life, limp and floppy, I never judge him. I just say, you look some like a loose shutter, but meb you can fair bang the house down, if you really get to blowin'. It was that way with Eb Goodnight. I don't know how it is other places, but I have noticed with us here in Frenchipan, I have grown to the town from short dresses to banker full what yet, I've often noticed, when folks seems not to have any backbone to speak of. Or even when they go round sort o crazy usually some other reason, like, enough, sensitive or sick or lonesome or like that. It was so with Eben, it was so with Elspy. Elspy, though, was interested on account o' Bane, not only a little crazy, but real pretty besides. But Eb, he was the kind that a signboard is more interested than. And yet. With that she paused, looking down some way of her own thought. I knew Calliope's and yet. It splendidly conceded the entire converse of her argument. Eb come here to friendship, she went on, less public than Elspy 999. Elspy come official, as an inmate o' the county house. Eb, he sort o crep in town, like he crep everywhere else. He introduced himself to me through sellin' needles. He walked in on me in a 2 weeks ironin' one mornin' with, lemme present myself as Ebenezer Goodnight, sewin' needles, knittin' needles, crochet hooks and shuttles and anything o' that, and down he said and never opened his mouth about his needles again. Eb was real delicate for an agent. He just talked all the time about friendship and himself. The whole blame town's kin, essa, I never see such a place. Everybody's kin, only just me. Air you, he asked me wistful, cousin of 'em all, too. Me Sprague that's dead was connected up with me by marriage, and me Sykes is my mother's second cousin, I owned up. That's it again, essa, Cyan. I am the odd number, dumn it, he says sorrowful. Well, and he sort of an odd number way about him, too. He went along the street like he did not belong. I don't know if you know what I mean, but he was always talking in the tops o' buildings and looking at the roads and behaving like he noticed, way you do not when you live in a town. Yes, Ebenezer Goodnight went around like he see things for the first time. And somehow he never could join in. When he walked up to a flock o' men, he stood side of him and not with them. And he shook hands sort o' loose and temporary like he meant something else. And he just could not bear not to agree with you. If he let out the sky was blue and you said, no, pink, he would work around till he would dyed his sky pink, too. That man would agree to things he never heard of. Let Peleg Bemused be tellin' one o' his Eastern janitor adventures, and Ebb said and agree with him, past noddin' and up to words, all about elevators and Ferris boats and Italians and things he would never laid look to. He seemed to have a spine made mostly o' molasses, and sometimes I think your spine's your soul. Eb he'd been lonelyin' round the village a month or so when some merriman, that run the big rival business to the post office store, and was fire chief besides, took him and his peddler's pack into the dry goods, and Dan Ebb was tickled. He went down first mornin' in his best claws, or in both collar and cuffs. But when somebody remarked on the claws, he did not have backbone enough to keep on wherein has slimpsed right back to his peddler duds and done his best to please. And he did please, made a real first-rate merchant clear up till June o' the year. And then some merriman, his employer, he went to work and died. Some died a Tuesday, and bane it never rains but it pours, and piles peelin's on ashes, or whatever it is they say. It was the Tuesday that the poorhouse burnt down just like it knew the fire chief was gone. The poorhouse used to be across the track, beyond the cemetery and quite near my house. And the night it burnt I was settin' on the side stoop without anything over my head, just smellin' in the air, when I see a little pinky look on the sky beyond the track. It was not moontime, and they wa'n't nothin' to bonfire that time o' year, and I set still, pretendin' it was rose bushes mackin' a ladder and buildin' a way of escape by night. It was such a nice evenin' you could not imagine anything really happenin' bad. But all at once I heard the fire engine bell poundin' away like all possessed and then runnin' feet, like when they's an accident. I got to the gate just as somebody come rushin' past, and I piped up what was the matter. Poorhouse is afire, SF Poorhouse S1, my land, and I out the gate and run alongside of him, and he sort o' slowed down for me, courteous. Then I noticed it was Eb Goodnight Lonelier ever now that his employer he died that day. I would never see Eb hustle that much before, and the thought went through my head, kind o' wonderin', that he was runnin' as if the fire was a real relation o' his and he was sent for. Know anything else about it? I ask him, keepin' up. Not much, esse, but I guess it's got such a head start the whole thing'll go like a shell. And when we got to the top o' the bank on the other side o' the track, we see it was that way the poorhouse got such a head start burnin' that nothing could save it. Though Timothy Toplady, that was town marshal and chairman o' the county board, and Silas Sykes and Appleby Holcomb, that was managers o' the poorhouse, and some more, went puffin' past us, yellin', put it out run fur water we do not you do suthin? And like that, most beside theirselves. Them poor critters, says I. Oh my, them poor critters in the home for there must have been 20 o' the county charges all quartered in the buildin'. And when we come to the foot o' the poorhouse hill, land, I never see such bedlam. The fire had started so soon after dusk that the inmates was all up yet. And they was half of 'em huddled in a bunch by the side yard stile and half of 'em runnin' round wild as anything. The whole place looked like when you have a bad dream. It made me weak in my knees, and I was winded anyway with runnin', and I stopped and leant up against a tree, and Eb, he stopped too, talkin' barrens. And there I was, plump against Elspy, standin' holdin' her arms round the tree trunk and shiverin' some. Elspy, Essie, why you poor child. No need to rub that in, says he, tart. It's the one word the county charges gets sensitive about in Eb. He seemed to sense that, and he asked her, hasty, how the fire started. He called her Miss too, and I judged that Miss was one o' them poultice words to her. I don't know, says he, but do not it look cheerful? The yard's all lit up nice, like fur company, she says, real pleased. It sort o' uncovered my nerves to hear her so unconcerned. I never he understood her, none of us he she was from outside the state, but her uncle, Job Orr, was on our county board and he got her into our poorhouse like you can when you are in politics. Then he up and died and went home to be buried, and there she was on our hands. She went real crazy, understood she had not been crazy at all up to the time her mother died. Then she had not no one to go to and she got queer, and the poorhouse uncle stepped in. And when he died in debt, so his death wa'n't no use to her. She was 30-odd, but awful little and slim and scart lookin', and quite pretty, I always thought, and I never see a thing wrong with her till she was so unconcerned about the fire. Elspy, Essie stern, ain't you no feelin', Essie, for the loss the only home you have got to your back. Oh, I donno, says he, and I could see her smilin' in that bright light. Oh, I donno. It will be some place to come to afterwards. When I go out walkin', says he, I ain't no place to head for. I sort circle round and come back. I ain't even a grave to visit, says he, and it will be kind cozy to come up here on the hill and set down by the ashes like they belonged. I know I heard Eb Goodnight laugh, kind cracked and enjoyable, and I took some shame to him for mackin' fun the poor girl. She's goin' clear out overhead, thinks I, and you would better get her home with you, short off. So I put my arm around her pursuitish and I says, Elspy, I says, you come on to my house now for a spell, I says. But Eb, he steps in, prompter'n I ever knew him. I'd never heard him do a thing decisive and sudden except sneeze, and them he always done his best to swallow. I will take her to your house, he says to me. You go on up there to them women. I will not be no use up there, he says. And that was reasonable enough, on account Eb not bane the decisive kind, for fires and such. So Eb he went off, talkin' Elspy to my house, and I went on up the hill, where Timothy Toplady and Silas Sykes and Appleby was rushin' round, wild and sudden, herdin' the inmates here and there, vague and energetic. I did not do much better, and I done worse too, because I burned my left wrist long and deep. When I got home with it, Eb was set on the front stoop with Elspy, and when he heard about the wrist, he come in and done the lighten up. And Elspy, she fair surprised me. Where do you keep your rags, says he brisk. In that flour chest I do not use, I says, in the shed. My land, she was back in a minute with a soft piece o' linen and the black oil off the clock shelf that I had not told her where it was, and she bound up my wrist like she would created that burn and understood it up and down. Now you get into the bed, she says, without workin' the rag off. I am all right, says he. I can lock up. I like heaven it to do, she told me. But Eb puts in, kind eager. Lemme lock up the shed, it's dark as a hat out there and you might sprain over your ankle, he says awkward. And so he done the lockin' up, and it come over me, he liked heaven that little householdy thing to do. And then he went off home, that is, to where he stopped and hated it so. Well, the poor house burnt clear to the ground, and the inmates he to be quartered round in friendship anyhow that night, and next day I never see friendship so upset. I never see the village roust itself so sudden either. Timothy and the managers was up and doin' before breakfast next mornin', and no wonder. Timothy Toplady, he had 3 old women to his farm. Silas Sykes, he would took in foolish Hensy and another old man for his. And Appleby Holcomb, in his frenzy he would took in 5, and Mame was near a lunatic with havin' to do for. And all 3 men bane at the head o' the burned buildin', they danced round lively mackin' provision, and they sent telegrams, wild and reckless, without countin' the words. And before noon it was settled the poorhouse in Alice County, nearest us, should take in the inmates temporary. We was eatin' dinner when Timothy and Silas come in to tell Elspy. I wished Appleby had come to tell her. Appleby does everything like he was company, and not like he owned it. Eb was havin' dinner with us too. He would been scallopin' in and out o' the house all the forenoon, and I would ask him to set down and have a bite. But when he done even that, he done it kind of alien. Peleg Bemuse, playin' his flute walkin' along the streets nights like he does, seems more a real citizen than Eb used to, eatin' his dinner. Elspy, she would got the whole dinner, she was a real good cook, and that surprised me as much as her dressin' my wrist the night before. She would pampered me shameful all that mornin' too, and I would let her when you have lived alone so long. It's kind nice to have a person fussin' here and there, and Elspy seemed to love talkin' care o' somebody. I declare, it seemed as if she done some things for me just for the sake o' doin' 'em. She was that kind. Timothy and Silas would not have any dinner. It was a boiled piece. Too, bane as dinners o' their own was gettin' cold. But they set up against the edge o' the room so's we could be eaten on. Elspy, says Timothy, you must be ready to go sharp 7 o'clock Friday mornin'. Go where? Says Elspy. She he on a black and white stripe o' mine, and her cheeks were some pink from standin' over the cook stove, and she looked real pretty. Timothy, he hesitated, but to the Alice County poorhouse, says Silas, blunt. Silas Sykes is a man that always says bloody and devil and coffin right out, instead o' bandaged and the evil one, and casket. Oh, says Elspy. Oh, and sort o' sunk down and covered her mouth with her wrist and looked at us over it. The 20 you will take the Dick Dasher, says Timothy, then, and it will be a nice train ride for ye, he says, some like an undertaker mackin' small talk. But he see how Elspy took it, and so he slid off the subject and turned to Eb. Little too early to know who's goin' to take the Merriman store, ain't it? He, cheerful. Timothy ain't so everlastin' cheerful either, but he always hearties himself all over when he talks, like he was a bell or a whistle and he dee it to do. Eb, he dropped his knife on the floor. Yes, yes, he says flurried. Yes, it is like he was Russian to cover an A. Yes to agree was his best protection. Oh, well, it ain't so early either. Silas cuts in, not in crafty. No, no, Eb agrees immediate. I donno's tease so very early after all. I am thinkin' o' talkin' the store over myself, says Silas Sykes, tippin' his head back and rubbin' thoughtful under his whiskers. It would be a good idee to buy it in, and no mistake. Yes, says Eb noddin', yes, yes, so it would be. I donno's I would do it, Silas, if I was you, says Timothy, frownin' judicial. Ain't you gettin' some stiff to take up with a new business? But Timothy is one o' them little pink men, and you cannot take his frowns much to heart. No, says Eb, shacking his head. No, no, I donno's I would take it either, Mr. Sykes. I was goin' to say something about the wind blowin' now east, now west, and the human spine mackin' a bad weathercock. But I held on, and pretty soon Timothy and Silas went out. 7 o'clock Friday A 1000. Now, says Silas, playful over his shoulder to Elspy, but Elspy did not answer. She was just sittin' there, still and quiet, and she did not eat another thing. That afternoon she slipped out o' the house somewheres. She did not have a hat. What few things she did have he been burnt. She went off without any hat and stayed most all the afternoon. I did not worry, though, because I thought I knew where she would gone, but I would not 'a' asked her. I would as soon slap anybody as quiz em, and besides I knew't somebody'd tell me if I kept still. Friendship'll tell you everything you want to know if you lay low long enough. And sure as the world, 'bout 5 o'clock in come me's Postmaster Sykes, lookin' troubled. Folks always looks that way when they come to interfere. Seems she would just walk past the poorhouse ruins, and she would see Elspy settin' there side of him, all alone. Singin', says Mies Sykes, impressive like the evil was in the music, sittin' there singin' like she was all possessed. And I come up behind her and plumped out at her to know what she was a-doin'. And she says, I am mackin' a call just like that. I am mackin' a call, says he, smillin', and not another word to be got out of her. And says Mies Sykes, let me tell you, I scud down that hill, one goose pimple. Let her alone, says I philosophically. Leave her be. But inside I ached like the toothache for the poor thing for Elspy. And I says to her when she come home, Elspy, I says, why do not you go out round some and see folks here in the village? The minister's wife'd be real glad to have you come, I says. Oh, I hate to have em sit thinkin' about me in behind their eyes, says he, ready. What, says I blank. It comes out through their eyes, she says. They keep thinkin', poor Elspy. If they was somebody dead I could go to see, she told me smillin' I would do that. A grave cannot pour you, she told me, and everybody that's company to you does. Well, says I, and could not in logic say no more. That even in Eb comin' and set down on the edge of a chair, experimental, like he was testin' the cane. Miss Colley, esse, when Elspy was out o' the room, you go and let her go with them folks to the Alice County poorhouse. I guess I disembulated some under my eyelids bean. I see Eb's mind was jivin' itself little lurches. Well, Essie, I do not see what that's wise I can do besides. He mulled that real thorough, seein' to the back o' one hand with the other. Would you take her to board and me pay for her board? Esse, like he would sneeze the idea and could not help it common. Goodness, Essie neutral. Eb sighed, like he would got my refusal. Eb was one o' the kind that always thinks, if it clouds up, the sun is down on him personally. Oh, Essie, bold and swift, you great big ridiculous man. And I am blessed if he did not agree to that. I know I am ridiculous, he, noddin' sad. I know I am that, Miss Colley. Well, I did not mean it that way, Essie, reticent and said no more, with the exception of what I would really meant. Why under the canopy, I ask him, for a hint, do not you take the some Merriman store and run it and live on your feet? I ain't any patience with a man, Essie, that lives on his toes. Stomp some, why do not you, and buy that store? And his answer surprised me. I did ask me's fire chief for the refusal of it, he said. I asked her when I took my flowers to some, Tadathi was wild flowers I would picked myself. He threw in, so's I would not think spendthrift of him. And I am to let her know this week, for sure. Glory, 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 Essie. Under my breath like I would seen a real live soul, standin' far off on a hill somewheres, drowin' cuts to see whether it should come and belong to Eb, or whether it should not. Zay. Lonesome Roman too. All that even in Eb and Elspy and I set by the cook stove, talkin', and they seemed to be plenty to talk about, and the air in the room was easy to get through with what you heed to say it was that kind of an even in. Eb was pretty quiet though, except when he piped up to agree. Gettin' little too hot here, ain't it? I know I said once, and Eb see right off he was roasted and he spried round the drafts like mad. And a little bit afterwards I says, with malice the fourth thought, I can feel my shoulders some chilly, I says and he acted fair chatter into himself, and went off head first for the woodpile. I noticed that and laughed to myself, kind o' pitying. But else by she never noticed. And when it come time to lock up, I tended to my wrist and let them two do the lock-in. They seemed to like to I could tell that. And else by, she let Eb out the front door herself like they was real folks. Next day I was gettin' ready for some Merriman's funeral. It was to be at 1 o'clock, when Elspy come in my room, sort o' shyin' up to me gentle. Miss Colley, says he, do you think the mourners take it wrong if I's to go to the funeral? Why no, Elspy, I says, surprised. Only what do you want to go for, I ask her. Oh, I donno, says he. I would like to go and I would like to ride to the graveyard. I have watched the funerals through the poorhouse fence. And I would kind o' like to be one o' the followers, for onse'll lookin' friendly and together so, in a line. Go with me then, child, I says, and she done so. Bane summer, the funeral flowers was perfectly beautiful. They was a real hothouse box from the Proudfits, and a anchor and two crosses and a red geranium lantern, and a fruit piece made o' straw flowers from the other merchants, and 7 pillows, good-sized and with all different wordin', and so on. The mound at the side o' the grave was piled knee, and me's fire Chief Merriman, I heard, said it seemed like some was less dead than almost anybody t'd died in friendship. Bane the grave kind o' spoke up, friendly, when you see the flowers. She went home real cheerful from the funeral and was able to help get the supper for the Outtoten relations, a thing no widow ever thinks of, anyway till the next day though some was her second husband, so it was a little different than most. Well, a few of us waited round the cemetery afterwards to fix the flowers on the top o' the sod, and Elspy, she waited with Mephisin quiet with one thing and another. Eb, he waited too, standin' round. And when it come time for us women to lay the set pieces on, I see Elspy and Eb walkin' off toward the top o' the cemetery hill. It's a pretty view from there, lookin' down the slope toward the old part, where nobody remembered much who was buried, and it's a real popular walk. I like seein' Em go long together some way. Lookin' at Em, Elspy so pretty and Eb so kind o' gentle, you could 'a thought they was real folks, her sayin' and him with a spine. I slipped off and left Em, the cemetery bane so near my house, and Eb walked home with her. Poor things, I thought, if he does go back to Pedlin and she has to go to the Alice County poorhouse, I will give him this funeral afternoon for a bright spot anyhow. But I would just about decided that Elspy went to go to Alice County. I had not looked the idy in the face and thought about it, very financial. But I ain't sure you get your best lights when you do that. I would just sort o' decided on it, out o' pure shame for the shabby trick o' not doin' so. I had not said anything about it to Timothy or Silas or any o' the rest, because I did not have the strength to go through the Arguin agony. When the Dick Dasher had pulled out without her, final, I judged they would be easier to manage. And that evenin' I told Elspiaeus to sort o' clamp myself to myself, and I fair never see anybody so happy as she was. It made me ashamed o' myself for not doin' different everything I done. I was up early that Friday mornin', because I judged when Elspy was not to the train some o' them in charged come tearin' to my house to find out why. I had not called Elspy, and I s'posed she was asleep in the other bedroom. I was washin' up my breakfast dishes quiet, so's not to disturb her, when I heard somebody come on to the front stoop like they would been sent for. There, thinks I, just as I expected, it's one o' the managers. But it wa'n't a manager. When I would got to the front door, low in the hold, there standin' on the steps, wild and white, was the widow o' the day before's funeral me's fire Chief Merriman, lookin' like the grave he spoke up. She would got up early to go alone to the cemetery, and my house bane the nearest, she would come rushin' back to me with her news. Collie, says he, from almost before she laid eyes on me, Collie, somebody stole every last one o' the flowers off'n some's grave. And the ribbons. She was fair beside herself, bane as the loss he piled up on a long sickness o' some's, and a big doctor's bill consequent, and she nervous anyhow, and a good deal o' the ribbon tyin' the stems was silk, both sides. I will have out the marshal, says he, wild. I will send for Timothy. They cannot have got far with them. I will know, says he, defiant, whether they's anything to the law or whether they ain't. I he'd her take some strong coffee from breakfast, and I got her, after some more fumins and fustins, to walk back to the cemetery with me, till we give a look around. I do as many quick-moved things as some, but I always try first to give a look around. And another thing, Essie to her, as we set out, are you sure, me's fire chief, that you got to the right grave? The first visit, so, I says, and not bane accustomed to bane a widow, lately, and all, you might a got mixed in the lots. While she was disclaimin' this I looked up and see, hangin' round the road, was Eb. He seemed some sheepish when he see me, and he said, hasty, that he would just got there, and it come over me like a flashed he would come to see Elspy off. And I marched a past him without hardly a word. We was not morn out o' the house when we heard a shout, and there come Silas and Timothy, tearin' along full tilt in the store delivery wagon, wavin' their arms. It's Elspy, Elspy, they yelled when they was in hearin'. She ain't to the depot, she will be left, where is she? I had not counted on their common before the train left, but I thought I see my way clear. And when they come up to us, I spoke to M, quiet. She's in the house, asleep, Essie, and what's more, in that house she's goin' to stay as long as she wants. But Essie, without waitin' for M to bust out, there's more important business than that afoot for the marshal. And then I told him about some Merriman's flowers. And Essie, you would better come and see about that no one let Appleby and the others take down the inmates, and you go after M on the 8, it ain't often, Essie, crafty, that we get a thief in friendship. I he Timothy Toplady there, and he knew it. He's real sensitive about the small number o arrests he's made in the village in his term. He excited up about it in a minute. Blisterin' Benson, he says, ain't this what they call vandalism? Look at it right here in our midst like a city, says he, fiercey and showin' through some gleeful. Why, sir, says Silas Sykes, meb it's them human goals. Meb they have dug some up, he says, and meb but I hushed him up. Silas Sykes always grabs onto his thoughts and throws 'em out, dressed or undressed. He ain't a bit o' reserve, not a thought of his head that he do not part with. If he had hands on his forehead, you could tell what time he is. I think you could anyway. Well, it was real easy to manage 'em. They bane men and susceptible to fascinations o' lowin' it over somethin'. And we all got into the delivery wagon, and Eb, he come too, sittin' in back, listenin' and noddin', his feet hangin' over the box informal. I alus remember how the cemetery looked that mornin'. It was the tag end o' Junian in June cemeteries, seems like somewheres else. The sodality he'd been tryin' to get a new iron fence, but they had not made out then, and they ain't made out knowin' the old whitewashed fence in the field stone wall was fair pink with wild roses, and the mulberry tree was alive with birds, and the grass layin' down with dew, and the white gravestones set around, placid and quiet, like other kind o' folks that we do not know about. Me's fire chief Merriman, she went right through the wet grass, cross lots and round graves, holdin' up her mornin' and showin' blue Benny Athkins o' secular, like her thinkin' about the all silk ribbon at such a time. Sure enough, she knew her way to the lot all right. And there was the new grave, all sodered green, and not a sprig nor a stitch to honor it. Now, says Mies Merriman, real triumphant. Land, Essie, seein' how it really was. Timothy and Silas, they both pitched in and talked at once and bent down, technical, lookin' for tracks. But Eb, he just begun seemin' peculiar and then he slipped off somewheres, though we never missed him, till in a minute he come runnin' back. Come here, he says. Come on over here a little ways, he told us, and not knowin' anything better to do we turned and went after him, wonderin' what on the earth was the matter with him and ready to believe most anything. Eb led us past the vault where Ob Toplady, Timothy's father, lays in a stone box you can see through the grating tiptoe, and round by the sample cement coffin that sets where the drives meet for advertisin' purposes, and you go by wonderin' whose it will be, and so on over toward the old part o' the cemetery, down the slope of the hill where everybody's forgot who's who, or where they rest, and no names, so. But it's always blue with violets in May like somebody remembered, anyhow. When we got to the top o' the hill, we all looked down the slope, shinin' with dew and sunniness, and little flowers runnin' in the grass, thick as thick, till at the foot o' the hill they fair made a garden about the size of a grave, knee-deep with flowers. From where we stood we could see 'em hothouse roses and straw flowers, and set pieces and a lot o' pillows and ribbons layin' out on the grass. And there, side of 'em, broodin' over 'em lovin', said Elspy that I would thought was in my house asleep. Me's fire chief, she was not one to hesitate. She was over the hill in a minute, the blue edge o' petticoat bannerin' behind. Yupon my word, esses he, like a cut, if this ain't a pretty note. What under the sun are you doin' sittin' there, Elspy, with my flowers? Elspy looked up and see us streamin' toward her over the hill. They ain't your flowers, are they? Esses he, quiet, they are the dead's. I was agon to take 'em back in a minute or two anyway, and I will take 'em back now. She got up, simple and natural, and picked up the fruit piece and one o' the pillows, and started up the hill. Well, I never, says Mies Merriman, the very bare brazenness. Ain't you going to tell me what you are doin' here with the flowers you say is the dead's, and I am sure what was some's is mine and the dead's the same. She begun to cry a little, and with that Elspy looks up at her, troubled. I did not mean to make you cry, she says. I did not mean you should know anything about it. I come early to do it I thought you would not know. Do what? Says Mies Merriman, real snappish. Elspy looks around at us then, as if she first really took us in. And when she sees Eb and me standin' together, she give us a little smillion she sort o' answered to us too. Why, she says, I ain't got anybody, anywheres here, dead or alive, that belongs. The dead is all other folks' dead, and the livin' is all other folks' folks. And when I see all the graves down here that they do not nobody know whose they are, I thought meb one of 'em would not care if I kind off adopted it. At that she sort o' searched into Mies Merriman's face, and then Elspy's head went down, like she heedy to excuse herself. I thought, she said, they must be so dead no names on em and Allen, their live folks all dead too by no nobody care much. I thought of it yesterday when we was walkin' down here, she said, and I picked out the gravates the littlest one here. And then when we come back past where the funeral was, and I see them flower seemed like I heedy to see how 'twould be to put 'em on my grave, that I would took over. So I come early and done it. But I was goin' to lay 'em right back where they belong I truly was. I guess none of us heedy the least idea what to say. We just stood there plain tuckered in the part of us that senses things. All that is, but one of us. And that one was Eb Goodnight. I can see Eb now, how he just walked out o' the line of us standin' there, starin', and he goes right up to Elspy and he looks her in the face. You are lonesome, s he, kind o' wonderin'. You are lonesome, like other folks. And all to once Eb took a hold o' her elbow not loose and temporary like he shook hands, but firm and four-cornered. And when he spoke it was like his voice he'd been starched and ironed. Me's fire chief, s he, lookin' round at her, eyes to let you know this week whether I would take over the store. Well, yes, he says, if you will give me the time on it we mentioned, I will take it over. And if Elspy'll marry me and let me belong to her, and her to me. Marry you, says Elspy, understandin' how he would really spoke to her, me. Eb straightened himself up, and his eyes was bright and keen as the edge o' somethin'. Yes, you, he says gentle, and me. And then she looked at him like he was lookin' at her. And it come to me how it would been with them two since the night they would locked up my house together. And I felt all hushed up, like the weddin' was beginnin'. But Timothy and Selah's, they wa'n't feelin' so hushed. Look at her, says Timothy Toplady, all pent up. She ain't discharged from the county house yet. I do not care a dumb, says Eb, and I must say I respected him for the dump that once. Look at her, says Selah's, without a bit o' delicacy. She ain't responsible, she ain't. She is too, Eb cut him short. She's just as responsible as anybody can be when they are lonesome enough to die. I ought to know that. Shut up, Selah's Sykes, says Eb, all head up. You have just ate a hot breakfast your wife he'd ready for you. You do not know what you are talking about. And then Eb sort o' swept us all up in the dustpan. No more words about it, s he, and I do not care what anyone o' you says me's collie nor none o' you. So you might just as well say less. Tell him Elspy. She looked up at him, smilin' a little, and he turned toward her, like we was not there. And I nudged Mies Merriman and made a move, and she turns right away, like she would fair forgot the funeral flowers. And Timothy and Selah's actually followed us, but talkin' away a good deal like men will. None of us looked back from the top o' the hill, though I will own I would 'a' loved to. And about up there I heard Selah's say, oh, well, I am gettin' kind o' old and some stiff to take a new business on myself. And Timothy, he adds absent, I do not s'pose, when you come right down to it, as Alice County'll really care a whoop. And me's fire chief Merriman, she wipes up her eyes, and it does seem like courtin' with some's flowers, she says, sighin', but I am real glad for Eb. And Eb not bane there to agree with her? I says to myself, lookin' at the mornin' sun on the cemetery and thinkin' o' them two back there, among the baskets and set pieces I says, low to myself. Oh, glory, glory, glory. For I tell you, when you see a livin' soul born in somebody's eyes, it makes you feel pretty sure you can have one o' your own if you try. Roman 12. Of the sky and some rosemary. When the Friendship Married Ladies Cemetery Improvement Sodality had its evening benefit at my house, Delia Moore came to help in the kitchen. She steadfastly refused to be a guest. I would love bane round there, she said, over the stove or that way. But I can't be company it. When I think of it, it's like a high swing. So she stayed in the kitchen, and it was characteristic of Friendship that when its women learned that she was there, they all went either deliberately or for a drink of water to speak with her. And they all did learn that she was there. Who you got in the kitchen was a part of the small talk from guest to hostess. The men stayed in the other part of the house, Dr. June and Appleby Holcomb sending by me some cordial word to Delia. I think that they cannot do these things anywhere else with such beautiful delicacy. When my other guests had taken leave, Calliope stayed to help in the search for me's Postmaster Sykes's pickle fork and two of me's Hellman's napkins, the latter marked with L because the store had been out of papier-mâche H's. And it did not matter what letter so long as you knew it meant you, and all the other borrowed articles whose mislaying made any sodality gathering a kind of panic. Moreover, Calliope had been helping and we, and Delia, had been far too busy to taste supper. We would have said that the true life of the evening was done instead of just beginning. But when we entered the kitchen, we found Delia more serving the supper on an end of the baking table, while warming his hands at the range stood Abel Halsey. I came in across the track from the hills, Abel explained to me. I did not know you had doings till I tied and blanketed and I came on an anyhow back way. I am in luck too, I have not had supper. We four sat down in that homely cheer, and before us was the sodality's exquisite cookery. It was good to have Abel there. Since my coming to friendship I had seen him often, and my wonder at him had deepened. He was alive to the fingertips and by nature equipped to conquer through sheer mentality, but he seemed deliberately to have foregone the prizes for the tasks of the lower places. Not only so, but he who understood all fine things seemed to regard his tastes as naivete, and to have one away from them, as if he had set above all wisdom and subtlety the unquenchable spirit which he knew. And withal he was so merry, so human, so big, and so good-looking. Handsome as Calvert Oldmoxon, the older ones in friendship were accustomed to say, save Calliope, whom I had never heard say that, but I myself, if I had not had my simile already selected, would have said as Abel Halsey. If a god were human, I think that Abel would have been very like a god. And to this opinion his experiences were continually bearing witness. That night, for example, he was in the merriest humor, and told us a tale of how, that day, the sky had fallen. There had been down on the pump pasture, deep fog, white and thick and folded in, and above him blue sky when he had emerged on the hill road and driven on with his eyes shut. When I need an adventure, he said, I just trot old Major Mary with my eyes shut. Courting death is not half as costly as they think it is, and when he had opened his eyes, the sky was gone, and everything was white and thick and folded in and fabulous. Obviously, as he convinced us, the sky had fallen, but he had driven on through it and in it, and had found it, as I recall his account, to be made of inextinguishable dreams. These, Abel ran on, are on the other side of the sky for anybody who claims them, and our sandwiches were, above all sandwiches, delicious. He was so merry that Calliope and I, by a nod or a smile of understanding, played our role of merely, so to say, proving that the films were right for you may have an inspired conversational photographer, but unless you are properly prepared chemically, he can get no pictures. As Calliope had said of her evening with Ebb and Elspie, the air in the room was easy to get through with what you had to say it was that kind of evening. Sometimes I wonder if an hour like that is real time, or is it, instead, a kind of chronometrical fairy, having no real existence on the dial, but only in essence. As I think of it now, the hour, if it was an hour, was simply a background for Delia Moore. For it was not only Calliope and I who responded to Abel's light-hearted talk, but little by little it was Delia too. Perhaps it was that faint spark in her fen to life on the night of her coming home, so that she took stock which, we now divined faintly quickening to Abel's humor, his wisdom, even his fancies. Save in her bitterness on that first night, I had not heard her laugh, and it was as if something were set free. I could not help looking at her, but that did not matter, for she did not see me. She was listening to Abel with an almost childish delight in her face, and in her eyes was the look of one in a place before unvisited. Some while after we had moved away from the table and sat together about the cooking range, we heard the questioning horn of a motor. We knew that it would belong to the Proudfits, since for us in friendship there exists no other motor, and moreover this one was standing at my gate. Abel went out there and came back to tell us that the car had been in town to fetch the Proudfits' lawyer, and that Madame Proudfit had kindly sent it for Delia and spoilt everything, he added frankly. As he said that, Abel looked at her, and I saw that a dream may persist through personality itself. As I have said, if a god were human, Abel would have been like a god, and in nothing more so than in this understanding of the immortalities. Calliope stood up and caught, and held, my eyes in passing. Let's you and Abel and I take Delia home in the automobile, she said. There ain't anything so good for folks as fresh air. I brought a warm wrap for Delia, a crimson cloak of mine which, so to say, drew a line about her, defining her prettiness, and in the starlight we set off along the snowless plank road, Delia and Abel and I in the tonneau of the machine, and I silent. It had befallen strangely that over this road Delia Moore and I should be faring in the Proudfit's car, and beside her Abel Halsey as if, for such as he and she, a dream may, just possibly, come back. See, she said to Abel, the sky has gone back up again. Yes, Abel assented. One of the things even the sky cannot do is to change the way things are. Oh, I know, said Delia Moore. I want you to feel that, said Abel gently. Things are the way things are, and no use trying to leave them out of it. Besides, you need them. They are foundation. Then you build and build better. That's all there is to it, Delia. She was silent, and Abel sat looking up at the stars. All there is to it except what I said about the other side of the sky, he said. And then me, I will help. From my thought of these two, I remember that I drifted on to some consideration of myself, for their presence opened old paths where were endurance things that did their best to escape and were disquieting. I thought also of Calliope, of whose story I had heard a little from one and another, and it seemed to me that possibly Delia Moore's laughter and her wistfulness summed us all up. When we drew up at the entrance to Proudfoot House, we all alighted, Calliope and Abel and I to walk home. But while we were saying good night to Delia, the door opened and Clementina Proudfoot stood against the light. The car was to wait, she said, to take Mr. Baring, the lawyer, to the midnight train. And then, as she saw her, Calliope, she cried, I never wanted anybody so much. Come in and make Mr. Baring a cup of your good coffee, you will, Calliope? Mother and I will be with him for half an hour yet. Come, all of you, and help her. We went in, lingering for a moment by the drawing room fire, while Miss Clementina went below stairs. And I noted how, in that room colorful and of fair proportion, Abel Halsey in his shabby clothes moved as simply as if the splendor were not there. He stood looking down at Delia in her white dress, the crimson cloak catching the firelight, while Calliope and I, before a length of Beauvais tapestry, talked with spirit about both tapestry and coffee making. My grandmother used to crochet faces and figures in her afghans, too, Calliope commented, and when I looked at them they used to make me feel kind o' mad. But with these I do not care at all. And when Miss Clementina returned, now, Calliope said to me, you come with me and help about the coffee, will you? And Delia, you and Abel stay here. Nothin' will put me out o' my head so quick nothin' as too many flyin' round the kitchen when I am tryin' to do work. We went downstairs, and Miss Clementina rejoined her mother and the lawyer in the library, and Delia and Abel were left alone together in the firelight. If I had been a dream, and had been intending to come back at all, I think that I must have come then. Pray, why do not you? Said Calliope to me almost savagely on the kitchen stairs. The coffee making was a slow process and a silent one. Calliope and I were both absorbed in what had so wonderfully come about, that Delia Moore, who was dead, was alive again, or rather, that her spirit, patient within her through all the years of its loneliness, was coming forth at the sound of Abel's voice. We were alone in the kitchen, and when the coffee was over the flame, we stood at the window looking out on the black kitchen gardens. There lay the yellow reflection of the room, with that unreality of all window-mirrored rooms, so that if one might walk within them, one would almost certainly wear one's self with a difference. Ain't it like something bright was in the inside o' the garden, Calliope put it, just the way I told you Abel feels about everything? That they's something inside, hid, kind of secret and holy like the dreams he said was in the sky. I guess Meb he's believed that about Delia all these years, and now he's bringin' it out. Oh, she said, the kitchen is where you can tell about things best. Seems to me you would ought to know something about Delia and Abel. And I wanted to hear. Abel see Delia first, Calliope told me then, to the rummage sale that the cemetery auxiliary, that the sodality used to be, give. That is to say, they did not give it, as it turned out they just had it, you might say. Abel was 25 or so, and he would just come here fresh ordained a minister. We found he wa'n't the kind to stop short on, be good yourself and then a crown. No, but he just went after the folks that was livin' along, moral and stepakin, and he says to us, what you sittin' down here for, enjoyin' yourselves bane moral? Get out and help the rest o' the world, he says. But everybody liked him in spite o' that, and he was goin' to be installed minister in our church. Then the rummage sale come on and he met Delia. Delia was 18 and just back from visitin' in the city, with her veil a new way, and I never see prettier. She was goin' to take charge o' the odd waist table, and Abel was runnin' round helpin' Abel wa'n't the white cuff kind like some, but he always pitched in and stirred up whatever was a stewin'. He come bringin' in an armful o' old shoes somebody'd fetched down, and just as she was beginnin' on the odd waists, sortin' 'em over, he met Delia. I remember she looks up at him from under that veil, and from over a red basque she would picked off the pile. Mr. Halsey, she says, I have a notion to buy this myself and be savin. That took Abel. Delia was so pretty and fluffy that hearin' her talk savin was about like seein' a butterfly washin' out its own wings. Do, says he, the red is beautiful on you, shovin' the blame off onto the red. And when he got done with the shoes, he come over to help on the waists too. I was looking over the child's sizes, next table, and I see the whole business. I will say their talk was wonderful pretty. It run on sort o easy, slippin' along over little laughs and no hard work to keep it goin'. Abel had a nice way o cuttin' his words out sharp like, they was made o somethin' with sizin' on the back and stayed where he put 'em. And his laugh would sort o clamp down soft on a joke and make it double funny. And Delia, she was right back at him, give for take, and though she was real genial, she was shy. And come to think of it, Abel was just as full o' his fancyins then as he is now. Old clothes, he says to her, always seems to me sort o' haunted. Haunted, I know she asks him, wonderin'. All steeped in what folks have been when they have wore essay, and jivin' it out again. O Delia says, I never thought o' that before. And she see what he meant, too. Delia wa'n't one to get up little wavy notions like that, but she could see when told. And neither was she one to do one way instead of another by just her own will in it, but if somebody pointed things out to her, then she would see how and do the right. And I think Abel understood that about her, that her soul was sort o packed down in her and would have to be loosened gentle before it could speak. Like Peleg Bemuse says about his flute, Calliope said, smiling, that they's something packed deep down in it that cannot say things it knows. Clothes folks wear, rooms they live in, things they useth the all get like the folks that use 'em, Abel says, lay in black with white, onto the waste table. It makes us want to step careful, do not it? Esse. I think esse simple, your dresses and ribbonsin, your veil must go about doin' pleasant things without you. Oh no, says Delia demure, I ain't near good enough, Mr. Halsey. You must not think that, she saysin' right while he was lookin' gentle and clerical and ready to help her. She dimples out all over her face. Besides, she says, I ain't enough dresses to spare away from me for that. I ain't but about two, says he. And when a girl is all rose pink and sky blue and dainty neat, a man loves to hear her brag how few dresses she's got, and Abel wa'n't the exception. Same as a lily, says he, they only have one dress. Now what else shall I do? Well, at sharp 9, the cemetery auxiliary come to order, Mies Sykes Presidin, like she always does when it's time for a hush. The doors was to open to the general public at 10 o'clock, and the iddy was to have the auxiliary get the pick o' the goods first, payin' the reglar, set, marked price. And just as they was ready to begin pickin', up arrove the Proudfit pony cart with a great big box o' stuff, sent to the sale. Land, Mies Sykes from the chair and the others the same, they just makes one swoop and begun selectin'. And in less than a jiffy if they had not selected up every one o' the Proudfit articles themselves. It was natural enough. The things was worth havin' pretty curtains, and trimmin's not much wore, and some millinarian dresses with the new hardly off. And the auxiliary paid the price they would 'a' asked anybody else. They was anxious, but they was square. That just seemed to get their hand in. Next, they fell to on the other tables and begun buyin' from them. They was lots o' things that most anybody would have been glad to have that the owners had sent down sheer through Bain's sick o' seein' 'em around like. You willin' could not be thrown away count o' conscience, but could be give to a cause and conscience not notice. We had quite fun buyin', tunnoin' they was each other's, and no hard feelin'ly good spirits and pleased with each other's taste. Everybody knew who had sent what, and everybody he bought it for some not so high-minded use as it he before, and kept their dignity that way. Front stair carpet was bought to go down on back stairs, sit-in room lamp for chamber lamp, kitchen stovepipe for washroom stovepipe, and so on, and the clothes to make rag rug so they give out. The things kept on and on. Bain snapped up hot cake quick, and the crowd beginning to gather outside, waitin' to get in, made 'em sort o' lose their heads and begin buyin' sole because things was cheaper cages, a machine cover, odd table leaves, and like that. The society was real large then, and what happened might have been expected. When 10 o'clock come and it was time to open the door, the rummage sale was over, and the auxiliary he bought the whole thing themselves. We never thought folks might be anyways mad about it, but I tell you, they was. They he'd been seein' us through the glass like they was caged in front o' bargain day. And when me's top lady, Fair Beeman, unlocks the door and tells 'em the sale was through within a real success, they acted some head up. But me's top lady, she bristles back at him. I am sure, says he, nobody wants you to die and be buried in a nice, neat, up-to-date, kep-up cemetery if you do not want to. And o' course she he there. Well, it was that performance o' the auxiliaries that really brought Delia and Abel together. It seemed to strike Abel awful funny, and Delia, lookin' at it with him, she see the funny too. They laughed a good deal, and they seemed to sort o' understand each other through laughin', like you will. Delia bought the red waist, and Abel walked home with Heron. By that time Abel, with his half-scriptural, half-boy, half-lover way that he could not help, was just on the craggy edge o' fallin' in love with her. but I believe it wa'n't love, just ordinary. It was more like Abel, in his zeal for redding up the world, see that he could do for Delia what nobody else could don her for him. And that both of 'em working together could do more through knowing each other was near. That's the way, Calliope said shyly, lovin' always ought to be, my notion. And when it ain't, things is likely to get all wrong. Sometimes, she said, you will hear about mean how things with me went all wrong. And I want you to remember, no matter how much it do not seem my fault that's why they did go wrong and no other. I was too crude selfish to sense what love is. I did not know. And so with lots o' folks. I have often thought that Delia and Abel meetin' at a rummage sale was like all the rest of it. There was just a lot o' rubbish lumberin' up the whole situation. Things was not happy for Delia to home her mother, Mies Crapwell, had married again to a man that kept throwin' out about heaven to be support to Delia. And her stepsister, Jenny Crapwell, was sickly and self-seekin' and engaged all to once. And the young carpenter that Jenny was goin' to marry, he was the black-eyed, Hitheranian kind, and crazier over Delia from the first than he ever was over Jenny. Delia, she was shy about not having much education. Mies Proudfit he wanted to send her off to school, and Mies Crapwell would not hear to it, and Abel kept talkin' that he was goin' to have a big church in the city some day. And I guess that scart Delia some, and Jenny kept frettin' and houndin' her, one way and another, and a callin' her parson's wife ain't it awful the power them pimpricky things has if we let 'em? And Delia wa'n't the kind to know how to do right by her own willin'. And so all to once we woke up one mornin', and she would done what she would done, and no help for it. It was only a month after Delia and Abel had met that Delia went away, and Abel had not been installed yet. And when Delia done that, Abel just settled into bane somebody else. He seemed to want to go off in the hills and be by himself, and most o' the time he done so. But there was grace for him even in that. Abel see the hill folks, how they did not have any churches nor not anything else much, and he just set to work on 'em, quiet and still. He would wanted to go away and travel, but the chance never come. And it seemed then on, he did not want even to hear o' the city, and when his chances there come, he never took 'em. And Abel's been round here with the hill folks the 14 years since, and never pastor of any church but he got the blessedness. After all, and I guess the chance to do better service than any other way. You can see how he's broad and gentle and tender and strong, but you do not know what he does for folks, and that's the best. And yet thy soul must be sort o' packed away too, to what it would have been if things had a gone different, packed away and tryin' to say something. And now Delia's come back, I believe Abel knows that, and I believe he sees the soul in her need in him too, just like it did all that time waitin' to be loosened, gentle, before it can speak, and meanin' things it cannot say, like Peleg's flute. Oh, do not it seem like the dreams Abel said he found up in the sky had ought to be let come true. It did seem as if, for the two up there in the drawing room, this dream might just possibly come back. But then you never can tell for sure about the sky, can you? Said Calliope, sighing. Coffee was served in the library, where Madame Proudfit and Miss Clementina had been in consultation with their lawyer. We were all rather silent as Madame Proudfit sat at the urn, and the lawyer handed our cups down some long avenue of his abstraction. And now everything seemed to me a kind of setting for Delia and Abel, and Calliope kept looking at them as if, before her eyes, things might come right. So, I own, did I? Though in the Proudfit library it was usually difficult to fix my attention on what passed, for it was in that room that Linda Proudfit's portrait hung, and the beautiful eyes seemed always trying to tell one what the weary absence meant. But I thought again that this daughter of the house had won a kind of presence there, because of Madame Proudfit's tender mother care of Delia Moore. Yet it was to this care that Calliope and I owed a present defeat, for when we were leave-a-taking, "We shall sail, then, the moment we can get passage," Madame Proudfit observed to her lawyer, "providing that Clementina can arrange. Delia," she added, "Clementina and I find tonight that we must sail immediately for Europe for 6 months or so, and we want to carry you off with us." Madame Proudfit and Miss Clementina and Delia were standing with us outside the threshold, where the outdoors had met us like something that had been waiting. There, with the light from the hall falling but dimly, I saw in Abel's face only the glow of his simple joy that this good thing had come to Deliatho. Indeed, that very joy told much besides. And it was in his face when he bade Delia good night, and, since he was expected somewhere among the hills for days to come, gave her Godspeed. But we four fell momentarily silent, as if we meant things which we might not speak. It was almost a relief to hear tapping on the sidewalk the wooden leg of Peleg bemuse, while a familiar, thin little stream of melody from his flute made its way about. "Does not it seem as if Peleg were trying to tell one something?" said Madame Proudfit lightly, as we went away. And down on the gravel of the drive Calliope, demanded passionately of Abel and me. Oh, do not some things make you want to pull the sky down and wrap up in it? But at this Abel laughed a little. It's easier to pull down just the dreams, he said. Roman 13. Top floor bag. One morning a few weeks after the Proudfits had left, I was sitting beside Calliope's cooking range, watching her at her baking, when the wooden leg of Peleg Bemused thumped across the threshold. And without ceremony he came in from the shed and stood by the fire, warming his axe handle. But Peleg's intrusions were never imputed to him. As I have said, his gifts and experiences had given him a certain authority. Perhaps, too, he reflected a kind of institutional dignity from his sign, which read, P. Bemuse, retail sawmiller. At the moment of his entrance Calliope was talking of Emerald Kitten, now Mrs. Abe Daniel. There's them too, she said. Seems to have married because they both use a good deal, oh salt least they ain't much else they are alike in. And Emerald is just one half working her head off for him. Little nervous thing she is when I heard she was down with nervous prostration 2 years ago. I says, land, I says, but ain't she always had it? They's a strain o' good blood in that girl. Al Kitten was New England, but they do not none of it flow up through her head. She's great on sacrificin', but she do not sacrifice judicious. If folks is goin' to sacrifice, I think they would ought to do it conscientious, the kind in the Bible, same as Abraham and like that. Peleg Bemuse rubbed one hand up and down his axe handle. I reckon you cannot always tell, Miss Marsh, he said meditatively. I once knowed a man that done some sacrificin' that ain't called by that name when it gets into the newspapers. He turned to me, with a manner of pointing at me with his head. You been in New York, he said. Ain't you ever heard o' Mr. Loneway, Mr. John Loneway? I was sorry that I could not answer yes. He was so expectant that I had the sensation of having failed him. Him and I lived in the same building in East 14th Street there, he said. That is to say, he lived top floor back and I was janitor. That was a good many years ago, but whenever I get an introduction to anybody that's been in New York, I always take an interest. I would like to know whatever become of him. He scrupulously waited for our question, and then sat down beside the oven door and laid his axe across his knees. It was that hard winter, he told us, about a dozen years ago. I would have to figure out just what year, but most anybody on the east side can tell you. Coal was clear up in Sorin, and victuals was too everybody howlin' hard times, and the winter just commenced. Make things worse, some philanthropist had put up 2 model tenements in the block we was in, and property alongside had shot up in value accordin' and lugged rents with it. Everybody in my buildin' most was rowin' about it. But John Loneway, he was not rowin'. I met him on the stairs one mornin' early and I says, beg pardon, sir, I says, but you ain't meanin' to make no change? I ask him. He looks at me kind o' dazed. He was a wonderful clean-muscled little chap, with a crisscross o' veins on each temple and big brown eyes back in his head. No, he says, change? I cannot move. My wife's sick, he says. That was news to me. I would met her a couple o' times in the hall, a little mite, hardly big as a baby, but pleasant-spoken, and with a way o' dressin' herself in shabby clothes that made the other women in the house look like bundles tied up careless. But she did not go out much. They had only been in the house a couple o' weeks or so. Sick, is she? I says. Too bad, I says. Anything I can do? I ask him. He stopped on the next step and looked back at me. Got a wife, he says. No, says I ain't, sir. But they ain't never challenged my vote on count o' that, sir, no offense, I says to him respectful. All right, he says, noddin' at me. I just thought meb she would look in now and then. I am gone all day, he added, and went off like he would forgot me. I thought about the little thing all that mornin' layin', all alone up there in that room that wa'n't no bigger'n a coal bin. It's bad enough to be sick anywheres, but it's like having both legs in a trap to be sick in New York. Towards noon, I went into one o' the flats first floor front at Waswith the kindlin' barrel, and I give the woman to understand they was somebody sick in the house. She was a great big creator that I would never see except in red calico, and I always thought she looked some like a tomato ketchup bottle, with her apron for the label. She says, when I told her, you see if she wants anything, she says. I cannot climb all them stairs, she answers me. Well, that afternoon, I went down and hunted up a rusty sleigh bell I would seen in the basement, and I rubbed it up and tied a string to it, and long in the evenin' I went upstairs and rapped at Mr. Loneway's door. I called, I says, to ask after your wife if I might. If you might, he says after me. I thank the Lord you are somebody that will. Come in, he told me. They had 2 rooms. In one he was cookin' somethin' on a smelly oil stove. In the other was his wife, but that room was all neat and nice curtains looped back, carpet and all that. She was half up on pillows, and she had a black waist on, and her hair pushed straight back, and she was burnin' up with the fever. Set down and talk to her, he says to me, while I get the dinner, will you? I have got to go out for the milk. I did set down, feelin' some like a sawhorse in church. If she had not been so dern little, seems though I could 'a' talked with her, but I catched sight of her hand on the quilt, Ann-law. It wa'n't no bigger'n a butternut. She done the best thing she could do and set me to work. Mr. Bemuse, she says, first off everybody else called me Peleg Mister. Bemuse, she says, I wonder if you would mind talkin' an old newspaper there's one, somewheres around and stuffin' in the cracks of this window and stop its rattlin'. I laid my sleigh bell down and done as she says, and while I fussed with the window, that seems though all Printin' House Square could not stuff up, she talked on, chipper as a squirrel, all about the buildin', and who lived where and how many kids they was, and would not it be nice if they had an elevator like the model tenement we was payin' rent for, and so on. I would never dreamt she was sick if I had not looked round a time or two at her poor, burnin' up face. Then by mebbe he brought the supper in, and when he went to lift her up, she just naturally laid back and fainted, but she was all right again in a minute, brave as two, and she was like a child when she see what he would brought her a big platter for a tray, with milk toast and an apple and 5 cents worth o' dates. She done her best to eat too, and praised him up, and the poor soul hung over her, watchin' every mouthful, feedin' her, coaxin' her, lookin' like nothin' more'n a boy himself. When I could not stand it no longer, I took and jingled the sleigh bell. I am agin, I says, to hang this outside the door here, and run this nice long string through the transom. And tomorrow, I says, when you want anything, just you pull the string a time or two, and I will be somewheres around. She clapped her hands, her eyes shinin'. Oh goody, she says, now I will not be alone. Ain't it nice, she says, that there ain't no glass in the transom? If we lived in the model tenement, we could not do that, she says, laughin' some. And that young fellow, he followed me to the door and just naturally shook hands with me, same's though I would been his kind. Then he followed me on out into the hall. We had a little boy, he says to me low, and it died 4 months ago yesterday, when it was 6 days old. She ain't ever been well since, he says, kind of as if he wanted to tell somebody. But I did not know what to say, and so I found fault with the kerosene lamp in the hall, and went on down. Next day, I knew the doctor come again. And way long in the afternoon, I was at Incarin with the stair rail when I heard the sleigh bell ring. I run up, and she was settin' up. In the black waistbutt, I thought her eyes was shiny with somethin' that was not the fever sort of a scared excitement. Mr. Bemuse, she says, I want you to do something for me, she says, and not tell anybody. Will you? Why, yes, I says, I will, Mies Loneway, I says. What is it, I ask her. There's a baby somewheres downstairs, she says. I hear it cryin' sometimes, and I want you to get it and bring it up here. That was a queer thing to ask, because kids is not soothin' to the sick. But I went off downstairs to the first floor front. The kid she meant belonged to the tomato ketchup woman. I knew they had one because it howled different times and, I judge, pounded its head on the floor some when it was maddest. It was the only real little one in the buildin', the others was all the tonguey age. I told what I wanted. For the land, says tomato ketchup, I never see such nerve. Take my baby into a sick room? Not if I know it, I suppose you just come out there. Well, do not you stay here, bring in diseases. A hospital's the true place for the sick, she says. I went back to Mies Loneway, and I guess I lied some. I said the kid was sick, had the croup, I thought, and she would have to wait. Her face fell, but she said all right and please not to say nothin', and then I went out and done my best to borrow a kid for her. I asked all over the neighborhood, and not a woman but looked on me for a cradle snatcher thought I wanted to abduct her child away from her. By mebbe I even told one woman what I wanted it for. My, she says, if she ain't got one, she's got one less mouth to feed. Tell her to thank her stars. After that, I used to look into Mies Loneway's frequent. The women on the same floor was quite decent to her, but they worked all day, and mostly did not get home till after her husband 999. I found out something about him, too. He was clerk in a big commission house way downtown, and his salary, as near as I could make out, was about what mine was, and they wa'n't no estimatin' that by the court at all. But I never heard a word out him about their not havin' much. He kep' on mackin' milk, toast and bringin' in one piece o' fruit at a time and once in a while a little meat. And all the time anybody could see she wa'n't gettin' no better. I knew she wa'n't gettin' enough to eat, and I knew he knew it too. And one night the doctor he outs with the truth. Mr. Loneway and I was sittin' in the kitchen, while the doctor was in the other room with her. I went there evenin's all the time by then the young fellow seemed to like to have me. We was keepin' warm over the old stove because the real stove was in her room, and the doctor come in and stood over him. My lad, he says gentle, there ain't half as much use o' my common here as there is o' her gettin' strengthenin' food. She's got to have beef broths or else fresh this and fresh they went on to tell him, and plenty of it, he says. And if we can make her strength hold out, I think, he wound up, that we can save her. But she's gettin' weaker every day for lack o' food. Can you do anything more? He asked him. I expected to see young Mr. Loneway go all to pieces at this, because I knew as it was he did not ride in the streetcar, he was pinchin' so to pay the doctor. But he sorter set up sudden and squared his shoulders, and he looked up and says, "Yes," he says, "I have been thinkin' that tonight," he says, "and I have heeded away to some good luck. You might call it'n now I guess she can have everything she wants," he told him, and he laughed some when he said it. That sort o' amazed me. I had not heard him sayin' anything about any excruciatin' luck, and his face had not been the face of a man on the brink of a bonanza. I wondered why he had not told her about this luck o' his, but I kept quiet and watched to see if he was bluffin'. I was cleanin' the walk-off when he come home next night. Sure enough, there was his arms laid full o' bundles, and his face it done me good to see it. "Come on up and help get dinner," he yelled out like a kid, and I thought I actually seen him smillin'. Soon's I could I went upstairs, and they wa'n't nothin' that man had not brought. They was everything the doctor had said, and green things, and a whole basket o' fruit and 2 bottles o' port, and more things besides. They was lots o' fixin's, too, that there wa'n't a mite o' nourishment, and for he wa'n't no more practical nor medicinal'n a wood tick. But I knew how he felt. "Do not tell her," he says. "Do not tell her," he says to me, hoppin' round the kitchen like a buzzsaw. "I want to surprise her." You can bet he did, too, if you will overlook the liberty. When he was all ready, he made me go in ahead. "Toot," says I, "genialically treated me juice like one of 'em. Toot, look at." He set the big white platter down on the bed, and when she see all the stuff, white grapes, mind you, and fresh tomatoes, and a glass for the wine, she just grabs his hand and holds it up to her throat and says, "Jack, oh Jack," she says, she called him that when she was pleased, "how did you? How did you?" "Never you mind," he says, kissin' her and lookin' as though he was goin' to bust out himself. "Never you ask. It's time I had some luck, ain't it? Like other men." She was touchin' things here and there, liftin' up the grapes and lookin' at him, poor little soul, had lived on milk toast and dates and a apple, now and then for 2 weeks to my knowledge. But when he said that, she stopped and looked at him, scared. "John," she says, "you ain't." He laughed at that. "Gamblin'," he says, "none ever you fear. I had thought o' that myself, only I did not quite see when he would had the chance since night before when the doctor told him. It's all owin' to the office," he says to her, "and now you eat'em see you eat, Linda," he says, and that seemed to be food enough for him. He did not half touch a thing. "Eat all you want," he says, and Peleg poke up the fire. "There's half a ton o' coal common tomorrow, and we are goin' to have this every day," he told her. Land o' love, how happy she was. She made me eat some grapes, and she sent a bunch to the woman on the same floor, because she would brought her an orange 6 weeks before. And then she begs Mr. Loneway to get an extra candle out of the top dresser drawer. And when that was lit up, she whispers to him, and he goes out and fetches from somewheres a guitar with more'n half the strings left on. And she set up and picked away on 'em, and we all 3 sung, though I cannot carry a tune no more'n what I can carry a white oak tree trunk. "Oh," she says, "I am agin to get well now. Oh," she says, "ain't it heaven to be rich again?" Noyu can say she would ought to ha' made him tell her where he got the money. But she trusted him, and she would been alivin' on milk toast and dates for so long that I can pretty well see how she took it all as what's name took the wild honey, without askin' the Lord whose make it was. Besides, she was sick, and milk toast and dates reconcile me to most any change for the better. It got so then that I went upstairs every noon and fixed up her lunch for her, and one day she done what I would been dreadin'. "Mr. Bemuse," she says, "that baby must be over the croup now. Will not ya want you take it down this orange and see if you cannot bring it up here a while?" I went down, but law, where was the use? The ketchup woman grabs up her kid and fair threw the orange at me. "You do not know what disease you are bringin' in here," she says, had a voice like them gasoline woodcutters. I see she would took to heart some o' the model tenement social evenin' lectures on bugs and worms and diseases. I carried the orange out and give it to a kid in the RE, so's me's Loneway'd be mackin' somebody some pleasure, anyhow. And then I went back upstairs and told her the kid was worse. Seems the croup had turned into cholery and phantom. "Why," she says, "I muse send it down something nice and hot tonight," and so she did, and I slips it back in the Loneway kitchen unbeknownst. She wa'n't so very medicinal either, bless her heart. "Tell me about that baby," she says to me one noon. "What's its name? Does it like to have its mother love it?" she asked me. I knew the truth to be that it did not let anybody do anything day or night within sight or sound of it, and it looked to me like an imp o' the dark. But I fixed up a tolerable description, and left out the freckles and the temper, and told her it was fat and well in a boy. That seemed to satisfy her. Its name, though, sorto stumped me. The tomato ketchup called it mostly Yaucumbacarriolitalape. I heard that every day. So I said, just to piece out my information, that I thought its name might be April. That seemed to take her fancy, and after that she was always asking me how little April was but not when Mr. Loneway was in hearin'. I see well enough she did not want he should know that she was grievin' none. All the time kept common, every night another armful o' good things. Land, that man he bought everything. Seems though he could not buy enough. Every night the big platter was heaped up and runnin' over with everything under the sun, and she was like another girl. I s'pose the things give her strength, but I reckon the cheer helped most. She had the surprise to look forward to all day, and there was plenty o' light, evenin's, and the stove, that was drove red hot. The doctor kept sayin' she was better, too, and everything seemed lookin' right up. Seems queer I did not suspect from the first something was wrong. Seems though I ought to 'a known money did not grow out o' green wood the way he was pretendin'. It was not 2 weeks before he takes me down to the basement one night when he comes home, and he owns up. Peleg, he says, I have got to tell somebody, and God knows maybe it will be you that will have to tell her. I have stole $54 out o' the tray in the retail department, says he, and today they found me out. There was not no fuss made. Lovett, the assistant cashier, is the only one that knows. He took me aside quiet, Mr. Loneway says, and I made a clean breast. I said what I took it for. He's a married man himself, and he told me if I would make it up in 3 days, he would fix it so's nobody should know. The cashier's off for a week. In 3 days he's comin' back. But they might as well ask me to make up 5400. I have got enough to keep on these 3 days so she will not know, he says, and after that. He hunched out his arms, and I will never forget his face. I says, Mr. Loneway, sir, I says, chuck it. Tell her the whole thing and give him back what you got left, and do your best. He turned on me like a crazy man. Do not talk to me like that, he says fierce. You do not know what you are sayin', he says. No man does till he has this happen to him. The judge on the bench that will send me to jail for it, he will not know what he's judgin'. Me God, he says, leanin' up against the door o' the furnace room, to see her sick like this and needin' thinks when she give herself to me to take care of. Course there wa'n't no talkin' to him. And the next night and the next he come home, bringin' her truck just the same. Once he dee her a bunch o' pinks. Seems though he was doin' the worst he could. The pinks come at the end of the second day of the 3 days the assistant cashier had give him to pay the money back in. And two things happened that night. I was in the kitchen helpin' him wash up the dishes while the doctor was in the room with me's Loneway. And when the doctor come out there into the kitchen, he shuts the door. I see right off something was the matter. He took Mr. Loneway off to the back window, and I rattled round with the dishes and took on not to notice. Up until when the doctor goes out then I felt Mr. Loneway's grip on my arm. I looked at him, and I knew. She was not going to get well. He just lopped down on the chair like so much sawdust, and put his face down in his arm. The way a schoolboy docin' I swan he wa'n't much more'n a schoolboy either. I s'pose if ever hell is in a man's heart, and we mostly all see it there sometime, even if we do not feel it, why, there was hell in his then. All of a sudden there was a rap on the hall door. He never moved, and so I went. I whistled, I recollect, so she should not suspect nothin' from our not goin' in where she was right off. And a messenger boy was out there in the passage with a letter for Mr. Loneway. I took it in to him. He turned himself around and opened it, though I do not believe he knew half what he was doin'. And what do you guess come tumblin' out o' that envelope? $54 in bills, not a word with M. Then he broke down. It's Lovett, he says, it's Lovett's done this, assistant cashier. Maybe he's told some o' the other fellows at the desks next, and they helped. They knew about her Bane's sick. And they cannot none of 'em afford it, he says, and that seemed to cut him up worst of all. I will give it back to him, he says resolute. I cannot take it from M. Peleg. I says, hush up, Mr. Loneway, sir, I says. You got to think o' her. Take it, I told him, and thank God it ain't as bad as it was. Who knows, I ask him, but what the doctor might turn out wrong. Pretty soon I got him to pull himself together some, and I shoved him into the other room, and I went with him, and talked on like an idiot so nobody'd suspect I did not have no idea what. She was settin' up in the same black waist, with a newspaper hung across the head o' the iron bed to keep the draft out. All of a sudden, John, says she. He went close by the bed. Is everything goin' on good? She asked him. Everything, he told her right off. Splendid, John, she asked him, pulling his hand up by her cheek. Splendid, Linda, he says after her. We got a little money ahead, she goes on. Bless me, if he did not do just what I had time to be afraid of. He hauls out them $54 and showed her. She claps her hands like a child. Oh goody, she says, I am so glad, I am so glad. Now I can tell you, she says to him. He took her in his arms and kneeled down by the bed, and I tried to slip out, but she called me back. So I stayed, like an axe in the parlor. John, she says to him, do you know what Aunt Nita told me before I was married? You must always look the prettiest you know how, Aunt Nita says, she tells him, for your husband, because you must always be prettier for him than anybody else is. And oh, dearest, she says, you know I would have looked my best for you if I could, but I never had, and it was not your fault. She cries out, but things did not go right. It was not anybody's fault. Only I wanted to look nice for you. And since I have been sick, she says, it's made me wretched, wretched to think I did not have nothing to put on, but this black waist, thighs, homely old black waist. You never liked me to wear black, I recollect, she says to him, and it killed me to think if anything should happen you'd be rememberin' me like this. You think you would remember me the way I was when I was well, but you would not, she says earnest. People never, never do. You would remember me here like I look now. Oh, and so I thought if there was ever so little money we could spare, won't you get me something so's you could remember me better? Something to wear these few days, she says. He breaks down then and cries, with his face in her pillow. Don't, why do not, she says to him. If there was not any money, you might cry only then I would not never have told you. But now tomorrow you can go and buy me a little dressing sack with kind they have in the windows on Broadway. Oh, Jack, she says, is it wicked and foolish for me to want you to remember me as nice as you can? It ain't, she says. Then I give out, I felt like a handful o' wet sawdust that's been squeezed. I slid out and downstairs, and I guess I chopped wood near all night. The tomato ketchup's husband, he pounded the floor for me to shut up, and I told him though I never was what you might call a impudent janitor that if he thought he could chop it up any more soft, he would better engage in it. But then the kid woke up, too, and yelled some, and I's afraid she would hear it and remember, and so I quit. Next mornin', I laid for Mr. Loneway in the hall. Sir, I says to him when he come down to go out, you will not do nothin' foolish, I ask him. Mind your business, he says, his face like a patch o' poplar ashes. I was in and out o' their flat all day, and I could see Mies Loneway she's happy as a lark. But I knew pretty well what was common. Mind you, this was the third day. That night I heedy things goin' in the kitchen and the kettle on, and I's hesitatin' whether to put 2 eggs in the omelet or 3, when he comes home. He laid a eternal lot o' stuff on the kitchen table, without one word, and went in where she was. I heard paper rustlin', and then I heard her voice seein' it was not no cryin', lemme say. And so I says to myself, well, I says, she might as well have a 4-egg omelet because it will be the last. I knew if they's to arrest him she would not never live the day out. So I goes on with the omelet, and when he come out where I was, I just told him if he would cut open the grapefruit he'd everything else ready. And then he quit lookin' defiant, and he calmed down some, and pretty soon we took in the dinner. She was sittin' up in front of her 2 pillows, pretty as a picture. And she was in one o' the things I ain't ever see outside a store window. Lord, it was all the color o' roses, with craped up stuff like the bark on a tree, and rows o' lace, and long, flappy ribbon. She was a lose pretty, but she looked like an angel in that. And I says to myself then, I says, if a woman knows she looks like that in them things, and if she loves somebody and, livin' or dead, wants to look like that for him, I want to know who's to blame her? I ain't Peleg Bemuse, he ain't. Mies Loneway was as pretty as I ever see, not barren the stage. And she was laughin', and her cheeks was pink-like, and she says, oh, Mr. Bemuse, she says, I feel like a queen, she says, and you must stay for dinner. I never seen Mr. Loneway gayer. He was full o' fun and funny sayin's, and his face had even lost its chalky look and he would got some color, and he laughed with her, and he made love to her derned if it was not enough to keep a woman out o' the grave to be worshipped the way that man worshipped her. And when she asked for the guitar, I carried out the platter, and I stayed and straightened things some in the kitchen. And all the while I could hear em singin' soft and laughin' together, and all the while I knew what was double sure to come. Well, in about an hour it did come. I was waitin' for it. Fact, I had filled up the coffee pot expectin' it. And when I heard the men comin' up the stairs, I takes the coffee and what rolls there was left and I meets em in the hall, on the landing. They was 2 of em constables, or somethin' with a warrant for his arrest. Gentlemen, says I, openin' the coffee pot careless so's the smell could get out and circulate, gentlemen, he's up there in that room. There's only these 1 stairs, and the only manhole's right here over your heads so's you can watch that. You recollect that there ain't a roof on that side o' the house. Now, I am a lonely beggar, and I wished you would let me invite you to a cup o' hot coffee and a hot buttered roll or 2, right over there in that hall window. You can keep your eye peeled towards that door all the while, I reminds him. Well, it was a bitter night, and them two was flesh and blood. They lowed that if he had not been there, they would have had to wait for him, anyway, so they finally set down. And I doled him out the coffee. I lowed I could keep him an hour if I knew myself. Nobody could have done any different, with her and him settin' up their singin' in no manner o' doubt but what it was for the last time. I would been round considerable in my time, and I knew quite a batch o' stories. I let him have 'em all, and poured the coffee down 'em. They was willin' enough it wa'n't cold in the halls to what it was outside, and the coffee was boilin' hot. And if anybody wants to blame me, they would hev to see her first, all fluffed up same as a kitten in that pink jacket thing, afore I would give him a word o' hearin'. In the midst of it, all I heard the tomato ketchup's kid yell. I remembered that this'd be my last chance for her to see the kid when she could get any happiness out of it. I did not think twice, I just filled up the cups o' them too, and then I sails downstairs, two at a time, and opened the door o' first floor front without rappin'. The kid was there in its little nightgown, howlin' fur fair because it had been left alone with its boy brother. The tomato ketchup and her husband was to awake. I picked up the kid, rolled it in a blanket, grabbed brother by the arm, and started up the stairs. Is the house on FF fire? Says the boy brother. Yes, says I, it is. And we are goin' upstairs to hunt up a fire escape, I told him. At the top o' the stairs, I sets him down on the floor and promises him an orange, and then I opens the door, with the kid on my arm. It had stopped yellin' by then, and it was settin' up straight, with its eyes all round and its cheeks all pinked up with havin' just woke up, and it looked awful cute in spite of its mother. Mies Loneway was leanin' back, laughin', and tellin' him what they was goin' to do the minute she got well. But when she see the baby, she drops her husband's hand and sorter screams out, weak, and holds out her arms. Mr. Loneway, he hardly heard me go in, I reckon leastwise. He looks at me clean through me without seein' I was there. And she hugs the kitty up in her arms and looks at me over the top of its head, as much as to say she understood and thanked me. Its ma is went off, I told him apologetic, and I thought maybe you would look after it a while, I told him. Then I went out and put oranges all around the boy brother on the hall floor, and I hustled back downstairs. Gentlemen, says I, brisk, I have got $2 too much, says Ian. I reckon the cracks in them walls must a winked at the notion. What do you say to a game o' dice on the bread plate? I ask him. Well, one way and another I kept them two there for 2 hours. And then, when the game was out, I knew I could not do nothin' else. So I stood up and told em I would go up and let Mr. Loneway know they was there along o' his wife Bain's sick and had not ought to be scared. I started up the stairs, feelin' like lead. Little more'n halfway up I heard a little noise. I looked up and I see the boy brother Ackerman, leakin' orange epeel with the kid slung over his shoulder, sleepin'. I looked on past him, and the door o' Mr. Loneway's sittin' room was open, and I see Mr. Loneway standin' in the middle o' the floor. I must 'a stopped still, because something stumbled up against me from the back, and the two constables was there, common close behind me. I could hear one of 'em breathin'. Then I went on up, and somehow I knew there was not nothin' more to wait for. When we got to the top, I see inside the room, and she was layin' back on her pillow, all still and quiet. And the little new pink jacket never moved nor stirred, for there wa'n't no breath. Mr. Loneway, he come across the floor towards us. Come in, he says. Come right in, he told yous, and I see him smellin' some. Roman 14. An epilogue. When Peleg had gone back to the woodshed, Calliope slipped away too. I sat beside the fire, listening to the fine, measured fall of Peleg's exciso, much more vital with the spirit of music than his flute, looking at Calliope's brown earthen baking dishesso, much purer in line than the village bric-a-brac, thinking of Peleg's story and of the life that beat within it as life does not beat in the unaided letter of the law. But chiefly I thought of Linda Loneway. Linda Loneway. I made a picture of her name. So, Calliope having come from above stairs where I had heard her moving about as if in some search, I think that I recognized, even before I lifted my eyes to it, the photograph which she gave me. It was as if the name had heard me and had come. It's Linda, Calliope said, it's Linda Proudfoot, and I am certain sure it's the Linda that Peleg knew. Surely not, Calliope, I said, obedient to some law. Calliope nodded, with closed eyes, in simple certainty. I know it was her that Peleg meant about, she said. I thought of it first when he said about her looks and her husband a clerkin, he said he called her Linda. And then when he got to where she mentioned Aunt Nita, that's what her and Clementina always calls me's Ordway, though she ain't by right so, it is. Calliope sat down on the floor before me, cherishing the picture. And all natural doubts of the possibility, all apparent denial in the real name of Linda Proudfit's poor young husband, were for us both presently overborne by something which seemed viewlessly witnessing to the truth. But little Linda, Calliope said, to think o' her. To think o' her like Peleg said. Why, I hardly ever see her except in all silk or imported kinds. None of us 999. I hardly ever see her walk it was horses and carriages, and dance in a ballroom, till I wonder she remembered how to walk at all. Everything with her was cut good, and kid, and handwork, and like that the same way the Proudfits is now. But yet she was not a bit like me's Proudfit and Clementina. They are both sweet and rule live in and ladies born, but Calliope hesitated, they's something they ain't. And Linda was. Calliope looked about the room, seeking a way to tell me, and her eyes fell on the flame on her cooking stove hearth. Linda had a little something in her that lit her up, she said. She did not say much of anything that other folks do not say, but somehow she meant the words farther in where the light was, and words mean different and better. I used to think I did not believe that what she saw or heard or read was exactly like what her mother and Clementina and most folks see and hear and read. Somehow she got the inside out o' things, and drew it in like breathin', and lit it up, and lived it more. I donnos you know what I am talking about. But me's Proudfit and Clementina do not do that way. They are dear and good and generous, and lots gentler than they was before Linda left a man, yet they just wear things and invite folks in and see Europe and keep up their French and serve God, and never get any of it real lit up. But Linda, she knew. And she used to be lonesome. I know she did. I know she 999. I used to look at her and wish I went who I am, so's I coulda let her know I knew too. I used to go to mend her lace and sell orris root to her, and Madame Proudfit and Clementina would be there, buyin' and livin' on the outside, judicious and refined and real right about everything. But when Linda come in, she sort o' reached somewheres, deep or up or out or like that, and got something that meant it all instead o' now in its way through words. It was like other folks was the recipe and Linda was the real dish. They was the way to be, but she was the one that was. Well then one year, when she come home from off to school, this young clerk followed her. I only see em together once, only stayed a day and had his terrible time with Jason Proudfit and everybody knew it, but even with seein' em that once, I knew about him. I do not care who he was or what he was worth was lit up too. I don't know why he was a clerk nor anything of heim except that the lit kind ain't always the moneymakers, but he could talk to her way. And when I see the four of em drive up in front of the post office the day he come, me's Proudfit and Clementina talkin', all soft and interested and regular, about the foreign postage stamps they was buyin', and Linda and him sittin' there, with foreign lands fair livin' in their eyes, I knew how it would be. And so it was. They went off, Linda with only the clothes she was wearin' and none of her stone rings or like that with her. And see what it all don't see what it done. Jason Proudfit, he would not forgive em nor would not hear a word from em, though they say me's Linda wrote, at first, and more than once. And then when he died 2 years or so afterwards, and me's Proudfit tried everywhere he went, no trace. And no wonder, with a different name so's nobody should find out how poor they was in death in like enough prison. Calliope stood up, and in the pause Peleg's axe went rhythmically on. I am goin' to be sure, she said. I hate Tobit, o' course I have got to be real certain in words. She went out to the shed, taking with her the photograph, and closed the door. Peleg's axe ceased, and when she came back she said nothing at all for a little, and the axe did not go on. We must not tell me's Proudfit it, she put it, presently, not till we can think. I donno's we ever can tell her. The din and the disgration the other namin' the hurt about Linda's need and things, Peleg thinks not tell her too. At least, I said, we can wait for a little, until they come home. I listened while, her task long disregarded, Calliope fitted together the dates and the meager facts she knew, and made the sad tally complete. Then she laid the picture by and stood staring at the cooking grange flame. It ain't enough, she said, bainlet youpin enough for folks, is it? Not without they are some made out o' iron, too, to hold it like stoves. And yet. She looked at me with one of her infrequent, passionate doubtings in her eyes. If me's Proudfit and Clementina had just have been lit too, she said, Meb. She got no farther, though I think it was not the opening of the door by Peleg bemused that interrupted her. Peleg did not come in. He said something of the snow on his shoes, and spoke through the door's opening. I am agon to quit work for today, Mies Marsh, he told her. Seems like I am too dead tired to chop. Roman 15. The Tea Party. As spring came on, and I found myself fairly identified with the life of friendship, or, at any rate, more one of us, as they said, I suggested to Calliope something which had been for some time pleasantly in my mind. Might I asked one day, give a tea for her? A tea, she repeated. For me? You know they give me a benefit once in the basement of the courthouse, but a private tea for me. And when she understood that this was what I meant, "Oh," she said earnestly, "I would be so glad to come. And you and I can know the tea is for Maeve you really mean it, but it will not do to say it so'd it would get out around. Oh no, it will not. Not one o' the rest'll come near if you give it for menner if you give it for anybody." Me's Proudfit now, she tried to give a noon lunch on St. Patrick's Day for Me's postmaster Sykes, and the folks she asked to it got together and sent in their regrets. "We are just as good as Me's postmaster Sykes, they give out to everybody, and we do not bow down to her like that. So Me's Proudfit she calls it a shamrock party and give it a day later. And every one of 'em went. It will not do to say it's for me. So I contented myself with planning to seat Calliope at the foot of my table, and I found a kind of happiness in her childlike content, though only we two knew that the occasion would do her honor. If Delia had been available, we would have told her, but Delia was still in Europe and would not return until June. Calliope was quite radiant when, on the afternoon of the tea, she arrived in advance of the others. She was wearing her best gray Henrietta, and I noted that she had changed her cameo ring from her first to her third finger. "First finger rings seem to me more everyday," she had once said to me, "but third finger I always think looks real dressy." She was carrying a small parcel. "You did not ask to borrow anything," she said shyly. "I did not know how you would feel about that, a stranger so. And we all got toads through your company. You know and found out you had not borrowed anything from any of us, and we thought maybe you hesitated. So we made up I should bring my spoons. They was mother's, and they are thin as weddin' rinks and solid. Any time you want to give a company you are welcome to 'em." When I had laid the delicate old silver in its place, I found Calliope standing in the middle of my living room, looking frankly about on my simple furnishings, her eyes lingering here and there almost lovingly. "Bane in your house," she said, "is like Bane somewheres else. I do not know if you know what I mean. Most o' the time I am where I belong just common. But now and then like a holiday when we are dressed up and sittin' round I feel different and special. It was the way I felt when they give the William Shakespeare supper in the library and had it lit up in the evenin' so different like Bane somewheres else. It will be that way on Market Square next month when the carnival comes. I guess that's why I am an extract agent," she added, laughing a little. "When I said and smell the spices, I could think it was not me I feel so special. And I feel that way now I do know if you know what I mean." She looked at me, measuring my ability to comprehend, and brightening at my nod. "Well, most o' friendship would not understand," she said. "To them, vanilla smells like cornstarch putting in no more. And that reminds me," she added slowly, "you know friendship well enough by this time, do not you, to find we are apt to say things here this afternoon." "Say things," I repeated, puzzling. "We will not mean to," she hastened loyally to add. "I ain't talking about us, you know," she explained anxiously. "I just want to warn you so's you will not be hurt. I guess I notice such things more'n most. We will not mean to offend you, but I thought you would ought to know ahead. And Bane as it's part my tea, I thought it was kind o' my place to tell you." She was touching the matter delicately, almost tenderly, and not more, as I saw, with a wish to spare me than with a wish to apologize in advance for the others, to explain away some real or fancied weakness. "You know," she said, "we ain't never had anybody to, what you might say, tell us what we can and what we cannot say. So we just naturally say whatever comes into our heads. And then when we get it said, we see often that it ain't what we meantin, that it's apt to hurt folks, or put us in a bad light, or somethin'. But some do not even see that, some go right ahead sayin' the hurt things and never know it is a hurt. I do not know if you have noticed what I mean," Calliope said, "but you will tonight. And I did not want you should be hurt or should think hard of them that says M. But how, I wondered, as my guests assembled, could one think hard of anyone in friendship, and especially of the little circle to which I belonged? My dear Mies Amanda Toplady, Mies photographer Sturgis, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, who, since our Thanksgiving, seemed, as Calliope put it, to have got good with the universe again. The Liberty Sisters, for that day once more persuaded from their seclusion, and Mies Postmaster Sykes, with, we sometimes said, some right to have her peculiarities if ever anybody he it. Of them, all the friendship phrase of approval had frequently been spoken. That this one, or that, was at heart, one o' the most all-round capable women we have got. I had hoped to have one more guest, Mrs. Merriman, wife of the late chief of the Friendship Fire Department, but I had promptly received her regrets, owing to affliction in the family, though the fire chief had died 2 years and more before. "But it's her black," Calliope had explained to me sympathetically. "She cannot afford to throw away her best dress, made mornin' style, with crepe ornaments. As long as that lasts good, she will hev to stay home from places. I see she's just had new crepe cuffs put on, and that means another 6 months at the least. And she will not go to parties wearing widow weeds. Me's fire chief Merriman is very delicate. My guests, save Calliope, all arrived together and greeted me, I observed, with a manner of marked surprise. Afterward, when I wondered, Calliope explained simply that it was not usual for a hostess to meet her guests at the door. Of course, they are usually right in the midst, oh, getting the supper when the company comes, she said. My prettiest dishes in silver were to do honor to those whom I had bidden, and boughs of my flowering currant filled my little hall and curved above the line of sight at table, where the candle shades lent deeper yellows. I delighted in the manner of formality with which they took their places, as if some forgotten ceremonial of ancient courts were still in their veins, when a banquet was not a thing to be entered upon lightly. Quite in ignorance of the Japanese custom of sipping tea while the first course is arriving, it is our habit in friendship to inaugurate supper by seeing the tea poured. In deference to this ceremony, a hush fell immediately we were seated, and this was in courtesy to me, who must inquire how each would take her tea. I think that this conversation never greatly varied, as Mrs. Toplady, I said at once, the rest being understood. Cream and sugar, if you please, said that great Amanda heartily, or milk if it's milk. I take the tea for the Trimmins. Then a little stir of laughter and a straying comment or two about, say, the length of days at that time of year, and Mrs. Sykes, just milk, please. I always say I do not think tea would hurt anybody if they would leave the sugar alone. But then, I have got a very peculiar stomach. Mrs. Holcomb, I want mine plain tea, thank you. My husband takes milk and the boys like sugar, but I like the taste of the tea. At which from Libby Liberty? Oh, Mies Holcomb just says that to make out she's strong-minded. Plain tea and plain coffee's regular woman's rights fare, Mies Holcomb. And then, after more laughter and Mies Holcomb's blushes, they awaited. Mrs. Sturgis. Not any at all, thank you. No, I like the tea, but the tea do not like me. My mother was the same way, she never could drink it. No, not any for me, though I must say I should dearly love a cup. Miss Viney. Just a little tea and the rest hot water. Dear me, I should not go to sleep till tomorrow night if I was to drink a cup as strong as that. No, a little more water, please. I suppose I can send it back for more if it's still too strong. Miss Libby. Lavany just wants the canister pointed in her direction, and she thinks she's had her tea. Lucy do not dare take any. 3 lumps for me, please, I like mine syrup. Calliope. Oh, said Calliope, milk if there's any left in the pitcher. And if there ain't, send it down clear. I like it most any way. Ain't it queer about the difference in folks' tastes in their tea and coffee? That was the signal for the talk to begin with anecdotes of how various relatives, quick and past, had loved to take their tea. No one ever broached a real topic until this introduction had had its way. To do so would have been an indelicacy, like familiar speech among those in the ceremony of a first meeting. Thus I began to see that in spite of Calliope's distress at the ways of us in friendship, a matchless delicacy was among its people a dominant note. Not the delicacy born of convention, not that sometimes bred in the crudest by urban standards, but a finer courtesy that will spare the conscious stab which convention allows. It was, if I may say so, a savoir-faire of the heart instead of the head. But we had hardly entered upon the hour before the ground for Calliope's warning was demonstrated. There, she herself bridged a pause with her ready little laugh. I knew somebody'd pass me something while I was saltin' my potato. My brother, older, always said that at home. I never salt my potato, he used to say, without somebody passes me something. Next instant, her eyes flew to my face in a kind of horror, for we have noticed that at our house, too, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss observed, vigorously using a salt shaker. But then I always believe, myself, in havin' everything properly seasoned in the kitchen before it comes on to the table. See, Calliope signaled me fleetly. But no one else, and certainly not Mies Holcomb herself, perceived the surface of things vexed by a ripple. Well now, said that great Mies Amanda Toplady heartily, that is so about salt in your potato. I know it now, but I never thought of it right out before. Lots o' things are true that you do not think of right out. Now I come to put my mind on it, I know at our house if I cut up a big plate o' bread we do not eat up half of it. But just as sure as I do not, I have to get up from the table and go get more bread. I know we often speak of that, and so my husband says, chimed Mies Holcomb and Mies Sturgis. Seems as if I would notice that, too, Calliope said brightly. Whereupon, my part, Miss Lucy Liberty contributed shyly, I always like to see a great big plate of good, big slices o' bread come onto the table. Looks like the crock was full, she added, laughing heartily to cover her really pretty shyness, and like you would not run out. Calliope's glance at me was still more distressed, for my table showed no bread at all, and my maid was at that moment handing rolls the size of a walnut. But for the others, the moment passed undisturbed. I have never noticed in particular about the bread, observed Mies Sykes. She had great magnetism. For when she spoke, an instant hush fell, but what I have noticed Mies Sykes was very original and usually disregarded the experiences of others, is that if I do not make a list of my washing when it goes, something is pretty sure to get lost. But let me make a list, and even the dust cloths'll come back home. Everybody had noticed that. Even Libby Liberty assented, and exchanged with her sister a smile of domestic memories. And every single piece has got my initial in the corner, too, Mies Sykes added. I would not have a piece o' linen in the house without my initial on. It do not seem to me real refined not to. Calliope's look was almost one of anguish. My hem-stitched damask napkins bear no saving initial in a corner. But no one else would, I was certain, connect that circumstance, even if it was observed, with what Mies Sykes had said. It's too bad Mies Fire Chief Merriman would not come today. Calliope hastily turned the topic. She cannot seem to get used to things again, since some died. She did not do this way for her first husband that died in the city, I heard, volunteered Mies Sturgis. Why, I heard she went out there, right after the first year. That's easy explained, said Mies Sykes positively. Was not she fond of him? Asked Mies Holcomb. She seems real Klingon, like she would be fond o' most anyone. Oh yes, she was fond of him, declared Mies Sykes. Why, he was a professional man, you know. But then he died 10 years ago, during tight skirts. Naturally, being a widow then was not what it is now. She could not cut her skirt over to any Advantagia Bell skirt, Isabel's skirt, and they went out the very next year. When she got new cloth for the flare skirts, she got colors. But the fire chief died right at the height o' the full skirts. She's kept cuttin' over, and by the looks o' the spring plates she can keep right on at it. She really cannot afford to go out o' mornin'. I do not blame her a bit. She told me the other day, remarked Libby Liberty, that she was real homesick for some company food. She said she would been askin' to eat with this family and that, most hospitable but very plain. And seems though she could not wait for a company layout. She will not go anywheres in her crepe. Mies Sykes turned to me, supplementing Calliope's former information. She's a very superior woman, she graduated in oils in the city, and she's fitted for any society, say where who will. We always say about her that nobody's so delicate as Mies Fire Chief Merriman. She do not take strangers in very ready anyway, Mies Holcomb explained to me. She belongs to what you might call the old school. She's very sensitive to everything. The moment came when I had unintentionally produced a hush by serving a salad unknown in friendship. When almost at once I perceived what I had done, I confess that I looked at Calliope in a kind of dread, lest this too were a faux pas, and I took refuge in some question about the coming carnival. But my attention was challenged by my maid, who was in the doorway announcing a visitor. "Company, ma'am," she said, and when I had bidden her to ask that I be excused for a little. "Please, ma'am," she said, "she says she has to see you now." And when I suggested the lady's card, "Oh, it's Mies Fire Chief Merriman," the maid imparted easily. "Mies Fire Chief Merriman," exclaimed everyone at table. Well, forevermore, speakin' of angels, she must have forgot the tea was bane. In my living room, in her smartly freshened spring toilet of morning, Mies Fire Chief Merriman rose to greet me. She was very tall and slight, and her face was curiously like an oblong yellow brooch which fastened her gown at the throat. "My dear friend," she said, "I felt, after your kind invitation, that I must pay my respects during your tea. Afterwards would not be the same. It's a tea, and there could not be lanterns and bunting or anything o' the sort, so I felt I could come in." "You are very good," I murmured, and in some perplexity, as she resumed her seat, I sat down also. Mies Merriman sought in the pocket of her petticoat for a black-bordered handkerchief. "When you are in mourning so," she observed, "folks forget you. They do not really forget you, either. But they get used to missing you places, and they do not always remember to miss you. I did appreciate your inviting me today so, because I am just as fond of meeting my friends as I was before the chief died." And when I had made an end of murmuring something, "Really," she went on placidly, "it ought to be the custom to go out in society when you are in mourning if you never did any other time. You need distraction then if you ever needed it in your life." And the chief would have been the first to feel that too. He was very partial to going out in company. And when I had made an end of murmuring something else, You were very thoughtful to give me an invitation for this afternoon, she said, and I felt that I must stop in and tell you so, even if I could not attend. Serenely, she spread her black crepe fan and swayed it. In the dining room, my guests proceeded with their lonely salad toward a probable lonely dessert. At thought of that dessert and of that salad, a suggestion, partly impulsive and partly flavored with some faint reminiscence, at once besieged me, and in it I divined a solution of the moment. Mrs. Merriman, I said eagerly, may I send you in a cup of strawberry ice? I have some early strawberries from the city. She turned on me her great dark eyes, with their flat curve of shadow accenting her sadness. I am sure you are very kind, she said simply, and I should be pleased, I am sure. I rose, hesitating, longing to say what I had in mind. I would really like your opinion, I said, on rather a new salad I am trying. Now would you not? A salad, Mies Merriman repeated. The chief, she said reflectively, was very partial to all green salads. I do not think men usually care for them the way he 999. Dear Mrs. Merriman, said I at this, a cup of bouillon and a bit of chicken breast and a drop of creamed cauliflower. Oh, she murmured, really, I could not think. And when I had made my cordial insistence, she looked up at me for a moment solemnly, over her crepe fan. I thought that her eyes with that flat, underlying curve of shadow were as if tears were native to them. Her grief and the usages of grief had made of her someone other than her first self, someone circumscribed, wary of living. Oh, she said wistfully, I ain't had anything like that since I went into mourning. If you do not think it would be disrespectful to him. I am certain that it would not be so, I assured her, and construed her doubting silence as capitulation. So I filled a tray with all the dainties of our little feast, and my maid carried it to her where she sat, and then to us at table served dessert. And my strange party went forward with 7 guests in my dining room and 1 mourner at supper in my living room. How very, very delicate, said Mies Postmaster Sykes in an emphatic whisper. Mies Fire Chief Merriman is a very superior woman, and she always does the delicate thing. And now as I met Calliope's eyes, I saw that the dear little woman was looking at me with a manner of unmistakable pride. In spite of her warning to me, and what she thought had been its justification during the supper, here was an occasion to reveal to me a delicacy unequaled. Thereafter, in deference to my morning guest in the next room, we all dropped our voices and talked virtually in whispers. And when at last we rose from the table, complete silence had come upon us. Then, the tray not having yet been brought from that other room, I confess to having found myself somewhat uncertain how to treat a situation so out of my experience. But the kind heart of my dear Mies Amanda Toplady was the dictator. Now, she whispered, tiptoeing, we must all go in and speak to her. Poor woman do not call anywheres, and she stays in mornin' so long folks have kind o' dropped off goin' to see her. Let's walk in and be real nice to her. Mies Fire Chief Merriman sat as I had left her, and the tray was before her on my writing table. She looked up gravely and greeted them all, one by one, without rising. We sat about her in a circle and spoke to her gently on subjects decently allied to her grief. On the coming meeting of the cemetery improvement sodality, on the new styles in mourning, on the deaths in friendship during the winter, and on 2 cases of typhoid fever recently developed in the town. The fire chief had died of walking typo. And Mies Merriman, gravely partaking of strawberry ice and cake and bonbons, listened and replied, and with the last morsel, rose to take her leave. It was then that my unlucky star shone effulgent, for, as she was shaking hands all round, oh, Mrs. Merriman, I said, with the gentlest intent, would you care to come out to see my dining room? My flowering current was very early this year. To my horrified amazement, Mies Fire Chief Merriman lifted her black-bordered handkerchief to her face and broke into subdued sobbing. Suddenly, I understood that all the others were looking at me in a kind of reproachful astonishment. My bewilderment, mounting for an instant, was precipitately overthrown by the sobbing woman's words. Oh, Mies Merriman said indistinctly, I am much obliged to you, I am sure. But how can you think I would? I have not looked at lanterns and bunting and such things since the fire chief died. I do not know how I am ever going to stand the carnival. In deep distress I apologized, and found myself adrift upon a sea of uncharted classifications. Here were niceties of distinction which escaped my ruder vision, trained to the mere interchange of signals in smooth sailing or straight tempest, on open water. But I knew with grief that I had given her paint that was clear enough, and in my confusion and wish to make amends, I caught up from their jar on the hall table my flowering currant boughs and thrust them in her hands. Ah, I begged breathlessly, at all events take these. On which she drew away from me and shook her head, and fairly fled down the path, her floating crepe brushing the mother bushes of my offending offering. And I was helplessly aware that sympathetic silence had fallen on the others, and that the sympathy was not for me. But what on earth was the matter? I entreated my guests. It was that great Mies Amanda Toplady, who slipped her arm about me and explained. When we have got any dead belongin' to us, she said, we always carry all the flowers we get to the gravean, of course. We do not feel we can carry them that's been used for a company. It's the same with me's fire chief. And she cannot bear even to see flowers and things that's fixed for a company either. Of course, that's her privilege. Mies Sykes took my hands. You come here so lately, she said. You naturally would not know what's what in these things, here in friendship. And then, of course, me's fire chief Merriman is very, very delicate. Calliope linked her arm in mine. Do not you mind, she whispered. We are all liable to our mistakes. Half an hour after tea, my guests took leave. I enjoyed myself so much, said Mies Holcomb, that was Mame Bliss. You look tired out. I hope it ain't been too much for you. Entertainin' is a real job, said Mies Sturgis, but you do it almost as if you liked it. I enjoyed myself so much. I will give bail you are glad it's over, said Libby Liberty, sympathetically, even if it did go off nice. I enjoyed myself ever so much. Ever so much, murmured Miss Lucy, laughing heartily. Good night, everything was lovely. I enjoyed myself very much, Mies Postmaster Sykes told me, and she said, you will hear from me very, very soon in return for this. Now do not you overdo, redden up tonight, advised my dear Mies Amanda Toplady. Just pick up the silver and rinse it off, and let the dishes set till mornin', I say. I did enjoy myself so much. Goodby, Calliope whispered in the hall. Oh, it was beautiful. I never felt so special. Thank you, thank you. And you will not mind those things we said at the supper table. Oh, Calliope, I murmured miserably, I have forgotten all about them. I went out to the veranda with her. At the foot of the steps, the others had paused in consultation. Hesitating, they looked up at me, and Mies Sykes became their spokesman. If I was you, she said gently, I would not feel too cut up over that slip o' yours to Mies Merriman. She would ought not to see blunders where they was not any meant. It would ought to be the heart that counts, I say. Goodby. We enjoyed ourselves very, very much. They went down the path between blossoming bushes, in the late afternoon sun, and as Calliope followed, that's so about the heart, ain't it? She said brightly. Romans 16. What is that in thine hand? Busy, 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 busy all the day. Busy, 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 and busy. There goes Ellen Ember, crazy again, we said, when we heard that cry of hers, not unmelodious nor loud, echoing along Friendship streets. Then we usually ran to the windows and peered at her. Sometimes her long hair would be unbound on her shoulders. Sometimes her little figure would be leaping lightly up as she caught at the lowest boughs of the curb elms, and sometimes her hand would be moving swiftly back and forth above her heart. If your heart is broken, she had explained to many, you can lace it together with busy, busy, busy sing it and see. Or meb your heart is all of a piece. Once, when I had gone to Miss Liddy's house, I had found Ellen in a skirt fashioned of an old plaid shawl of her father's, her bare shoulders wound in the rosy nubia that had been her mother's. And she was dancing in the dining-room, with surprising grace, as Perrette might have danced in carnival, and singing, in a sweet, piping voice, an incongruous little song. O day of wind and laughter! A goddess born are you, whose eyes are in the morning. Blue bleu. I made that up, she had explained, or I guess meb I remembered it from deep in my skull. I like the feel of it in my mouth when I speak the words. I used to think that Miss Liddy was really a less useful citizen than Ellen. For though Miss Liddy worked painstakingly at her dressmaking, and even dreamed over it little partial dreams, Ellen, mad or sane, made a garden and threw little nosegays over our fences, and exercised a certain presence, latent in the rest of us, which made us momentarily gentle and in awe of our own sanity. When, one spring morning, a week before the Friendship Carnival, she passed down Daphne Street with her plaintive, musical busy, busy, busy Dr. June and the young Reverend Arthur Bliss sat on Dr. June's screened-in porch, discussing a deficit in the Good Shepherd's Orphans Home Fund for the fiscal year. Ever since the wreck of the Through, Friendship had contributed to the support of the home, having first understood then that the home was its patient pensioner, and now it was almost like a compliment that we had been appealed to for help. Dr. June listened with serene patience to what his visitor would say. Tension, said the Reverend Arthur Bliss, squaring his splendid young shoulders. Tension. Warfare. We, as a church, are enormously equipped. We have, shall we say, the helmets of our intelligence and the swords of our wills. Why, the joy of the fight ought to be to us like that of a strong man ready to do battle, oughtn't I taughten it? Dr. June, his straight white hair outlining his plump pink face, nodded, but one would have said that it was rather less at the Reverend Arthur than at his Van Houty Spira, which nodded back at him. My young friend, said Dr. June, will you forgive me for saying that it is fairly amazing to me how the Church of God continues to use the terms of barbarism. We talk of the peace that passeth understanding, and yet we keep on employing metaphors of blood-red war. What does the modern church want of a helmet and a sword, if I may ask, even rhetorically? The Christian life is an eternal warfare against the forces of sin, is it not? Asked the Reverend Arthur Bliss in surprise. Let me suggest, said Dr. June, that all good life is an eternal surrender to the forces of good. There's a difference. The visitor from the city smiled very reverently. I see, sir, he said, that you are one of those wonderful noncombatants. You are by nature sanctified, that I can well believe. I am by nature a miserable old sinner, rejoined the doctor, warmly. Often I would enjoy a fine round Elizabethan oath note how that single adjective condones my poor taste. But I hold that good is inflowing, and that it possesses whom it may possess. If a man is too busy fighting, it may pass him by. But surely, sir, said the young clergyman, you agree with me that a man wins his way into the kingdom of light by both a staff and a sword. You will perhaps forgive me for agreeing with nothing of the sort, said the doctor, mildly. I hold that a man takes his way to the light by grasping whatever the Lord puts in his hand, a hammer, a rope, a pen end, grasping it hard. But the ungifted, what of the ungifted? Cried the Reverend Arthur Bliss. In this sense there are none, said Dr. June briefly. Busy, busy, busy all the day. Busy, busy, busy sounded suddenly from the street in Ellen's thin soprano. Dr. June looked down at her, his expression scarcely changing, because it was always serenely soft. But the young clergyman saw with amazement the strange little figure with her unbound hair and her arms high and swaying, and as she took some steps of her dance before the gate, he questioned his host with uplifted brows. A little mad, the doctor said, nodding, like us all. She sings in the streets of a glad morning and dances now and then. We take ours out in tangential opinions. It is nearly the same thing. The young clergyman's face lighted responsively at this, and then he deferentially clinched his argument. There is a case in point, said he. That poor creature there, what has the Lord put in her hand? Dr. June looked thoughtful. Nothing, he declared, for any fight, but I am not sure that she is not made to be 11. The kingdom of God works like 11, you know, my dear young friend, not like a dum-dum bullet. But that poor creature, 11, doubted the Reverend Arthur Bliss. I should not wonder, said Dr. June, I should not wonder. I am not so sure as I used to be that I can recognize Levin at first sight. Ah, that's it, cried his guest, but a soldier now is a soldier. Then they smiled their lack of acquiescence, and went back to the figures for the fiscal year. An hour later Dr. June stood alone on his garden walk, aimlessly poking about among his slips. He had done what he always did, following close on the heels of his well-established resolution never to do it again. He had pledged himself to try to raise $100 in friendship for a pet philanthropy. It's a kind of dissipation with me, he said, helplessly, and wandered down to his gate. If I read an article about the Congo Free State or women in India, it acts on me like brandy. I go off my head and give away my substance and involve innocent people. But then, of course, this is different. It is always different. Then he heard Ellen's little song again. Busy, 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 she sang, and came round the corner from the town, catching at the lowest branches of the curb elms and laughing a little. At Dr. June's gate she halted and shook some lilacs at him. Here, she said, put some on your coat for a patch on your heart so's the break will not show. Ain't the Lord made the sun shine down this morning? Did you know there's a carnival common to town? Like enough, Ellen, said Dr. June, like enough. Is one, she persisted. They said about it in the post office I heard dancin' and parrots and jumpin' dogs. He stood looking at her thoughtfully as she arranged her flowers, singing under breath. Ellen, he said, will you tell Miss Liddy a few of us are going to meet here in my yard tomorrow afternoon to talk over some money raising? And ask her to come. I will, Ellen sang it, I will and I will. Did you mean me to come too? She broke off wistfully. My stars, yes, said Dr. June. You are going to come early and help me, are not you? I took that for granted. Here's your lilacs, said Ellen, tossing him a nosegay. I will tell Liddy while she's eaten. Liddy do not like me to talk much when she's workin', but when she eats I can talk and I will tell her then. She went on, singing, and Dr. June shook his head. I do not know but Mr. Bliss is right, he said, though I hope I can keep my doubts to myself and not brag about em, just to be the style. But it does look as if poor Ellen Ember came into the world empty-handed, as if the Lord did not give her much of anything to work with. Summons to a meeting to talk over money raising is, in friendship, like the call to festivity in a different life. The cause never greatly matters. Interests appear eclectically to range from ice to coral, for let the news get about that there is to be a bazaar for China, a home bakery sale for the missionary station at Trebizond, or a Japanese tea for the Friendship Cemetery Fund, and we all sew or bake or lend dishes or sell tickets with the same infinity of zeal. The enterprise in hand absorbs our sense of the ultimate object. As when, after 3 days of hand-to-hand battle to wrest money for the freedmen from the patrons of a kermesse at the old roller skating rink, dear Mies Amanda, secretary and doortender, handed over our 64. With the wondering question, what do they mean by freedmen, anyway? What country is it they live in? It was no marvel that Dr. June's garden was filled, that yellow afternoon, with many eager for action. Some of us knew that there was an orphans' home fund deficit, but more of us knew only that we were to talk over some money raising. I remember how, from the garden seat against the spira, the doctor faced us, all scattered about the antlered walk and its triangle of green, erect on golden oak and bright velvet chairs from within doors. And when he had told us of the shortage to which we were party, instantly the talk emptied into channels of possible popcorn social, chicken pie supper, rummage sale, art and loan exhibit, old settlers entertainment, and so on. After which Dr. June rose and stood touching thoughtfully at the leaves which grew nearest, while he essayed to turn our minds from chicken pot papartville and bibaprins to the eternal verities. My friends, he said, is not there a better way? Let us, this time, give of our heart's love to the little children of God, instead of buying pies and freezing ice cream in his name. There was, of course, an instant's hush in the garden. We were not used to paradoxes, and we felt as concave images must feel when they first look upon the world. It was as amazing as if we had been told that God grieves with us instead of afflicting us, as we held. None of us has much money to give, Dr. June went on. Let us take the way that lies nearest our hand and make a little money. God never permitted any normal human creature to come into his world unprovided with some means of making it better. Only, let us get outside our bazaar and chicken pie faculties. Now what can we each do? We sat still for a little, tentatively murmuring, and then Mies Halcombe that was Mame Bliss stood up by the sweet alyssum urn. Speakin' of what we can do, she said, doin' ain't easy. Not when you are well along in years. Your ways seem to stiffen up some. When I was a girl, I could have been quite an elocutionist if I could have had lessons. I had a reglar-born sense o' givin' gestures, but I never took. And now I declare I do not know of anything I could do. It's the same way, I guess, with quite a number of us. Mies Postmaster Sykes was in the armchair, and she sat still, queenly. I could do some my embroidery, she observed, but it's quite expensive stuff, and I do not know whether it would sell real well here in Friendship. I would be most afraid to risk. And I do not do enough cookin' myself to what I might say know how anymore. Same with my sewing, observed Mies Dr. Hellman. I put it all out now. I do not know as I could sew up a seam. That's the trouble, hiring everything done so. Those who did not hire everything done preserved a respectful silence, and Dr. June looked up in the elm trees. The Lord, he said, spoke to Moses out of the burning bush. The Lord said unto Moses, What is that in thine hand? Moses had, you remember, nothing but a rod in his hand, but it was enough to let the people know that God had been with him, that the Lord had appeared unto him. Suppose the glory of the Lord, here in the garden, should ask us now, as it does ask, What is that in thine hand? What have we got? There was silence again, and we looked at one another doubtfully. Land, doctor, said Libby Liberty then, I been tryin' for 2 years to earn a new parlor carpet, and I ain't had nothin' in my hand to earn with. So I keep on sayin' I like an old Brussels carpet theer, so easy to sweep. My, said Abigail Arnold, I declare, I would be real put to it to try to make extry money. 'Bout the only thing the Lord seems to have put in my hand is time. I have got oodles o' that, layin' round loose. Mies photographer Sturgis was in the big garden chair, wrapped in a shawl, her feet on an inverted flower pot. I am trying to think, she said, looking sidewise at the ground. I donnos I know how I could earn a cent, convenient. It ain't real easy for women to earn. I think meb the Lord meant the men to be the Moseses. Me's Amanda Toplady's voice rolled out, deep and comfortable, like a complacent giant's. Well said, she remarked. I am drove to death all day. If anybody's to ask me what I got in my hand, I declare I guess I would say, real reverent, dear Lord, I have got my hands full, and that's about all I have got. So we went on, saying much or little as was our nature, but we were all agreed that we were virtually helpless for Calliope was out of town that week, and not present to shame us. What's in my hands? Said grim Miss Liddy Ember, finally, in her thin falsetto. Well, I ain't got any real, what y'all might call hands. I just got kind o' cat's paws for my 3 meals a day and my rent. Then, by her sister's side, Ellen Ember stood up. We had hardly noticed her, sitting there quietly playing with some of the doctor's flowers. But now we saw that she had hurriedly twisted her splendid hair about her head, and by this we understood that she was herself again. We had seen her come to herself like this on the street, and then she would go hurrying home, the tears running down her face in shame for her unbound hair and her singing and dancing. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were shining as she rose now, and she looked appealingly pretty, one hand, palm outward, half hiding her trembling mouth. By her soft eyes, too, we knew that she was herself again. You all know, she began, and dare not trust herself. You all know, she said once more, and we understood what she would say. What can I do? She cried to us. What is there I can do? I ain't got anything but my craziness. Oh, it seems like I ain't much, and so I would ought to do all the more. To soothe her, we took our woman's way of all talking at once. And then Dr. June called out cheerily that he felt the way Ellen did, that he was not a real Moses. For what had he Dr. Juning his hand? And did not we all know there was no money in pills? And then he told us how the Reverend Arthur Bliss was to be in town again on Wednesday of the next week, and would we not all think the matter over quietly, and meet with them on that evening, for cakes and tea. As many of you as can, he said, come with a plan to earn $1 and tell how you mean to do it. Ellen, you and I will preside at the meeting, and hear what the rest say, and keep real still ourselves, like proper officers. But Ellen Ember would not be comforted. She stood with that one hand, palm outward, pressed against her lips, looking at us with big, brimming eyes. I ain't got nothin' but my craziness, you know, she said over. And then, as she was going through the gateway, she turned to Dr. June. Why, Wednesday's the first night o' the carnival, she cried. You set the dollar meetin' on the first night o' the carnival. My stars, cried Dr. June gravely, and I might have been selling pills on the grounds. All Friendship Village loves a carnival. Once the word meant to me a Florentine fiesta day, with a feast of color, and of many little fine things, real, like laughter. Now when I say carnival, I mean the painted eruption by night from the market square of some town like Friendship, when lines broaden and waver grotesquely, when the mirth is in great silhouettes and color goes unmasked. I always make my way to such a place, for it holds for me the wonder of the untoward, as will a strolling Italian plodding past my house at night with his big, silent bear, or the spectacle of the huge, faded red ice wagon, with powerful horses and rattling chains and tongs, and giants in blue denim atop the crystal, or the strange, copper world that dissolves in the fluid of certain sunsets. And that Wednesday night, a week later, on my way to the dollar meeting at Dr. June's, I turned toward the Friendship Carnival with some vestige of my youth clinging to the hem of things. I gave my attention to them all, the popcorn wagon, an aristocratic affair that looked like a hearse, the little painted canaries and lovebirds, so out of place and patient that I thought they must have souls to form as well as we, the sad little live monkey, incessantly dodging white balls thrown at him by certain immortals who, when they hit him, got pipes, and the giant who flung look, 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 through a megaphone, while a good little dog twirled up a ladder, and then stood at the ladder's top in a silence that was all nice reticence and dignity. Also, the huge Saxon fellow who, at the portal of the Arabian Court of Art and regular cafe restaurant, sang a love song through a megaphone tenderly, Dearest, I breathe thy sweet name, he hallooed with his free hand beckoning the crowd to the Court of Art. And then I saw the lyric dance arcade, an Indian palace of Asiatic mystery. And I found myself close to the platform, listening to the cry of a man in gilt knickerbockers. Ladies, gentlemen, all he summoned. Never in the history of the show business has there been anything resembling this. Come here, her. See Zora, Queen of the West and Princess of the East, who is about to begin one of her most sublimely sensational dances. See her, you may never again see her. Graceful, glittering, genteel. Graceful, glittering, genty Roman 50. I am telling you about Zora, Queen of the West and Princess of the East in her ancient Asiatic dance, the most up-to-date little act in the entire show business today. Here she is, waiting for Yao Yao Yu, everybody that's got the dime. Until he ceased, I had hardly noticed Zora herself, standing in the canvas portico. The woman had, I then observed, a kind of appealing prettiness and a genuineness of pose. She was looking out on the crowd with the usual manner of simulated shyness, but to the shyness was given conviction by an uplifted hand, palm outward, hiding her mouth. I noted her small, stained face, her splendid unbound hair, and then a certain resemblance caught at my heart. And I saw that she was wearing a skirt made of a man's plaid shawl, and about her shoulders was a rosy, old-fashioned nubia. Her face and throat were stained, and so were her thin little arms, but I knew her. The performance, as the man had said, was about to begin, and already he was giving Zora her signal to go within. Somehow I bought a ticket and hurried into the tent. The seats were sparingly occupied, and I saw, as I would have guessed, no one whom I knew in the eager, stamping little audience. In their midst I lost the slim figure that had preceded me, until she mounted the platform and swept before the footlights a stately courtesy. And there, in the smoky little tent, Ellen Ember began to dance, with her quite surprising grace as Perrette might have danced in carnival. It was the charming, fairy measure which she had danced for me in Miss Liddy's dining room, and as she had sung to me then, so now, in a sweet piping voice, she sang her incongruous little song. O day of wind and laughter! A goddess born are you, whose eyes are in the morning. Blue blue, the slumberous noon your body is. Your feet are the shadow's flight, but the immortal soul of you is night. It seemed to me that I sat for hours in that hot little place, cut off from the world, watching. Again and again, to the brass blare of some hoyden tune, she set the words of the lyric that she liked the feel of, and she danced on and on. And when at last the music shattered off and she ceased and ran behind a screening canvas, somehow I made my way forward through the crowd that was clapping hands and calling her back, and I gained the place where she stood. When I asked her to come with me, she nodded and smiled with unseeing eyes and assented quite simply, and then suddenly sat down before the lifted tent flap. But I must wait for my money, she said. That's what I came for, me money. They thought I would never earn my dollar, but I have. At this I understood. And now I marvel how I talked it all to the man in gilt knickerbockers who arrived and haggled over the whole matter. Zora, he explained, the sure enough Zora, had took down sick in the last place they made, and they would had to leave her behind. And when he told about it downtown that morning, this little piece here had up and offered. Something had to be done, left it to me if they did not. He felt his duty to the amusement park public him, so he had closed with her for $1 for 3 15-minute turns, give 2 shillings a turn, on the usual, but she would hung out stout for the even money. And she would danced her 3 odd but satisfactory. You could hand him queer things in the show business if you only dressed the part. Yes, sure, here was the $1. Be on hand tomorrow night? No, sufferin' snakes, but was we goin' to leave him shipwrecked? Finally, I got her away, and skirted the marketplace with her dancing at my side, shaking her silver dollar in her shut palms and singing. Busy, busy, busy all the day. And then I earned my dollar thee never thought I would earn my dollar. I remember, as we struck into the unlighted block where Miss Liddy's house stood, that I was struggling hard for my own serenity, so that for a moment I did not observe that Ellen stopped beside me. But I knew that she fell silent, and when I turned I saw her there on the dark walk, hurriedly twisting her splendid hair about her head. And by that and by her silence I understood that she was suddenly herself, and of her own mind, as we say. On this, Ellen, said I quickly, how fine of you to have earned your orphan's home dollar so soon, but you have beaten us all. She had contrived to fasten her hair, and I saw her touching tentatively the folds of her strange dress. And so I made her know what she had done, as gently as I might, and with all praise I stilled her dismay and shame. And last I led her, as I was determined that I would do, past Miss Liddy's dark little house and on to the home of Dr. June. I think that I would not have dared take Ellen, just as she was, in her plaid skirt and her rosy nubia, into that black and brown Henrietta cloth assembly, if I had remembered that there was to be a stranger present. But this, in the events of the hour, I had quite forgotten. I remembered as I entered the room and came face to face with the Reverend Arthur Bliss, talking of the figures for the fiscal year. And the deficit, he was saying, ought to be made up by us who are so well equipped to do it. With Paul, let us fight the good fight off every day. This is today's fight. Now let us talk over our various weapons. Dr. June looked thoughtfully at his young guest, and in the older face was a brooding tenderness. like the tenderness of the father who longs to hold the child in quiet in his arms. Yes, said Dr. June, fighting is one name for it. I am tempted to say that drudgery is another name. Errantry, ministry, service, or whatever. It all comes to the same thing. What is that in thine hand? Well, now, who of us is first? I think, said I then, that Ellen Ember is first. She would have shrunk back from the doorway to the passage, but I put my arm about her, and then I told them. And when I had done, I remember how she threw up that pathetic hand of hers, palm outward, and this time it was over her eyes. I am a disgrace to all of you, she said, sobbing, and to the whole Good Shepherd's home, but I guess anyhow it's all the way I had. Seems like I ain't got nothin' in the world but my craziness. There was silence for a moment, that rich silence which flowers in the heart. And then great Mies Amanda Toplady spoke out, in her deep voice which now she some way contrived to keep firm. Well said, she cried. I come here to say I would give $1 outright to get rid o' the whole thing, rather'n to fuss. But now I ain't goin' to stop at $1. Seems like $1 for me would not be moral. I am goin' to sell some strawberry plants we got hundreds of 'em to spare. I can do it by turnin' my hand over. And I expect the Lord meant you should turn your hand over to find out what's in it anyway. I think that then we tried our woman's way of all talking at once. But I remember how the shrill voice of Abigail Arnold, of the home bakery, rose above the others. Cream puffs, she cried. I got a rush demand for my cream puffs every Saturday, and I ain't been mackin' 'em sole because I hate to run after the milk and set it. And I was goin' to get out o' this by givin' 50 cents out o' the bakery till. And me with my hands full o' cream puffs. Henshins is what mine is, Libby Liberty was saying. My grief, I got both hands full o' hens. I would not sell 'em because I cannot bear to have any of 'em killed theer tame as a bag o' feathers, all of 'em. I guess I ben set the hens o' my hand over against the heathen and the orphans. And now I am going to sell spring chickens. Mies Sturgis in the rocking chair was waving a corner of her shawl. Sea canaries, she cried. I can rise canary birds and sell 'em $1 apiece in the city. I am meet to slide out account o' my health, but it was just because I hate to muss round be boilin' eggs for the little ones. I will raise a couple or two meb more. My good land, came Miss Liddy Ember's piping falsetto, to think o' my sittin' up hesitatin' when new dresses just falls off the ends o' my fingers. And me in my right mind, too. Dear Dr. June stood up among us, his face shining. Bless us, he said. Did not I have some spear in my hand right while I stood talking to you the other afternoon in my garden? And have not I got some tricolored Barbary varieties of chrysanthemums, and some hardy roses and one thing and another to make men marvel? And cannot I sell 'em in the city at a pretty profit? What I have got in my hand is seeds and slips, I see that plain enough. And my stars, out they go. Me's Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, me's Mayor Uppers, even me's Postmaster Psychessa, they all knew what to do, knew it as if somebody had been saying it over and over, and as if they now first listened. But Ellen Ember sat crying, her face buried in her hands. And I think that she cannot have understood, even when Dr. June touched her hair and said something of the little leaven which leaveneth the whole lump. Last, the Reverend Arthur Bliss arose, and there was a sudden hush among us, for it was as if a new spirit shone in his strong young face. Dear friends, he said, dear friends, and then, Lord God, he prayed abruptly, show me what is that in my hand the tool where I had looked for my sword. Romans 17. Put on thy beautiful garments. I don, Calliope said, as, on her return, we talked about Ellen Ember. I guess I kind o' believe in craziness. Calliope's laugh often made me think of a bluebird's note, which is to say, of the laughter of a child. Bluebirds are the little children among birds, as robins are the men, house wrens the women, scarlet tanagers the unrealities, and hummingbirds the fairies. Only, Calliope added, I do say you would ought to have some sort o' leadin' strap even to craziness, and that I ain't got a never had. I guess folks thinks I am real lunar when I take the notion. Only thing comforts me, they do not know how lunar I really can be. Then she told me about leavin'. A shroud, to look real nice, Calliope said, ought to be made as much as you can like a dresper in tea you cannot fit it. Me's Toplady and Me's Holcomb and I made Jenny Crapwell's shroud. It was white mull, and a little narrow lace edge on a real lifelike collar. We finished it the noon o' the day after Jenny died. You know Jenny was Delia's stepsister, that they would run away fromin'. I brought it over to my house and pressed it and laid it on the back bedroom bed the room I do not use except for company and hang my clean dresses in the closet of. In the afternoon, I went up to the city on a few little funeral errands, a crepe veil for Jenny's mother and like that. You know Jenny died first. We was not going to dress her till the next morning her mother wanted we should leave her, till then in her little pink sack she would wore, and the soft lavender cloth they use now spread over her careless. And we wanted to too, because since me's jeweler Sprague died nobody could do up the dead's hair, and Jenny wa'n't the exception. Miss Sprague, she would he dee a real gift that way. She always done folks' hair when they died and she always got it like life-ish owned up how. After she begun doing it so much, she used to set in church and in gatherings, and find herself looking at the backs of heads to see if they was two puffs or three, and whether the twist was under to left or over to right so she would know if the time come. But none of us could get Jenny's to look right. We studied her pictures and all too, but best we could do we got it all drawed back, abnormal. I was most all the afternoon in the city, and it was pretty warm a hot April follow-in on a raw March. I stood waitin' for the 6 o'clock car and my grief I was tired. My feet ached like night and preservin' time. And I was thinkin' how like a dunce we are to live a life made up mostly of errands and feetesh followin'. Yet after all, the right sort o' errands and like that is lifean, if they do ache, tain't like your feet was your soul. Well, and just before the car come, up arrove the girl. I guess she was towards 30, but she seemed even older, Count O'Bain large and midland knowin'. First I see her was a check gingham sleeve reachin' out and she was elbowed up close by me. Say, she says, could not you give me a nickel? I am starved hollow. She did not look at special except as thin, homely folks always look sort o' hungry. And she was homely kind o' course made, more like a shed than a dwellin' house. Her dress and little flappy cape pd the looks O'Bain held on by her shoulders alone, and her hands was midnight dirty. I was feelin' just tired enough to snap her up. A nickel, Essie Crisp give you a nickel, and what you willin' to give me? She looked sort o' surprised and foolish and her mouth open. Huh, is he, intelligent as the back o' somethin'. You, I says, are some bigger and some stronger'n me. What you goin' to give me? Well, sir, the way she dropped her arms down sort o' hit at me, it was so kitten helpless. I took that in rather than her silly, sort o' insultin' laugh. I cannot do nothin', she told me all to once I saw how it was, and that was what ailed her. I did not stop to think no more'n as if I did not have a brain to my name. Well, I says, I will give you a nickel. Leastways, I will spend one on you. You take this car, I says, and come on over to Friendship with me, and we will see. She come without a word, like goin' or stayin' was all of a piece to her, and her relations all dead. When I got her on the car, I begun to see what a fool thing I would done, seemin'ly. And yet I donno, I would not 'a left a month-old baby there on the corner. I would 'a bed to 'a done for that, like you do I s'pose to keep the world goin'. And that woman was just as helpless as a month-old. Some are, I s'pose likely, Calliope said thoughtfully, we got more doorsteps than we think if we get 'em all located. Yeah. When we got to my house, I pumped her a pitcher o' water and pointed to the back bedroom door. First thing, Essie, blunt, clean up bean as I was too tired to be very delicate. And Essie, you will see a clean wrapper in the closet. Put it on. Then I went to spread warm it up potatoes and bread and butter and pickles and sauce and some coconut layer cake. It looked real good, with the linen clean, though common. I don't know how I done it, except I was so ramfizzled. But I clear forgot Jenny Crapwell's shroud, layin' ready on the back bedroom bed. And land, when the woman come out, if she did not have it on. I tell you, when I see her come walkin' out towards the supper table with them fresh-earned ruffles frammin' in her face, I felt sort o' kitterin'-hitted like my iddies had fell over each other to get away from me. The shroud fit her pretty good, too, barrin' it was a mite long-skirted. And somehow, it give her a look almost like dignity. Come to think of it, I donno, but a shroud does become most folks like they was really well-dressed at last. She come and set down to table, quiet as you please and different. Your clothes do not make you, by any means, but they just do sort o' hem your edges, or rhyme the ends of you, or give a nice, even bake to your crust I donno. They do somethin'. And the shroud he done it to that girl. She looked real leaved out. How she did eat, it give me some excuse not to say anything to her till she was through with the first violence. I did try to say grace, but she says, who you speakin' to, me? And I did not let on. I thought I would not start in on her moral manners. I just set still and kept thinkin', you poor thing. Why, you poor thing. You are nothin' but a piece o' God's work that wants doin' over like a backyard, or a poor piece o' road, or a rubbish place, or similar. And this tidyin' up is what we are for. As I see itonly some of us lays aholt of our own settin', rooms and buttry, cupboards and sullers and cleans away on them for dear life, over and over, and forgets the rest. I ain't objectin' to good housekeepin' at all, but what I say is, get your dust rag big enough to wipe up somethin' besides your own dust. The Lord, he's a housekeepin' too. So, with that itty, I got above the shroud and I begun on the woman some like she was my kitchen closet in the spring o' the year. What's your name? S1, Levin S is he. Levin, SC like the Bible. Huh, S is he. Why leave an Essie? That ain't a name at all. That's a number. I know it, S is he. Indifferent, that was me. I was the 11th and they would run out already. For the land, Essie simple. And that just about summed her up. They seemed to a run out everything, time she come. She had not been taught a thing but eat and drink. Them was her only arts. Except for one thing, when I ask her what she could do, if any, she says like she had on the street corner. I cannot do nothin', I don't no work. You think it over, S1. She had real capable handsome odd, undressed lookin' hands I don't if you know what I mean. Well, S is he, sort sheepish, I can comb hair. Ma was a lose sick in me and big Lilsh's the same floor-combed her hair for her. But I could do it nicest. Wa'n't that a curious happenin' in Jenny Crapwell layin', dead with her hair, drawn tight back, because none of us could do it up human. Could you when dead, S1, I mean when them that has the hair is. And with that the girl turns paler white. Oh, S is he, I ain't never touched the dead. But S is he, sort defiant at somethin', I could do it, I guess, if you want I should. Kind like a handle stickin' out from what would have been her character. If she would he d one, that was, I thought. And two, I see what it would mean to her if she knew she was wearin' a shroud, casual as calico. But when I told her about Jenny Crapwell, and how they had a good picture, Sidda of her side head, she took it quite calm. I will try it, she says, bane as she would done her ma's hair layin' down, though livin'. Big Lil always helps dress 'em, she says, and guess I could do their hair. I got right up from the supper table and took leavin' over to Crapwell's without waitin' for the dishes. But early as I was, the rest was there before me. I guess they was full 10 to Crapwell's when we got there. And leavin' an eye, we walked into the sittin' room right in the midst of 'em that is, of what was not clearin' table, or doin' dishes, or sweepin' upstairs. Me's Timothy Toplady and me's Holcomb that was Mame Bliss was the group nearest the door and the both of 'em recognized that shroud the minute they clamped their eyes on it. But me, bane back leavin', I laid my front finger on to my shut lips with a motion that must have been armies with banners. And they see me and kept still, sudden and all pent up. This, Essie, is a friend mine. She's goin' to do up Jenny's hair from her city photograph. Then I hustled leavin' into the parlor where Jenny was layin' under the soft lavender cloth. Nobody was in there but a few flowers, sent early. And it was a west window and open, and the sky all sunset like the end. Leavin' hung back, but I took her by the hand and we went and looked down at Jenny in that nice, gentlin', after supper light leavin' in Jenny's shroud and neither of 'em knew it. And all out the air somethin' says to me, no like it will when you get so's you listen. I always think it's like the Lord had pressed his bell somewheres for help in his housekeepino, because how he needs it. So I says, leavin', you never see anybody dead before. What's the difference between her and you? She cannot move, leavin' says, starin' down. Yes, sir, Essie, that's it. She's through doin' the things she was born to do, and you ain't. With that, leavin' looks at me. I cannot do nothin', she says again. Why then, says I, brisk, you are as good as dead, and we would best bury you too. What do you think the Lord wants you round for? And she did not say nothin', only stood finger in the shroud she wore. Here, Essie, then, is the comb. Here is Jenny's picture. The pins is in her hair. Take it down and do it over. There's something to do and ease her mother about Jenny not lookin' natural. And with that, I marched myself out and shut the door. Me's Toplady and me's Holcomb was high brows on the other side of it, and they come at me like tick lookin' for talk. Well, Essie, it is Jenny's shroud she's wearin', but I guess we will hev to bury leavin' in it to get it underground. I will not tell her. I give 'em to understand as much as I wanted they should know, not includin' exactly how I met leavin'. And we consulted, vague and emphatic, like women will. There was not time to make another one and do it up and all. And anyway, I was bound not to let the poor thing know what she would done. The others hated too, I donno if you will know how we felt. I donno but meb you sense things like that better when you live in a little town. Well said, me's Amanda bursts out after a while, I am reglar put to it. I can scare up an excuse, or a meal, or a church entertainment on as short notice as any, but I declare if I ever trumped up a shroud. And you know and I know, she says, poor Jenny'd be the live-in last to want to take it off the poor girl. And Essie, even if I should give her something else to put on in the mornin', and slide this into the coffin on Jenny, I donno's I would want to. The shroud, Essie, Espin wore. Me's Holcomb sort kippered some like a shiver. I donno what it is about its bane war first, says he, but I guess it ain't so much what it is as what it ain't, or similar. And I knew what she meant, I have noticed that often. In the end, we done what I would favored from the beginning. We asked Mies Crapwell if we could not bury Jenny in her white mull. A shroud, says Mies Crapwell, grievin', made by a dressmaker with buttons. It's the part o' Jenny that wore it before that will wear it now, I says, reasonable, and her soul never was buttoned into it anyways. And it will not be now. And after a while we made her see it, and that was the first regular dress ever wore to a burying in friendship, by the one that was the one. I will never forget when Levin come out o' that room, after she would got through. We all went in Mies Crapwell and Mies Toplady and Mies Holcomb and I, and some more. And I took Levin back in with me. And as soon as I see Jenny, I see it was Jenny come back here just as natural as if it was church Sunday mornin' and her in her pew. We all knew it was so, and we all said so, and Mies Crapwell, she just out cryin' like she would broke her heart. And when the first of it was over, she went across to Levin, and oh, says he, you have give her back to me. You give her back. God bless you, she says to her. And when I looked at Levin, I see the look was not there at all. But they was a little somethin' on her face like she was proud, and did not quite want to show it along of her features or complexion or somethin', never havin' had it spread on 'em before. Next mornin', o' course, Levin put on the shroud again. I must say it give me the creeps to see her wearin' it, even if it did look like everybody's dresses. I don't know what it is about such things, but they make something scrunch inside o' you. Like when they got a new baptismal dish for the church, and the minister's sister took the old one for a cake dish. Essie to Levin after breakfast. We are goin' to line Jenny's grave this mornin'. I guess you would like to go with us, would not you? But I see her face with the old look, like the back o' somethin', or like you would rub down the page when the ink was wet, and had blurred the whole thing unreadable. And I judged that, like enough, she knew nothin' whatever about Gravelinin, done civilized. I mean, I thought meb you would like to help us some, I says. I would, says he at that, real ready and quick. And it come to me she knew now what help meant. She would learned it the night before from Jenny's mother like she would learnt to answer a bell when somebody pressed it. Only, o' course she never guessed who it was ringin' it like you do not at first. So I made up my mind I would take her to the cemetery. We done the work up first, and Levin spried round for me, whippin' the dishes with the whippin' cloth in a bunch, and settin' 'em up wrong places. And I did have to go in the buttery and laugh to see her sweep up. She swept up some like her broom was a branch in the wind a switchin' it. Mies Toplady and Mies Holcomb stopped by for us, with the white cotton cloth and the tacks, and by 9 o'clock we was over to the cemetery. The grave was all dug and lined with nice pine boards, and the dirt piled longside, and the boards for coverin' and the spades layin' near. Zittelhoff was just leavin', having gotten his pulley things to lower 'em. Zittelhoff's real up to date. Him and Mink, the barber, keep runnin' each other to see who can get the most citified things. No sooner'd Zittelhoff get his pulleys than Mink, he put in shower baths. And when Mink bought a buzz fan, Zittelhoff sent for the lavender cloth to spread over 'em before the coffin comes. It makes it real nice for friendship. Who's goin' to get down in? Says Mies Toplady, shacking out the cloth. Mies Toplady always used to be the one, but she cannot do that any more since she got so heavy. And Mies Holcomb's rheumatism was bad that day and the grave midland damp, so it was for me to do. And all of a sudden I says, Levin, you just get down in there, will you? And we will tell you how. In the grave, says Levin. I guess I am some fermenard just by talkin' things for granted, and I says, noddin'. Yes, you are the lightest on your feet, I says, and I sort o' shoved at her, bird to young, and she jumped down in, not bane able to help it. Here, Essie, flingin' her an end o' cloth, tack it round smooth to them boards. Mother o' God, says she, swallowin' in her breath. But she done it. She knelt down there in the grave, her poor, frowsy head showin', and she tacked away like we told her to, and she never said another word. Mies Toplady and Mies Holcomb did not say nothin' either, only looked at me mother knowin'. Them two Mies Toplady mourn anybody in friendship, acts like bane useful is bane alive and nothin' else is. They see what I was doin', well enoughinly I donos they would 'a called it what I did, 'bout the Lord's housekeepin' and all. And I knew I could not gentle Levin into the itty, but I judged I could shock it into her same as her and the big lil kind have to have. Some folks you have to shoot itties at, muzzle to brain. I don't know if you have took it in that when you are in a grave, or round one, your talk sort o' veers that way. Hours 999. Mies Banker Mason's baby had just died in March, and the choir made an awful scandal, breakin' down in the fifth verse of One Poor Flower Has Drooped and Faded. They would stood him in a half circle where they could look right down on the little thing. And when the choir got to. But we feel no thought of sadness. For our friend is happy now. She has knelt in heartfelt gladness. Where the holy angels bow. They just naturally broke down and cried, every one of them. And then the little coffin was some to blame. To it was sort of a little Lord Fauntleroy coffin, with a broad white puff around, and most anybody would have cried when they looked in it, even empty. But Dr. June, he just stood up calm, like his soul was his body, and he begun to pray like God was there in the parlor, him feelin' as bad as we, and not doin' the child's death himself at all, like we would been taught but sorrowin' with us, for some his housekeepin' gone wrong. And by the time Banker and Mies Mason got in the close carriage, and took the little thing's casket on their niece, you know we do that here, not havin' any white hearse, you he, we was all feelin' like God Almighty was hand in sorrow with us. And it's never left me since. I know he is. We talked that over while leavin' tacked the evergreen on the white cloth. And I know Me's Toplady says she would stayed with Me's Banker Mason so much since then that she felt God had sort singled her Me's Toplady out to give her a chance to do his work comfortin'. I have just let my house go, says he, and I have got the grace to see it do not matter if I have. Me's Toplady ain't one o' them turtle women that their houses is shells on burden to back. She's more the bird kind neat little nest under, and wings to be used every day, somewheres in the blue. So leavin' done all Jenny Crapwell's grave. She must have been down in it an hour. And when she got through and looked up at us from down in the green, and wearin' Jenny's shroud and all, I just put out my hands to help her up, and I thought, almost like prayin', oh, raise up, you dead, and come forth, sort o' like Lazarus. And I know I was not sacrilegious from what happened, for when Me's Toplady and Miss Holcombe come up to leavin' and says, real warm, how well she would done it and how much obliged they was, I see that little look on the girl's face again like she would wrote something on the blurry page, something you could read. Jenny was buried that afternoon at sharp 3. It was a sad funeral, count Jenny's trouble and all, but it was a real big funeral and nicely conducted, if I do say that done the managin'. Me's postmaster Sykes seated the guests, ain't she the kind that always seems to be one to stand in the hall at funerals with her hat off, to consult about chairs and where shall the minister lay his Bible, and who would ought to be invited to set next the bier? And she always takes charge o' the flowers. Mies Sykes can tell you who sent what flowers to who for years back, and the wordin' on the pillows. She's got a real gift that way. But I done the managin' behind the scenes, and it went off real well, and I got the minister to drop a flower on Jenny's coffin instead of a pinch o' dirt. And one chair I did see too, right in the bay, near Jenny. I set leavin', I guess, with just a kind of a blind feelin' that I wanted to get her near. Near the flowers or the singin', or what the minister said, or, near the mystery and God speakin' from the dead, like he does. Anyway, I shoved her into the bay window back o' the casket, and there I left her in behind a looped back Nottinghamsitin in Jenny's shroud, and did not either of 'em know it. It was a queer chapter for Dr. June to read. Some said, but I guess holy things often is queer, only we are better cut out to see queer than holy. Anyway, his voice went all mellow and gentle, boomin' out soft and in his throat, all over the house. It was that about Calliope quoted piecemeal. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, put on thy beautiful garments. O Jerusalem, the holy city, shake thyself from the dust. Arise and sit down, loose thyself from the bonds of thy neck. O captive daughter of Zion, how beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy God reigneth. Break forth into joy, sing together, depart ye, go ye out from thence, touch no unclean thing, be ye clean, that bear the vessels of the Lord. Sometimes a thing you have heard always will come at you sudden, like a star had fell on your very head. It was that way with me that day. Put on thy beautiful garments, I says over. Put 'em on, put 'em on. And all the while I was seein' to the supper for the crowd that was goin' to be their train relations, and all I kept thinkin', that over like a song, put 'em on, put 'em on, put 'em on. And it was in me yet, like a song had come to life there. When they would all gone to the cemetery leavin' with a man, I would got through straighten in the chair, sir, rather crooked in some into loops from funeral, lineson, slipped over to my house, back way. For I ain't sunk so low as to be that sympathetic that I will stay to supper after the funeral just because I have helped at it. There's a time to mourn and there's a time to eat, and you better do one with the bereaved and slip home to your own buttery shelf for the other, I say. I was just goin' through the side yard to my house when I see comin' back from the cemetery, and I waited a little, lookin' to see what was sproutin' in the flower bed. It was a beautiful, beautiful evenin'. When I think of it, it seems I can breathe it in yet. It was most sunset, and it was like the west was a big blue bowl with eggs beat up in it, yolks and whites, some gold and some feathery. But the bowl wa'n't big enough, and it had spilled over and flooded the whole world yellowish, or all floatin' shinin' in the air. It was like the world had done the way the Bible said put on its beautiful garments. I was thinkin' that when leavin' come in the front gate. She was walkin' fast and lookin' up, not down. Her cheeks was some pink, and the light made the shroud all pinky, and she looked real nice. And I marched straight up to her, feelin' like I was swimmin' in that lovely light. "Leavin'," I says. "Levin', it's like the whole world was made over tonight, ain't it?" "Yes," says she, "not huh, at all. Seems like another world than when we met on the street corner, do not it?" I says. "Yes," she says again, noddin'. I thought how she would stood there on the sidewalk, hungry and her hands all black, and believin' she could not do anything at all. And it seemed like I he'd sort o' scrabbled her up and held her over a precipice, and said to her, "See the dead, look at yourself. Come forth, clean up, do something to help anything, if it's only tackin' on evergreens and doin' the dead's hair up becomin' oh, I s'pose, really," I was sayin' to her, "put on thy beautiful garments. Awake, put on thy strength. Only it come out some different from me than it come from Isaiah." I took a hold of her hand quite clean by the second day's washin', though I ain't much given to the same, not meanin' second day's washin's. I did not know quite what I was goin' to say, but just then I looked up Daphne Street, and I see 'em all sprinkled along common from the funeral neighbors and friends and just folksin' most of 'em, livin' in friendship, peaceful amber and Slopoverstoin the level best they could. Not all of 'em hearin' the bell, you understand, nor knowin' it by name if they did hear. But in little ways, and because it was second nature, just helpin' me's Holcomb that was Mame Bliss, Liddy Ember, Abigail Arnold and her husband, that was alive then, hurryin' to open the home bakery to catch the funeral trade on the funeral's way back. Amanda and Timothy Toplady rattlin' by in the wagon, and most likely scrappin' over the new springs and all of 'em salt good at heart. "Leavin'," I says, "out o' the fullness o' the lump in my throat, stay here with us. Find something honest you can do, and stay here and do it. Meb," I told her, "you could start dressin' the dead's hair. And help us," I says, "help us." She looked up in my eyes quick, and my heart stood still, and then it sunk down and down. "I want to go back," she says. "I want to go back, but I am glad to remember that even for a minute I did not doubt God's position, because I remember thinkin' swift that if him and I had failed it was not for no inscrutable reason o' his, but he was feelin' just as bad over it as I was, and worse. I want to go back, leavin' finished up, and get Big Lil too. Oh, and I tell you the song in me just crowded the rest o' me out of existence. I felt like a psalm o' David, Bain sung. I had not dreamed she would be like that. I had not dreamed it. Why, some folks, Christian and in a pew, never come to the part o' their lives where they want to go back and get a Big Lil too. We stood there a little while, and I talked to her some, though I declare I could not tell you what I said. You can't when the psalm feelin' comes. But we stood out there sort o' occupyin' April, till after the big blue bowl o' feathery eggs had been popped in the big black oven, and it was real dark. I forgot all about the shroud till we stepped in the house and lit up, and I see it. And then it was like the song and me gettin' words, and it come to me what it all was, how it really had not been Jenny's funeral so much as it had been Leavin's the leavin' that was. But I did not tell her. I never told her. And she wore that shroud for most 2 years, mornin's, about her work. Calliope smiled a little, with her way of coming back to the moment from the four great horizons. "Land," she said, "sometimes I think I will make some shrouds and starch 'em up real good, and take 'em to the city and offer to folks. And say, here, Dee, you have got to, some part o' you, before you can awake and put on your beautiful garments and your strength. I told you, she added, I guess sometimes I kind o' believe in craziness." Roman 18. In the wilderness, a cedar. In answer to my summons, Liddy Ember appeared before me one morning, and outspread a Vienna book of colored fashion plates. "Dressmakin' be a real drudgery for me," she said, "if it was not for havin' the color plates and mackin' what I can to look like 'em. Sometimes I get a collar or a cuff that seems almost like the picture. There's always something in the way of a cedar," she added blithely. "A cedar," I repeated. She nodded, her plain face lighting. "That's what Calliope used to call 'em," she explained. "I will plant in the wilderness the cedar, in the Bible." And I did recall the phrase on Calliope's lips as if it were the theme of her. From this one and that one, and now and then from her herself, I had heard something of Calliope's love story. Indeed, all friendship knew it and spoke of it with no possibility of gossip or speculation, but with a kind of genius for consideration. I did not know, however, that it was of this that Liddy meant to speak, for she began her story far afield with some talk of Old Moxon House, in which I lived, and of its former tenants. "Right here in this house is mixed up in it," she said. "I've been thinking about it all the way up. Not very many have lived here in the old Moxon house, and the folks that lived here the year I mean come so quiet nobody knew it until they was hearin' that ain't easy to do in friendship. First we knew they was in an housekeepin'. Their accounts was in the name of a Mies Morgan. We see her now and then on the street trim and elderly and no airs except she would not open up a conversation and she would not return her calls. Most everybody called on her inside the 2 weeks. But the woman was never home, and she never paid any attention. She did not seem to have no men folks, and she settled her bills with checks, like she did not have any ready money. Little by little we all dropped her, which she ought to have expected. Even when it got around that there was sickness in the house, nobody went near, we feelin' as if we knew as good as the best what dignity calls for. But Calliope did not feel the same about it. Calliope hardly ever felt the same about anything. That is, if it meant feelin' mean. She was a woman that worked like me, but yet she was wonderful different. That was when we had our shop together in the house, where we lived with the boy. I'll come to him in a minute or two. Besides Lace McKin, Calliope had a piano and taught in the fittin' room that was the same as the dinner room. 6 scholars took. Sometimes I think it was her knowin' music that made her different. We two was sittin' on our porch that night in the first dark. I know a full moon was up back o' the hollyhocks and mackin' its odd little shadows up and down the yard, and we could smell the savory bed. Every time I breathe in, somethin' pleasant seems goin' on inside my head, I recollect Calliope's sayin'. But most o' the time we was still in set watchin' the house on the corner, where the new people lived. They had a hard French name, and so we kep' on callin' 'em just the new people. He was youngish and she was younger, and she was not goin' out anywheres that summer. She was settin' on the porch that night waitin' for him to come home. Before it got dark we would notice she had on a pretty white dress and a flower or two. It seemed sort o' nice that Bain so, and her waitin' there dressed so pretty. And we sort o' set there waitin' for him, too like you will, you know. The boy was in the bed. He wa'n't no relation of Calliope's if you are as strict as some, but accordin' to my idea he was closer than that closer than kin. He was the grandchild of the man Calliope had been goin' to marry 40 some years before, when she was 20 odd. Calvert Oldmoxon he was born and bred up in this very house. He was quite well off Anberin, he was always heathen selfish. It was a splendid match for Calliope, but I never see a girl care so next to nothin' about that. She was sheer crazy about him, and he seemed just as much so about her. And then when everything was ready, Calliope's dress done and layin' on their bestrewn bed, the minister stayin' home from conference to perform the ceremony, even the white cake made off goes Calvert Oldmoxon with Martha Boughton, a little highfly that had just moved to town. A new girl can marry anything she wants in friendship if she does it quick. So Calliope had to put up from Martha Boughton with just what Jenny Crapwell had to take from Delia, mourn 25 years afterwards. It was near 30 years before we see either of 'em again. Then, just a little before I am tellin' you about, a strange woman come here to town one night with a little boy, and she goes to the hotel, sick, and sends for Calliope. And when Calliope gets to the hotel, the woman was about breathin' her last. And it was Mies Oldmoxon Martha Boughton, if you please, and dyin' on the trip she would made to ask Calliope to forgive her for what she done. And Calliope forgive her, but I do not imagine Calliope was thinkin' much about her at the time. Hangin' round the bed was a little boy livin', breathin' image of Calvert Oldmoxon himself. Calliope was mad aft over children anyway, though she was always kind o' shy o' showin' it, like a good many women are that ain't married. I have seen her pick one up and gentle it close to her, but let anybody besides me come in the room and see her, and she would turn a regular guilted. Calliope never was one to let on. But I s'pose seein' that little boy there at the hotel look so much like him was kind o' unbalancin'. So what does she do when Mies Oldmoxon was cryin' about forgiveness? But up and ask her what was goin' to be done with the boy after she was dead. Calliope would be one to bring the word dead right out, too, and let the room ring with it, though that ain't the custom in society. Nowadays they lie everybody way into the grave, givin' 'em to understand that their recovery is certain, till there must be a lots o' dumbfounded dead, shot into the next world you might say unbeknownst. But Calliope was not mincin' matters, and when it come out that the dyin' woman had not seen Calvert Oldmoxon for 30 years and did not know where he was, and that the child was an orphan and would go to collateral kin, or some such folks, Calliope plumps out to her to give her the child. The forgiveness Calliope sort o' took for granted, like, you will as you get older. And Mies Oldmoxon seemed real willin' she should have him. So when Calliope come home from the funeralst road alone, with the little boy for mourners, just went to work and lived for that child. In the wilderness the cedar, Liddy, she says to me, more than one of 'em, I have had 'em right along. My music scholars and my lace McKin customers and all. And Liddy, she says to me sort o' shy, ain't you noticed, she says, how many neighbors we have had move in and out that's had children? So many the little things right around us. Seems like they would almost been born to me when they come across the street, so. And I have always thought, oh, that in the wilderness the cedar, she says, and they's always something to be a cedar for me, seems though. Well, says I, skeptical, meb that's because you always plant I says. I think it means that too, I told her. And I knew well enough Calliope was one to plant her cedars herself. Cedars comfort, you know. I have seen a good many kinds mother love you do when you go round to houses like I do. But I never see anything like Calliope. Seems though she breathed that child for air. She always was one to pretend to herself, and I knew well enough she would figured it out as if this was their child that might have been, long ago. She played mother like you will, and she lived her play. He was a real sweet little fellow, too. He was one o' them big-eyed kind that do not laugh easy, and he was well-spoken, and wonderful self-settled for a child o' 7. He was always find in time for you when you thought he was doin' something else lit in up to you and puttin' up his hand in yours when you thought he was playin' or asleep. And that was what he done that night when we set on the porch comes slippin' out of his little bed and sets down between us on the top step, in his little night things. Calvert, honey, Calliope says, you must run back and play dreams. Mother wants you to. She would taught him to call her mother. She'd had him about 6 months then in some thought that was queer to do, seeing Calliope was her age and all. But I thought it was wonderful right. I did play, he says to her, had a nice little way pressin' down hard with his voice on one word and lettin' the next run off his tongue. I did play dreams. I recollect, he says. I dreamed 'bout robbers. Ain't robbers distinct, he says. I did not know what he meant till Calliope laughs and says, oh, distinctly extinct. I remembered it by the way the words kind crackled. By then he was lookin' up to the star she's little mind, always lit here and there, like a grasshopper. How can heaven begin, he says, till everybody gets there? Yes, he was a dear little chap. I like to think about him. And I know when he says that, Calliope just put her arms around him and her head down and set rockin' back and forth. And she says, oh, but I think it begins when we do not know. After a while she took him back to bed, little round face looking over her shoulder and big, wide apart, lonesome eyes and little crooked frown, for all the world like the other Calvert old moxon. Just as she come out and set down again, we heard the click o' the gate across at the corner house where the new people lived, and it was the new husband got home. We see his wife's white dress get up to meet him, and they went in the house together, and we see standin' by the lamp, lookin' at things. Seems though the whole night was gentle. All of a sudden Calliope unties her apron. Let's dress up, she says. Dress up, I says, laughin' some. Why, it must be goin' on 8:30, I told her. I do not care if it is, she says. I am goin' to dress up. It seems as though I must. She went inside and I followed her. Calliope and I had not no men folks to dress for, but, bane dressmakers and lace folks, we had good things to wear. She put on the best thin dress she had, a grey book muslin, and I took down a black lawn o' mine. It was such a beautiful night that I most knew what she meant. Sometimes you cannot do much but fit yourself in the scenery. But I always thought Calliope fit in no matter what she had on. She was so little and rosy, and she always kept her head up like she was singin'. Now what? I says, for when you dress up, you cannot set home. And then she says, slowin', you could 'a' knocked me over while I listened. I have been thinkin', she says, that we ought to go up to Old Moxon House and see that sick person. Calliope, I says, for the land, you do not want to be refused in. I do not know as I do and I do not know but I do, she answers me. I feel like I wanted to be doin' somethin'. With that she out in the kitchen and begins to fill a basket. Calliope's music did not prevent her cooking good, as it does some. She put in I do not know what all good, and she had me pick some hollyhocks to take along. And before I knew it, I was out on Daphne Street in the moonlight headin' for Old Moxon House here that no foot in friendship had stepped or set inside of in most 6 months. They will not let us in, I says, positive. Well, Calliope says, seems though I would like to walk up there a night like this anyway. And I was not the one to stop her. Bane I guessed that what started her off was the new people. Those two livin' so near by lookin' forward to what they was lookin' forward to so soon after the boy had come to Calliope, and all had took hold of her terrible. She would spend hours hand-makin' the little baby bonnet she was goin' to give him. And then meb it was the night some, too, that made her want to come up around this house because you could most a cut the moonlight with a knife. They wa'n't any light in the big hall here when we rung the bell, but they lit up and let us in. Yes, they actually let us in. Mies Morgan come to the door herself. Come right in, she says, cordial, come right upstairs. Calliope says something about our bane glad they could see us. Oh, says Mies Morgan, I had orders quite a while ago to let in whoever asked. And you are the first, she says, you are the first. And then it come to us that this Mies Morgan we would all been trying to call on was only what you might name the housekeeper. And so it turned out she was. The whole upper hall was dark, like putting a black skirt on over your head. But the room we went in was cheerful, with a fire burnin' up. Only it was awful littered yupled newspapers layin' round, used glasses settin' here and there, water pitcher empty, and the lamp chimney was smoked up even. The woman said something about us and went out and left us with somebody settin' in a big chair by the fire, sick and wrapped up. And when we looked over there, Calliope and I stopped still. It was a man. If it would been me, I would have turned round and got out. But Calliope was as brave as two, and she spoke up. This must be the invalid, she says, cheerful. We hope we see you at the best. The man stirs some and looks over at us kind o' eager who was oldish, and the firelight bane in his eyes, he could not see us. It is not anybody to see me, is it? He asks. At that Calliope steps forward. I remember how she looked in her pretty gray dress with some light thing over her head, and her starched white skirts was rustlin' along under. Soundin' so genteel, she seemed to me like strangers do. When he see her, the man made to get up, but he was too weak for it. Why, yes, she answers him, if you are well enough to see anybody. And at that, the man put his hands on his knees and leaned sort o' hunchin' forward. Calliope, he says. It was him, sure enough, Calvert Oldmoxon. Same big, wide apart, lonesome eyes and kind o' crooked frown. His hair was gray, and so was his pointed beard, and he was cruel thin. But I would 'a' known him anywheres. Calliope, she just stood still. But when he reached out his hand, his lips parted some like a child's and his eyes looking up at her, she went and stood near him, by the table, and she set her basket there and leaned down on the handle, like her strength was gone. I never knew it was you here, she says. Nobody knows, she told him. No, he says, I have done my best they should not know, up till I got sick. Since then, he wanted folks, he says. I kept back by the door and I could not take my eyes off of him. He was older than Calliope, but he had a young air, like you do not have when you stay in friendship, and he seemed to know how to be easy, sick as he was. And that ain't like friendship either. He and Calliope had growed opposite ways, seems though. I will go now, says Calliope, not looking at him. I brought up some things I baked. I did not know but they would taste good to whoever was sick here. With that, he covers one hand over his eyes. No, he says, no, no, Calliope don't go yet. It's you I come here to friendship to see, he told her. What could you have to say to me? Asks Calliope as a bone in her voice, but I see her eyes was not so dry. Leastwise, it may not have been her eyes, but it was her look. Then he straightens up some. He was still good lookin'. When you was with him, it used to be that you sort o' wanted to stay in. It seemed the same way now. He was that kind. Do not you think, he says to Heron, it was like he was humble, but it was like he was proud. Too don't you think, he says, that I ever dreamed you could forgive me? I knew better than that, he told her. It's what you must think o' me that's kept me from sayin' to you what I come here to say. But I will tell you now, he says, I am sick and alone and done for. And what I come to see you about is the boy. The boy, Calliope says over, not understandin', the boy. My God, yes, says he. He's all I have got left in the world. Calliope, I need the boy, I need him. I recollect Calliope puttin' back that light thing from her head like it smothered her. He laid back in his chair for a minute, white and still. And then he saysonly, of course his words did not sound the way mine do. I robbed your life, Collie, and I robbed my own. As soon as I knew it and could not bear it any longer, I went away alone. I have lived alone all exceptin' since the little boy come. His mother, my son's wife, died, and I all but brought him up. I loved him as I never loved anybody but you, he says, simple. But when his father died, of course I had not any claim on the little fellow, I felt, when I would been away from the rest so long. She took him with her. And when I knew she would left him here, I could not have kept away, he says, I could not. He's all I have got left in the world. I all but brought him up. I must have him, Colladont, you see, I must have him, he says. Calliope looks down at him, wonderful calm and still. You have had your own child, she told him slow. You have had a real life. I am just gettin' to mine since I had the boy. But good God, he says, starin' up at her, you are a woman. And one child is the same as another to you, so be that it ain't your own. Calliope looked almost as if he had struck at her, though he would only spoke a kind o' general male idea, and he could not help bane a male. And she says back at him, but you are a man, and bane alive is one thing to you and another thing to me. Never let any man forget that, she says, like I never heard her speak before. Then I see the tears shining on his face. He was terrible weak. He slips down in his chair and sets staring at the fire, his hands hanging limp over the arms like there was not none of him left. His face looked tired to death, and yet there was that something about him like you did not want to leave him. I see Calliope looking at him, and all of a sudden it come to me that if I would have loved him as she used to, I would have walked over there and then, and sort o' gentled his hair, no matter what. But Calliope, she turned sharp away from him and begun looking around the room, like she see it for the first time smoky lamp chimney, old newspapers layin' round, used up glasses and such like. The room was one o' the kind when they ain't no women or children. And then when she see all that, pretty soon she looked back at him, layin' sick in his chair, alone and done for like he said. And I see her take her arms in her hands and kind o' rock. "Ain't the little fellow a care to you, Collie?" he says then, wistful. She went over towards him, and I see her pick up his pillow and smooth it some and make to fix it better. "Yes," she says then, "you are right. He is a care. And he's your grandchild. You must take him with you just as soon as you are well enough," she says. He broke clear down then, and he caught her hands and laid his face on em. She stood wonderful calm, looking down at him and lookin'. And I laid the hollyhocks down on the rug or anywheres, and somehow I got out o' the room and down the stairs. And I set there in the lower hall and waited. She come herself in a minute. The big outside door was standin' open, and when I heard her step on the stairs I went on ahead out to the porch, feelin' kind o' strange like you will. But when Calliope come up to me she was just the same as she always was, and I might 'a' known she would be. She is not easy to understand, she's different, but when you once get to expectin' folks to be different, you can depend on 'em some that way, too. The moon was noon high, by then, and filterin' down through the leaves wonderful soft, and things was still. I remember thinkin' it was like the hushin' up before a bride comes in, but there was not any bride. When we come to our house, just as we begun to smell the savory bed clear out there on the walk, we heard something, a little bit of a noise that I could not put a name to first. But bless you, Calliope could. She stopped short by the gate and stood looking across the road to the corner house where the new people lived. It was late for friendship, but upstairs in that house a lamp was burnin'. And that room was where the little noise come from, a little new cry. "Oh, Liddy," Calliope sashed her head up like she was singin', "Oh, Liddy, the new people have got their little child." And I see, though of course she did not anywheres near realize it then, that she was plantin' herself another cedar. Roman 19. Herself. After all, it was as if I had first been told about refraction, and then had been shown a rainbow. For presently Calliope herself said something to me of her having been 20. One would as lief have broken the reticence of a rainbow as that of Calliope, but rainbows are not always reticent. I have known them suggest infinite things. In June, she spent a fortnight with me at Old Moxon House, and I wanted never to let her go. Often our talk was as irrelevant to patency as our wings. That day, I had been telling her some splendid, inconsequent dream of mine. It had to do with an affair of a wheelbarrow of roses, which I was tying on my trees in the garden directly the original blossoms fell off. Calliope nodded in entire acceptance. "But that was not so queer as my dream," she said. "My dream about myself, I mean my real, true, regular self," she added, with a manner of testing me. "I think that we all dream our real, true, regular selves, only we do not dream us until we come true." I said something of this to Calliope, and then she told me. "It was when I was 20, she said, "and it was a little while after, well, things was not so very happy for me. But first thing I must tell you about the picture. We did not have so very many pictures. But in my room used to be an old steel engraving of a poet, a man walking round under some kind o' trees in blossom. He had a beautiful face and a look on it like he see heaven. I used to look at the picture and look at it, and when I did, it seemed almost like I was off somewheres else. Then one night I had my dream. I thought I was walking down a long road, green and shady and quite wide, and fields around and no folks. I know I was hurrying. Oh, I was in such a hurry to see somebody. Seems, though, somebody I was going to see when I got to the end o' the road. And I was so happy. Did you ever dream o' being happy? I mean, if you was not so very happy in real life. It puts you in mind o' having a pain in your side and then gettin' in one big, deep breath when the pain do not hurt. In real life I was lonesome, and I hated friendship, and I wanted to get away to go to the city to take music, or go anywheres else. I never had any what you might call real pleasure except walkin' in the depot woods. That was a gully grove beyond the railroad track, and I used to like to sit in there some by myself. I was not ever real happy though them days, but in the dreamo I was happy, like on a nice mornin', only more so. Calliope looked at me fleetingly, as if she were measuring my ability to understand. "The funny part of it was," she said, "that in the dream I was not me at all. Not me as you know me. I thought somehow I was that poet in my picture, the man in the steel engraven with a look like he see heaven. And it did not seem strange to me, but just like it had always been so. I thought I really was that poet that I would looked at in the picture all my life. But then I guess after all that part was not so funny as the rest of it. For down at the end o' the road somebody was waitin' for me under trees all in blossom, like the picture, too. It was a girl, standin' there. And I thought I looked at her eye, the poet, and I see that the girl was me, Calliope Marsh, lookin' just like I looked every day, natural as anything. Like you see yourself in the glass. I know I was not surprised at all. We met like we was friends, both livin' here in the village, and we walked down the road together like it had always been that way. And we talked like you do when you are with them, you would rather be with than anybody else. I thought we was goin' somewhere to see somebody, and we talked about that. Will they be home, do you think? I says. And the girl that was me says, oh yes, they will be home. They are always home, she told me. And we both felt pleased like when you are sure. And then, oh, Calliope cried, I wish I could remember what we said. I wish I could remember. I know it was something that seemed beautiful, and the words come all soft. It was like Bane born again, somewheres else. And we knew just exactly what each other meant, and that was best of all. She hesitated, seeking to explain that to me. When I was 20, she said, I used to want to talk about things that was not commonly mentioned here in friendship, I mean. Well, like little things I would read about noted people and what they said in Donian like that. But when you brought him up in the conversation, folks always thought you was trying to show off. And if you quoted a verse o' poetry in company, my land, there was a hush like you would swore. So gradually I would got to keep in still about such things. But in that dream, we talked and talked said things about old noted folks, right out and told about without beginning it, I happened to read the other day. And I know I mentioned the sun on the leaves and the way the clouds looked, right out, too, without Bane afraid the girl that was me would think I was affected. And I said little things about like about goblins in the wood and figures in the smoke, without Bane scared that mothers would hear of it and not let their children come to see me. And then I made up things and said things I was always wanting to say like about expectin' to meet Summer walkin' down the road, and so on. Things that if I would said so's they would got out around friendship, folks would have thought I was queer and not to be trusted to bring up their mail from town. I said all those kind o' things, like I was really born to talk what I thought about. And the girl that was me understood what I meant. And we laughed a good deal, how we laughed together. That was most the best of all. Well, the dream dwindled off like they will. And when I woke up, I was nothin' but Calliope Marsh, livin' in friendship, where folks cut a loaf o' bread on a baker's headstone just because he was a baker. Real life did not get any better, and I was more and more lonesome in friendship. Somehow, nobody here in town really matched me. They all knew what I said well enough, but when I spoke to Em about what was real interestin' to me, seemed like their minds did not click. With that good little feelin' o' really talkin' it in. My iddies did not seem to fit, quite ball and socket, into nobody's mind, but just to slide along over. And as to their iddies, I recollect thinkin' that the three R's meant to M relations, recipes, and the remains. Yes, all I did have, you might say, was my walks out in the depot woods. And times like when Elder Jacob Psychus that was Silas's father said in church that God come down to be Moses's undertaker, I run off there to the woods feelin' all sick and skinned in soul, and it sort o' seemed like the gully understood. And still, you cannot be friends when they's only one of you. It's like trying to hold a dustpan and sweep the dirt in at the same time. It cannot be done not thorough. And so setting out there, I used to take a book and hunt up nice little things and learn different verses, in the hopes that if that dream should come back, I could have him to tell to the girl that was me. Because it he'd got so by then that it seemed to me I was actually more that poet than I was Calliope Marsh. And so it went along till the day I met him, the man, the poet. The man, I said, but do you mean the manth poet, the one that was you? Calliope nodded confidently. Yes, she said, in her delicate excitement, I do. Oh, I will tell you and you will see for yourself it must have been him. It was one early afternoon towards the end o' summer, and I knew him in a minute. I would gone up to the depot to mail a postal on the through, and he got off the train and went into the telegraph office. And the train pulled out and left him it was down to the end o' the platform before he come out. He did not act, though, as if the train's leavin' him was much of anything to notice. He just went up and commenced talkin' to the baggageman, Bill. But Bill could not understand him. Bill was sort o' crusted over the mind you had to say things over and over again to him, and even then he most always took it different from what you meant. So I suppose that was why the man left him and come towards me. When I looked up in his face, I stood still on the platform. He was young, and he had soft hair, and his face was beautiful, like he see heaven. It was not to say he was exactly like my picture, Calliope said slowly. For instance, I think the man at the depot had a beard, and the poet in my picture did not. But it was more his look, you might say. It was not like any look I would ever seen on anybody in friendship. His hands were kind o' slim and wanderin', and he carried a book like it was his only baggage. And he had a way well, like what he happened to be doin' was not all day to him. Like he was partly there, but mostly somewheres else where everything was better. Perhaps this lady will know. He saysin' it was not the way most of em talks here in friendship. You understand I've been askin' the luggageman there, he says, and he was smilin' almost like a laugh at what he thought I was goin' to answer. I have been askin' the luggageman there, if he knows of a wood near the station that I shall be likely to find haunted at this hour. I have to wait for the 4, and it's a bad time of day for a haunted wood, I am afraid. The luggageman did not seem to know. And then all at once I knew I knew. Why, do not you see, Calliope cried, I had to know. That was just the way we would talked in my dream kind of jockin', and yet meanin' somethin', too so's you felt all lifted up and out o' the ordinary. And then I knew who he was and I see how everything was. Why, the girl that was me and that was lonesome there in friendship was not me, very much. Me Bane Calliope Marsh was the chance part, and did not count. But things was really the way I would dreamed o' their Bane. Somehow I had another self, and I had dreamed o' Bane that self. And there he stood, on the Friendship Depot platform. Calliope looked at me wistfully. You do not think I sound crazy, do you? She asked. And at my answer, well, she said, brightening, that was how it was. And it was like there had not been any first time and like there would not be any end. Like they was things bigger than Timean lots nicer than life. And I spoke up like I would always known him. Why, yes, I says to him simple, you must mean the depot woods, I said. They are always kind o' haunted to me. I guess the little folks that come in the engine smoke live in there, I told him, smilin' because I was so glad. I remember how surprised he looked and how his face lit up, like he was hearin' English in a heathen land. Upon my word, he says, still only half believin' in me. And do you go there often? He asked me. And I dare say the little smoke folk talk to you now, he says. I go most every day, I told him, but we do not say very much. I guess they talk and I listen, I says. And then the funny part about his askin' Bill for a haunted would come over me. Bill, I says, did you actually ask Bill that? Oh, and how we laugh at how we laughed. Just the way the dream had been. It seemed such a sort o' special comical, Calliope said, and not like a sodality laugh. Seems though I would always laughed at one set o' things all my life me everyday life. And this was a new recipe for laugh, flavored different, and baked in a quick oven, and et hot. Well, we walked down the road together, like it had always been that way. And we talked like you do when you are with them, you would rather be with than anybody else. And he asked me, grave as grave, about the little smoke folks. Will they be home, do you think, he says. And I says, oh yes, I know they will, they are always home. And we both felt pleased, like when you are sure. We went a walk in the depot woods. I remember how much he made me talk more than I would ever talked before, except in the dream. I know I told him the little stories I would read about noted people. And I said over some the verses, I would learned and liked the sound of I remembered em all for him. And he listened and heard em, all just the way I would said em. That was I'd heard it all just the way I said it. And I mentioned the sun on the leaves and the way the clouds looked. Right outan, I knew he did not think I was affected. And I made up things and said, two things that was always common in my head and that I was always wanting to say. And he would laugh almost before I was through. It was like heaven to have him laugh and not just say, what on earth are you talkin', Calliope Marsh? Like I would heard. And he kept sayin', I know, like he knew what I meant better than anything else in the world. Then he read to me out the book he had and he told me beautiful things. Some of 'em I remember I've remembered always. Some of 'em I forgot till I come on 'em, now and then, in books long afterwards. And then it was like somebody dead spoke up. I am always thankful to get hold o' other people's books and see if meb I will not find something else he said. But a good many o' the things I s'pose I clear forgot, and I will not know 'em again till in the next life. Like I forgot what we said in the dream, till they are both all mixed up and shinin'. We talked till most time for the 4 train, and when it got towards 4 o'clock I told him about my dream. It seemed like he ought to know somehow, and I told him how I dreamed I was him. You do not look like the one I dreamed I was, I told him, but oh, you talk the same me and you pretend, and you laugh and you seem the same. And your face looks different from folks here in friendship, just like his, and it seems somehow like you saw things besides with your eyes, I told him, like the poet in my picture. So I know it's you, it must be you, I says. He looked at me so queer and sudden and long. I am a poet too, he said, if it comes to that. A very bad one, you know, but a kind of poet. And then, of course, I was certain sure. When he understood all about it, I remember how he looked at me, and he says, well, and who knows, who knows. He sat a long time without saying anything, but I was not unhappy, even when he seemed so sad. I could not be, because it was so much to know what I knew. If I can, he says to me on the depot platform, dead or alive, I will come back some day to see you. But meanwhile you must forget me. Only the dream keep the dream, he says. I tried to dream it again, Calliope told me, but I never could. And dead or alive, he's never been back all these years. I do not even know his name, and I remembered afterwards he had not asked me mine. But I guess all that is the chance part, and it do not really count. Out o' the dream I have been, you might say, caught, tied up and could not get out, just me, like you know me, with a big unhappiness and like that. But in the dream I dreamed myself true. And then God let me meet myself just that once, there in the depot woods, to show me it's all right, and that they's things that's bigger than time and lots nicer than life. Calliope sat silent, with her way of sighing and looking by, and it was as if she had suggested to me delicate things, as a rainbow will suggest them. Roman 20. The hidings of power. I divined the birches, blurred gray and white against the fog-bound cedars. In the haze, the airy trunks, because of their imminence, bore the reality of thought, but the sterner green sank in the distance to the faint avail of speech. It was well to be walking on the plank road towards 7 o'clock of a June morning, in a mist which might yield fellowship in the same ease with which it breathed on distinctions. Abel had told how, on that winter way of his among the hills, the sky has fallen in the fog, and had surrendered to him a fellowship of dreams. But in Friendship Village, as I had often thought, there are dreams for everyone. How should it be otherwise to us faring up and down Daphne Street where Daphne's feet have been? And yet that morning on the plank road where, if the fancy seized her to walk in beauty, Our Lady of the Laurels might be met at any moment, her power seemed to me to be as frail as wings, and I thought that it would not greatly matter if I were to meet her. As if my thought of Abel Halsey had brought him, the beat of hoofs won toward me from the village, and presently Major Mary overtook me, and there was Abel driving with his eyes shut. I hailed him, laughed at him, let him pick me up, and we went on through door after door of the fog, with now a lintel of boughs and now a wall of wild roses. Abel, I remember saying abruptly, dreams are not enough. No, he replied, as simply as if we had been talking of it, dreams are just one of the sources of power, but doing is enough. I said weakly perhaps because it was a morning of chill and fog, when a woman may feel her forlornest, look her plainest, know herself for dust. But then what about everybody's heart? Do not you know? Abel asked, and even after those months in Friendship Village I did not know. Use it up making some little corner better by the width of a hand, said Abel. As I could do, he added after a moment, if I could get my chapel in the hills. Do you know, I have written to Mrs. Proudfoot about it at last. I could not help it, I could not help it. We came to the rise of the hill, where, but for the fog, we might have looked back on the village, already long astir. To the left, within its line of field stone and whitewashed rails and wild roses, the cemetery lay, like another way of speech. A little before us the mist hid the tracks, but we heard the whistle of the fast mail, coming in from the end of the earth. Ah, well, I want some wild roses, said Essence. A woman may always take certain refuges from life. I am coming back about noon, Abel told me. I will bring you 1,000. He drew up Major Mary, and we sat silent, watching for the train. And the something which found in Abel its unfailing channel came companioning us, and caught me up so that I longed unspeakably to be about the business which Abel and Calliope followed, and followed before all else. But when I would have said more, I noted on Abel's face some surprise, and then I myself felt it. For the fast mail from the east, having as usual come roaring through Friendship Station with but an instant's stop, was now slowing at the draw. Through the thick white we perceived it motionless for a breath, and then we heard it beat away again. I wonder now, remembering, how I can have known with such singing confidence what was in store for me. It is certain that I did know, even though in the mist I saw no one alight. But as if at a summons I bade Abel let me descend, and somehow I gave him Goodby, and I recall that I cried back to him. Abel, you said the sky can fall and give one dreams. Yes, he answered, dreams to use in one's corner. But I knew then, and I know now, that Abel's dreams flowed in his blood, and that when he gave them to his corner of the world, he gave from his own veins. And I think that the world is the richer for that. When he had gone, I stood still in the road, waiting. I distinguished a lintel of elms, a wall of wild roses. I heard a brave little bird twittering impatient matins, and the sound of nearing footsteps in the road. And then a voice in the mist said my name. There in the fog on the plank road we met as if there had come a clearness everywhere too, between whom lay that year since my coming to friendship. Only, now that he was with me, I observed that the traitor year had slipped away as if it had never been, and had left us two alone in a place so sightly that at last I recognized my own happiness. And I understood in this way of understanding leaves, one a breathless being that his happiness was there too. And yet it was only, you but what an adventure to meet you here. And from him, me, here, please may we go to your house? I have not had an indication of breakfast. At which we laughed somewhat with my, how absurdly like you not to have had breakfast, and his, how very shabby of you to feel superior because you happen to have had your coffee. So we moved back down the road with the clear little space in the fog following. A kind of passion for detail seized on us both. He said, "You are wearing brown. I have never seen you wear brown. I'm sure I have not, have I?" My fur coat was brown. I escaped into the subject, but then that hardly counts. No, he agreed, fur is not a color. Fur is just fur. No, I have never seen you in brown. How did they let you off at the draw? How did you know about getting off at the draw? I demanded. You said something of your getting off there in that one letter, you know. Yes, yes. You said something about getting off there on a night when you left the train with a girl who was coming home to the village. You know the letter? He broke off. I think it was that letter that finally gave me courage to come. Because in that, I saw in you something new and understanding. Well, and I remembered about the draw. I always meant to get off there when I came. You always meant, but then how did you make them stop? I told the man I had to, and then he had to, too. There were four others who got off and went across the tracks, but we are not obliged to consider them. From that, I said, I would think it is you, if I did not know it could not possibly be. Then I hurried into some recital about the Topladies, whose big barn and little house were lined faintly out as if something were making them feel hushed, and about friendship, hidden in the valley as if it were suddenly of lesser import. How strange that these things should be there, as they were an hour ago. And so we came to Old Moxon House and went up the walk in silence, save that, at the steps, how long shall I tell them to boil your eggs? I asked desperately, to still the quite ridiculous singing of the known world. But then the singing took one voice, a voice whose firmness made it almost hard, save that deep within it something was beating. You know, said the voice simply, if I come in now, I come to stay. You do know. You come to breakfast, I tried it. I come to stay. You mean? I come to stay. I rather hoped to affirm something gracious and masterful of myself not to say of him. But suddenly that whole lonely year was back again, most of it in my throat. And though I gave up saying anything at all, I cannot have been unintelligible. Indeed, I know that I was not unintelligible, for when, in a little while, Calliope, who was still with me, opened my front door and emerged briskly to the veranda, she seems to have understood in a minute. Well said, Calliope cried, and made a little swoop down from the threshold and stood before us, one hand in mine and one outstretched for his. I knew as soon as I woke up this morning I felt special. I thought it was my soul, sittin' up in my chest, and wanted me to spry round with it some like it does. But I guess now it was this. Oh, this, she said. Oh, I suppose I would really ought to have an introduction before I jump up and down, had not I? No need in the world, Calliope, he told her, come on. I will jump too. And that was an added joy that he had read and reread that one friendship letter of mine, written on the night of Delia Moore's return, until it was as if he, too, knew Calliope. But before all things was the wonder of the justice and the grace which had made the letter of that night, when I too took stock, yield such return. It was Calliope who led the way indoors at last, and he and I who followed like her guests. From the edges of consciousness, I finally drew some discernment of the place of coffee and rolls in a beneficent universe, and presently we three sat at his breakfast table. And not until then did Calliope remember her other news. Land, she said, I like to forgot. Who do you suppose I had a telephone from just before you come? Delia. She would just got home this morning on the fast mail, and the Proudfits'll be here, noon train. Delia indeed had come on the same glorified train that Abel and I had seen stop at the draw. Only she had alighted at Friendship Station, and had hurried up to the Proudfits to make ready for their homecoming. And since those whom we know best never come to friendship without a welcome, it was instantly incumbent on us all to be what Calliope called up in arms and flyin' round. As soon as we were alone, I have planned noon lunch for Calliope told me. I am going to see to the meat leg o' lamb, sissin' hot, and a big bowl o' mint. Mies Holcomb's got to freeze a freezer o' her lemon icish gets it smooth as a mud pie. Me's top lady, she will come in on the baked stuff-raised rolls and a big devil's food. And I'd meant to look to you for the salad. But I suppose you will not want to bother now. And when I had hastened to assume the salad, well, I am glad, she owned, with a relieved sigh. The Proudfit salads they cannot a soul tell what ingredients is in 'em, chew high though we may. I know you know about them queer organs and can see reptiles they use now in cookin'. I have come to the solemn conclusion I ain't studied physiology and the animal sciences close enough myself to make a real up-to-date salad. Before noon, we were all at Proudfoot Housetow, which I had taken care to leave word for able to follow meaned we were letting in the sun, making ready the table, filling the vases with garden roses. And in the library Calliope laid a fire in case they get chilly, travel and so, she said, but I think rather it was in longing somehow to summon a secret agency to that place, where Linda Proudfit's portrait hung, for we had long been agreed that, as soon as she was at home again, Linda's mother must be told all that we knew of Linda. Thus, to Calliope and me, the time held a tragic meaning beneath the exterior of our simple cheer. But the time held many meanings, as a time will hold them, and the voice of its new meaning said to me, as we all waited on the Proudfit veranda with its vines and its climbing rose and its canaries. I marvel at your bad taste. How can you leave the dear place and the dear people for me? I love to recall the bustle of that arriving and how, as the motor came up the drive, Mies Holcomb that was Mame Bliss and Mies Amanda ran down on the gravel and waved their aprons. And how Mies Postmaster Sykes and Mies Mayor Uppers and Mies Photographer Sturgis, having heard the machine pass their doors, had issued forth and followed it and arrived at the Proudfits with. I was right in the midst of a basque, cuttin' over an old lining, but I told Liddy Ember, you rip on. I have got to run over, excuse my looks. Well said, back. And got here, did you? My, all tired out, I expect. Well, Meb, you think we will not feel relieved to see the house open again and folks in it flyin' round. And you look as natural as the first thunderstorm in the spring o' the year. And every day for 2 weeks, Mies Sturgis said, I have said to Jimmy, Proudfit's back? No, sir, he not back yet, and so it went. Could you sleep any on the sleeper? Then Calliope and Mies Toplady and Mies Holcomb, and the three newcomers hurried all but abreast to the kitchen to see what they could find. And when Mies Proudfit and Miss Clementina and Delia Moore had taken their places at the burden table, we all sat about the edge of the room no one would share in the feast. Everyone having to get right back and asked of the journey, and gave news of Friendship Village in the long absence. I love to remember it all, but I think that I love best to remember their delicate acceptance of what that day had brought to me. Of this no one said a word, nor did they ask me anything, or seem to observe, far less to wonder. But when they passed me, one and another squeezed my hand or patted my arm, or gave me their unwonted dear. What gentlefolk they are, my stranger said. Noon lunch was finished, and I had seen Calliope go with Madame Proudfit to the library and close the door, and we were all gathered in the hall, where Miss Clementina had opened a trunk and was showing us some pretty things, when someone else crossed the veranda and appeared in the doorway. And there was Abel, come with my wild roses. I do not think, however, that it can have occurred to Abel that I was in the room, nor that any of the others were there, intent on the pretty things of Miss Clementina's trunk. But, his face shining, he went straight to Delia Moore, and he laid my roses in her arms, looking at her the while with a look which was like a passionate recognition of one not met for many years. I have said nothing of Delia Moore as she seemed to me that day of her return, for indeed I do not well know how to tell of her. But as he looked at her, it was all in Abel's eyes. I do not know whether it was that her spirit having been long packed down in her, as Calliope had said, was at last loosed by the mysterious ministry of distance and the touch of far places, or whether, over their nearer tempi, she had held converse with Daphne herself, who, for the sake of the friendship bond between them, had taken for her own all that was wild and strange in the girl's nature. But this I know, that Delia Moore had come back among us a new creature, simple, gentle, humble as before, and yet somehow quickened, invested with the dignity of personality which, long ago, she had lost. And now she stood looking at Abel as he was looking at her. Delia, he said, and took her hand, and, I brought you some wild roses to tell you we are glad you are back, said he, disposing of my hedge spoils as coolly as if I were not. That's nice of you, Abel, she replied simply, but it's nicer to think you came. Why, Abel said, you could not have kept me away. You could not have kept me away, Delia. He could not have done looking at her. And even after we had closed in before them and had gone on with our talk about the tray of the trunk, I think that we were all conscious, as one is conscious of a light in the room, that to Delia and Abel had come again the immemorial wonder. When the library door opened and Madame Proudfoot and Calliope came out, a little hush fell upon us, even though none but I knew what that interval held for Linda's mother. Her face was tranquil indeed. I think it was almost as if its ancient fear had forever left it and had given place to the blessed relief of mere sorrow. She stood for a moment looking at them all, and looking as if she were thankful for their presence. Then she saw Abel and held out both hands. Abel, she said, Abel, I had your letter in Lucerne. I meant to talk it over with you, but now I know. You shall have your little chapel in the hills. We will build it Toj through you and I for Linda. But then, because Abel turned joyously and naturally to Delia to share with her the tidings, Madame Proudfoot looked at Delia too and saw her eyes. And, you and Delia and I, she added gently. On which, with the kindliest intent, the happiness of us all overflowed in speech about the commonplace, the trivial, the irrelevant, and we all fell talking at once there in the hall, and told one another things which we knew perfectly already. And we listened, nodding, and laughed a great deal at nothing in the world save that life is good. We three walked home together in the afternoon sunshine of man, who, through all this time in friendship, had been dear, and Calliope and one. I thought that Daphne Street had never looked so beautiful. The tulip beds on the lawns had been refilled for summer. A touch of bonfire smoke hung in the air. Appleby Holcombe was mending his picket gate, and over many magic thresholds of the cool walks were lintels of the boughs. Downtown, Abigail Arnold was laying cream puffs in the home bakery window. At the Hellmans, Mies Dr. Hellman, wound in a shawl and a fascinator, was training her matrimony vine. The Liberty Sisters had let out their chickens and, posted in a great triangle, were keeping them well within Liberty Lawn confines. Dr. June was working in his garden, and he waved his hat at us like a boy. It's a year ago now they give him his benefit, Calliope remembered, ice cream and strawberries and cake, and every soul that come in he treated, one after another. And when they got hold of him and told him what that was doing to the benefit box, he wanted to know whose benefit it was, anyway. And he kept on treatin' folks up to the last spoonful o' cream. He said he never had such a good time since he was born. I dunno, but he showed us how to give a benefit, too. We were crossing the lawn to Old Moxon House, when I said to Calliope what it had been decided that day that I should say. Calliope, I asked, could you be ready in a month or two to leave friendship for good and come to us in town and live with us for always? She looked up at one and the other of us with her little embarrassed laugh. You are mackin' fun o' me, she said. But when we had explained that we were wholly serious, she stopped and leaned against one of the great trees before the house. And it was at Old Moxon House, rather than at us, that she looked as she answered. I could not, she said quickly, and with a manner of breathlessness, I could not. You know how I have wanted to leave friendship, too, you know that. And I want to yet as far as wanting goes, but wanting to must not be enough to make you do things. She stood, her head held up as if she were singing, as Liddy Ember had said of her arms tightly folded, her cheeks flushing with her fear that we would not understand. Oh, she said, you know how I have always wanted nice things. Wanted em so it hurt, not just from lickin' em, either, but because some way I thought I could be more, do more, live up to my biggest best if I could only get where things was kind of educated and gentle. But every time I tried to go, something come up like it will, to shove you hard down into the place you was. Then I thought you know 'bout that, I guess I thought I was goin' to live here in Old Moxon House, and have a life like other women have. And when that was not to be, I thought meb it was because God see I was not fit for it, and I set to work on myself to make me as good as I knew, and I worked and worked. Like life was nothin' but me, and I was nothin' but a cake, to get a good bake on and die without bain too much dough to me. And then all to once I see that could not be the only thing he meant. It did not seem like he could have made me soul in order to save me from hell. And I begun to see he must have made me to help in some great, big hid plan or other of his. And quick as I knew that him begun wantin' to help, he begun showin' me when to. That's how I mean what I said about the bell. Times like Elspy, or leavin', or like that, I can hear it just as plain the bell, callin' me to help him. She looked hard at us, and, I dunno if you know what I am talkin' about, she doubted, but at our answer. Well, she added, they's somethin' else. It's somethin' almost like what you have got you too, and like what Delia and Abel have got. Lately, I do not need to hear the bell any more. I know about it without. It's almost like I am the bell. Do not you see, it's come to be my power, just like love will be your power if you really understand. And hear her, I know how. I have grown to friendship, and here I know what's what. And if I went away now, where things is gentle and like in books, I would not know how to be any real use. I can be the bell, hear her, I can have my power. In town, I expect I could not be anything but just cake agging back in myself real good, or even gettin' frosted, but meb not helpin'. And I could not risk that I could not risk it. It looks to me like helpin' is what I am for. I think, as she said, Calliope was become the bell, and at that moment she rang to us the call of sovereign clearness. This was the life that she and Abel followed, and followed before all else, and there lay the hiding of their power. Just like love will be your power, she had said. When she had gone before us into the house that was to have been her house, who too stood looking along the sunny plank road toward Daphne Street. And in the light lifting of the bonfire smoke, it seemed to me that there moved a spirit, not Daphne, but another, one who walks less in beauty than in service, not Our Lady of the Laurels, but Our Lady of the Thorns.